We are live. Let me grab the link so I can tweet that out. Day 2 reaction stream. Ba, 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 ba. And we are live.
All right, I'm going to fire that up. There we go. Bum, bum, bum. Send that out for some people. 8 folks already. How's everybody doing? Day 2 of the NFL draft. Who's excited? Hey, what are we drinking today? There's a bootlegger for you. Keno Jr. He knows the drill. I'm starting with some Irish coffee, which is just regular coffee with a little bit of Tillamook ice cream in it because we ran out of milk. So, you do what you can.
Oh, that's creative.
And some Jameson. Hey, it's cream and sugar, right?
Yeah.
And it makes it so I can drink my coffee right away.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Not often, at
When
least.
my brother-in-law was on keto, he put butter in his coffee.
Oh, man. They call that bullet coffee. They make that up in Alaska because the fat helps keep you warm at night. They give it to...
It sounds disgusting to me, but...
It's actually not that bad. I've had it. It's not as bad as you think it might be. But there you go. I have to send a quick message to a couple of people with the link.
Hello from Russia again. What time is it in Russia right now?
Well, it depends on where.
Late, right?
Depends on where in Russia, right? Because if you're in Eastern Russia, you're damn near Alaska.
Yeah.
And your time zone is okay. If you're in Western Russia, yeah, it's middle of the night.
Yeah, because you can either be Poland or you can be Alaska.
All right. So 58 already watching. This is fantastic. All right. What do you have the Eagles taking? What up, boys? What are you looking forward to today the most? Chaos. I love it. The board is loaded. The board, honestly, being a Bears fan, the board almost could not be better for the Bears. Surprise Brett is still alive after the Chiefs took CEH.
Mouse cursor on the head got you again.
we're gonna have something with that. About 10 minutes from now, we're gonna have a special surprise guest, and it focuses around the CEH pick. So I'm super excited about this. Brett doesn't know who it is yet.
Yeah, you haven't told me anything about this surprise guest.
When I say surprise, it's a surprise.
I'm curious.
Right?
Very curious.
I'm curious, curiouser and curiouser.
Do you think Yetur Gross-Matos fits well with the Giants? In theory,
I don't hate it.
It depends on how much they let him rush with his hand in the dirt. Because I'm not really sure what his get-off is from a 2-point stance. We didn't really see that much at Penn State. Like, we saw him play inside, we saw him play outside, so we know he's versatile in the sense that you could play... like, you can kick him inside to 3 technique on rush downs. He had a lot of success there. I mean, he can set a hard edge against the run. I don't know what his get-off looks like from a 2-point stance, so I don't know if I'd use him as, like, a full-time elephant in the mold of, like, a Willie McGinnis back in the day. But he's athletic enough that in theory he could do it. I just haven't seen him do it. But I mean, he's super talented. I had him going in the top 16. He's my second best edge in this class. So at that point, you just take the talent and figure it out. If you want to play 4 down, you play 4 down to get him on the field. How will the Chiefs destroy Brett's evening tonight? Denzel Mims falling all the way to the end of the second round. That's when I give up and never stream again.
Yeah, that would destroy me. That would be rugged. I'm not gonna lie. That would be rough.
Who are the Bengals taking? I think it's either between Josh Jones and Mims. The better player is Mims. The smarter pick is probably Josh Jones because the right side of their offensive line is a train wreck. And I thought Josh Jones would go, mid to in the 20s in the first round, so that's a value for that. Really good pass protector. You want to keep Burrow upright. So I'd say Josh Jones probably a smart pick.
You know what I heard today on that front that actually made me sit up and think.
With the Bengals at 33, you mean?
I wasn't at the Bengals, but it was about Josh Jones.
Who?
They said, what if he's still on the board when the Giants pick and they took him?
Oh, Andrew
And I was
Thomas and
like,
Josh Jones together.
this is really weird for me to say about Dave Gettleman anything.
That would be a
but
knock it out of the park draft.
But I don't hate it, right?
No,
like
I would love that.
That's good, right? So it was a question from a listener or a follower on Twitter. I don't remember. Sorry, I would credit you if I did. I was like, that's not awful. Like, yeah, I'm surprised I like that, but I do like that.
Great draft.
Yeah, Raiders trade up
start to the draft.
Yeah, Raiders trade up for Blacklock. Oh man, that would give him some firepower. I think Ross Blacklock, who I will not call Justin tonight on the live stream, I swear. That's an inside joke for Bootleg Football podcast listeners, because we ended up calling him Justin for about 5 minutes on the podcast when we talked about him on the 10 Defensive Gems episode. But no, Ross Blacklock, one of my favorite players remaining on the board. And I wanted to ask you this just in general. Who is, just a couple quick categories in terms of reaction to the first round. Who's the guy you look at the board and you are honestly most surprised at that's still there?
That's still there?
Yeah. Guy that didn't go in the first round that you thought, nope, lead pipe lock, first rounder.
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, Mims was borderline.
Mims is one of mine.
Josh Jones was borderline just because of the position he plays.
Yep, positional value for sure.
I was convinced Christian Fulton would go in the first round.
I was not, but that's okay. We differ. That's fine.
Bond is borderline.
Yeah, I would say,
and Gross Matos.
Yeah, I was going to say YGM is your guy, right?
That's
YGM
the thing is I forgot he didn't go in the first round because that one just seemed so obvious to me.
Yeah. I would say for you, it's probably based on our pre-draft conversations, Eater Gross Matos. For me, it's probably, again, having gone back and studied film on these guys, Ross Blacklock is much better than people give him credit for. He's one of the two true way defensive players. You can call him a defensive tackle. You can call him a defensive end. He'd crush at either. Very, very talented player. I thought he would be off the board for one of those teams that's looking for a good, solid defensive line presence. Mims, certainly, anytime after the Senior Bowl, if you'd told me that Denzel Mims didn't go in the first round before the Senior Bowl, I would have been like, okay, yeah, that's about right. Second round seems good. After his performance at the Senior Bowl and everybody going back to the tape and going, holy cow, this guy's crushing it.
Yeah.
He's been a solid first rounder ever since then. So the fact that he didn't go is a bit surprising. I wouldn't say shocking, but a bit surprising. And I am surprised a guy like Zach Bond, who has some real sort of positional versatility and value, especially for several teams in the league, basically the Belichick coaching team.
Which there's a lot of them now. There's at least three teams where it's,
that tree's getting pretty big, and Zach Bond is that guy, right? He would be perfect in that system. I'm a little bit surprised by Bond, a little bit surprised by Mims post Senior Bowl, but
a side dish
also
of Pittman too. Yeah,
a little bit of Pittman, but I never really thought Pittman was going to make the first round. I think he's first round talent
before Mims. Ayuk going.
Yeah,
he went after Rager, but still, Rager. I could understand Rager. Ayuk going before Mims was one I was like,
Yeah, see, that's the flip side of this question is so we're talking about guys that didn't go in the first round that surprised you. Besides Seattle's pick of Jordan Brooks, which, I mean, we can talk about that all we want. Besides that, what was your most surprising sort of moment? Was it Ayuk over the other guys going to San Francisco?
Kenneth Murray before Patrick Queen.
Yep.
Was even because I had a low first round, like first to second round grade on Ayuk. Like I love him as a talent. I thought that highly of Mims. Whereas like I didn't think there was really a conversation between Queen and Murray. Like I thought that one was locked up. And I'm sure the Ravens were like, "You're just gonna give us Patrick Queen, really? Like we're the Ravens. You want to give us Patrick Queen?"
Right, and we're smart enough to take it, so we'll just do that. Oh, somebody says Iggy, Igbenogany. I'm just going to keep saying it because I know how.
The Dolphins are very excited about him.
He's a
Very
good
excited.
player. He's not, just for the Dolphins fans out there, he's not there right yet. But he's a guy that can get there. And when he gets there, if he gets there, you're going to see really good things out of them. And they've done a decent job developing defensive backs outside of Minka. And Minka was more, he didn't want to be there.
Remember, he's a conversion project. He used to be a wide receiver.
Oh, yeah. And I think at corner, he's got great physical skills. He's got aggression as a wide receiver. He tackles as a wide receiver. He tackles. That's amazing. But played in a very tough conference, played well in basically his first year of conversion in the SEC. So this is a guy that is ascending. And if they continue that ascension in the pros, you're gonna be very happy with Igbenogany. So
Jonathan White asked a question. He said, Brett, do you know the podcast Strong Opinion Sports hosted by Zach Schaumler? I actually was just talking to Zach today. He's a really good dude.
Yes.
So yes, I do. We were having a conversation a little bit today. Actually, I have to check my DM, see if he responded to me yet. Because we were talking about the mock draft that I put out and everything like that. He's a really good dude, good analyst. He knows his shit. I still want to talk to him about the Herbert pick because I haven't got his opinion on Herbert yet. Since he plays quarterback, I'm curious to see what he thinks of him.
All right. We've got 1 minute until our mystery guest arrives. Or close. We'll see if he pops in. I just gave him the Hangout link, so he should be able to pop right in. Not exactly sure how that's going to work on audio and video, but we'll figure it out.
Better be Danny Kelly.
Now let's be fair. I reached out. Danny and I went back and forth today. Shout out to Danny. He's super busy today. I invited him because he was on our list, and I said, "Hey man, shot in the dark. I know you're super busy. Do you want to drop into the live stream?" He said, "I do." But he's committed with some of the Ringer stuff and multiple other things. But he basically said he'd come on the podcast. So we got a podcast. We didn't get a live stream out of Danny Kelly. So it's not Danny Kelly, but that's a really good guess. Although I did say it was Chiefs focused.
Chiefs focused. You bringing on Joel Thorman?
Close. That's much closer.
His brother? The other Thorman?
No. Our mystery guest does come from the same lineage of which Brett speaks at the moment, but we'll see if he drops in here. I actually need to run back to notifications.
Fits
messages.
For the Bills. I like Uche Gross-Matos or Bryce Hall. Bryce Hall is one that I pointed out on Twitter because I didn't think that Gross-Matos were going to make it to 54. Uche is shaky to make it to 54, but I don't think he will. Bryce Hall, I think,
going to be good.
Yeah, I'm going to get that cursor off your face again. I have a bad habit of doing that.
Is you just picking my nose with that thing?
No. Bryce Hall is one that I do think can slide to 54 because, again, Fulton I don't think is going to be there. So in terms of a big corner with physicality that tackles and much better feet and explosiveness than a guy that you typically see of his frame. Like he's a 6'1" corner that plays primarily off and does it well. Like that's really rare to have a corner that big be able to not only survive in off but thrive in off coverage. So his fit with how much they play zone, having a big corner with length and range that can change direction and close really quickly with how much zone they play, Bryce Hall is a perfect fit. If he makes it to 54, I would love that for them.
No, you can't have him.
Well, I know you love Hall.
No, he's going to the Bears at some point, so he can't go anywhere else. It's not legal.
Your boy Arnett is gone already, so I don't know what the hell you're going to do with yourself because that was your go-to pick at 43 was Arnett.
Oh no, absolutely. I loved Arnett, but really, quite frankly, there's a lot left at corner, and including some guys I didn't think would be there, like Jalen Johnson, and Jalen Johnson would crush in Pagano's system. So I'm not a big fan of Diggs. I like Jalen Johnson a lot. Christian Fulton's not my favorite, but look, he is a good corner. This is not, I hate Christian Fulton. If he ends up playing for the Bears, that's a value pick. Cam Dantzler would be really good as a Prince replacement, as a press corner.
At 43 though?
No, okay. Not at 43. And this isn't about 43. This is about corners that could end up on the Bears. And then Bryce Hall. And I wouldn't put him in that order. I would put Johnson because I didn't think he was there. If they're comfortable with the shoulder, he's had some shoulder surgeries. The Bears are rightfully a little wishy-washy about shoulder surgeries after the Anthony Miller experiment. But I would put him, Jalen Johnson, if he's healthy, is my first. Bryce Hall is my second, again, depending on the health. I think he's healthy, but I'm not a doctor. We talked about that yesterday. And then probably Fulton and Dantzler, they're almost even. They're very different players, but in terms of value, they're about the same for me. I know everybody in the world has Fulton higher than Dantzler. I'm okay with that.
Tyrese says Kyle Duggar fits, and do you think he goes in the second? I wouldn't be surprised if he went to the Bears in the second, to be honest.
Please don't do that. Please don't do that.
In a way of like teasing you?
No.
Oh, hello. Yeah, I saw his face flash on screen.
Our special guest has arrived. Brett had no idea. Yeah. Brett had no idea.
You brought him on to gloat, didn't you?
I didn't really bring him on to gloat. Oh, there he is. All right. So our special guest is Craig Stout from Arrowhead Pride, one of the analysts over there. Good friend of ours. We met him at the Senior Bowl. And yeah, we had so much fun with the CEH pick last night because we portended doom about 6 weeks ago and said to each other, Beetlejuice 3 times out loud, or CEH might end up with the Chiefs. And it happened, and Brett melted. And so I thought, hey, I should reach out to our Chiefs buddy and see if he wants to talk about CEH, because in the end, we all love Clyde Edwards-Helaire, that's CEH, and he's a hell of a football player. And he ended up, honestly, in one of the best possible spots that he could be in as a professional. And as football fans, we're going to get to prosper and see him play.
Yeah,
I'll just say
and
this.
as fans of Brett's, we got to see him have the full-on meltdown. That was good, too. I mean,
I'm sure you enjoyed
good.
that. Yeah. I was actually reading Arrowhead Pride this morning because I wanted to see how Chiefs fans were receiving the pick. In the comments section, like, I was about ready to throw some hands because I saw so many people giving it an F for Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and I'm like, what the hell are you people talking about?
There are a lot of Chiefs fans that think that Andy Reid can just manufacture anything he wants with any running back, and they just hate the value. I don't think that they hate the player necessarily. They hate taking a round one running back. And frankly, I mean, I get that. I hear that and everything like that, but he's a perfect fit. Like, he's the most ideal fit for a running back that's in this class out of anybody here in the entire draft class. So,
Yeah.
you know, I saw people talking about Zach Moss, talking about, you know, even Jonathan Taylor, you know, trading back, you know, trying to pick up one of these other running backs here. But Clyde does everything that Andy Reid wants a running back to do. He's not going to be a bell cow back, and that's fine. Andy Reid doesn't want a bell cow back. He wants a good pass catcher, a good pass protector, and an agile guy that can run in his own scheme. That's exactly what Clyde Edwards-Helaire is.
And here's the thing. People saying, oh, you can't get value out of drafting a running back in the first. Daniel Jeremiah and Bucky Brooks had this conversation where it's fine if you draft one in the first because you get 6 years of contract control where he's going to be playing, in my opinion, at a Pro Bowl, potentially all-pro level, for 6 years for dirt cheap.
Mm-hmm.
Which means you don't have to sink any money in the position. You can pay Pat Mahomes $40 million a year and pay pennies for running back, a good running back. Like, from a contract management standpoint, it's perfect.
Yeah, the Chiefs signed LaShawn McCoy to a 1-year deal last year. LaShawn McCoy was inactive throughout the entire end of the year because of fumbling issues. That was for $2.1 million, I believe. Clyde Edwards-Helaire's contract basically is going to be about that for the next 4 years. Like, that's the average value of it. If you get even what they got out of LaShawn McCoy from a team-building standpoint, you're not hurting the team. Now, I get the argument, cornerback, linebacker, Chiefs need some defensive help, but this allows Andy Reid to never take a running back off the field. He can just use the same personnel on every single down and not have to worry about the personnel packages that he needs in there to call the plays that he wants. Clyde can just stay in the game, and they can just run whatever they want. They can run more tempo if they want. They can just know that they've got their best personnel on the field, and it allows Andy to open the playbook a little more than we've even seen with Patrick Mahomes so far.
And I know people want linebacker, but I feel like people are forgetting there's more than one round in the draft, and Logan Wilson is available.
You don't
on day
say.
2. Willie Gay is available.
Yeah.
I mean, and at corner, like, Parnell Motley is going to be there in the 4th round. Like, there's so many guys.
Oh, yeah. And Spagnuolo did this last year with Charvarius Ward and Bashad Breeland on the outside.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like the Chiefs were doing this with elite cornerback talent. That's exactly what they'll field this year. There are lots of zone corners that fit Steve Spagnuolo really well. Stanley Thomas Oliver, Michael Ojemudia, these guys that are going to be mid-round to late-round picks that the Chiefs can address and develop and keep going here while still being able to hang a ton of points. Like, you put your defense in good situations by threatening 50 points a game, basically. Yeah, I know that seems idealistic, obviously, but
not that unrealistic.
I mean, yeah, they scored 35 points a game last year. So, taking that extra step just puts the pressure on everybody else a little bit more. And that's why you were angry, Brett. That's why you didn't like the pick for the Chiefs, because it's one of those situations where AFC contenders have to just, participate in this track meet to keep up with the Chiefs.
There's going to be a situation, and I was saying this to EJ yesterday, there's going to be a situation where it's 3rd and 7, you're down by 6 in a playoff game, free rushers coming, Pat's got to get it out, Clyde gets it in the backfield, he's got 2 tacklers to beat, and they say, okay, go win the game for us, and he's going to do it. He's going to do it. And people still think that the value isn't there. And there's one back in this class in that situation that I'm like, yeah, he's going to move the chains anyway. It's Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Yeah, it is. And I said this to some of our other Arrowhead Pride film guys that we were sitting around in the DM today. And I said, does Clyde Edwards-Helaire lead the Chiefs in scrimmage yards next year?
Yeah.
Is that out
Very
of the
possibly.
question? And
no.
Yeah, I mean.
No, it's not. Not at all.
Yeah, I with Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce, Sammy Watkins, although Sammy's rarely healthy, but with that kind of offensive weapons, you might find your first-round draft pick leading the offense in scrimmage yards, and yeah, that's worth a first-round pick, period.
He's going to lead him in scrimmage yards because he'll probably get, let's just say, be ultra-conservative here, 800 rushing, 400 receiving. 1,200 yards from scrimmage.
My goodness. Yeah.
Put him down for, honestly, it's just considering how much they get in the red zone. It is not unrealistic to think he gets 12 to 16 touchdowns.
Yeah.
So 1,200, if you're getting 1,200 yards and 12 to 16 like that's a rookie of the year. Outstanding rookie of the year.
Absolutely.
Easily that potential, and probably my favorite thing about Edwards-Helaire to the Chiefs is that drive extending ability when everything else doesn't work. And that's pretty rare. And that's going to be so frustrating for opposing defenses, right? They're actually going to come up with that one down a game where they shut down Hill. They get Mecole Hardman under control. They've got the edges down. They've got a spy on Mahomes, and he throws a little nothing flare pass in the slot to Edwards-Helaire, and Edwards-Helaire just snakes for like 9 yards and picks it up, and everybody's like, damn, we got to stay on the field. And he does it over and over and over again.
Yeah, and you already have that problem with Mahomes. It's already hard as hell to get Mahomes off the field as it is, and then you give him another weapon like that.
Yeah, it's stunning. And I know that we talked about this on Twitter this morning, Craig. We were DMing back and forth. I DM'd you late last night and said, man, you guys are so lucky you got one of the best players in the draft, one of the best football players in the draft, regardless. But you said, well, I'm going to have some trouble selling it to the sort of analytics side of the fan base, and I understand that. And my question in a nutshell I came up with throughout the day for them is, did you like Kareem Hunt? And if they say, yeah, Clyde Edwards-Helaire is more than Kareem Hunt was in every category coming out. Like, there is not one thing that Kareem Hunt did better than CEH coming out in the draft, and you just got him on your team. So if you liked Kareem Hunt, you're going to love Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
I will tell you that Chiefs fans doing this weekly podcast, we get questions about Kareem Hunt almost every week. And, can they bring it back? Can we get him back? Did they make the wrong move by cutting him?
Yeah.
Chiefs
they
fans,
love, come on, Chiefs fans love running backs. And
they love running backs.
And rightfully so. Tremendous history in Kansas City with running backs. But
Sure.
if you liked Kareem Hunt, there is no reason you don't like Clyde Edwards-Helaire. None.
Correct.
Unless it's out of sheer spite.
It's out of value spike. That's what it is. I think I would have rather had Jalen Johnson or Christian Fulton or, insert player X here rather than take a running back. We're going to get to November and all those people I think are just going to be done, because they're going to get to see him play. They're going to get to see the way the offense clicks with a running back that doesn't have to come off the field with Andy Reid with the full capability of his playbook there. So I think it'll happen. It's just going to take a little while.
Who do you think they go after in round 2?
I think corner. They got to have a corner. Right now, they don't have a single corner outside of 5th-round pick Rashad Fenton under contract in 2021.
Oof.
They have to add some talent.
Who's your favorite for your scheme? Because I know you do a lot of work for those that don't follow Craig, and you should be following Craig. He's a great follow on Twitter. He does a lot of work doing defensive draft analysis for the Chiefs. So who's your favorite in the scheme?
Jalen Johnson is a perfect zone corner. I think that he would fit perfectly in Steve Spagnuolo's defense, and he has that little bit of man flexibility and the length. He is tailor-made for it, but there's no way that he's getting to 63. I'll be shocked if he gets to 35 the way that this draft is going to start here. I like Christian Fulton a lot. I like Bryce Hall a lot, and he's got comfortability playing with Juan Thornhill there deep as well.
That's right. I forgot they played together.
Yes, they did. So, we've been pushing this Thornhill Hall 2020 bit for a little while, but
can't have him. You can't have him.
Oh, man. I know. See, I would love it if tonight you guys are angry about a Chiefs pick again. If it's Bryce Hall, I'm gonna be happy.
You guys are like the Ravens, where you're excellent at just sitting and waiting. Just saying, okay, yeah, you want to trade up for Kenneth Murray? That's cool. Use your assets. We're gonna wait. You want to take Brooks Seattle? Go for it. We're gonna wait. We're gonna see who's there.
But to be fair, the Chiefs not 2 years ago traded up for Breeland Speaks. So,
hey,
yeah.
Everybody has their
what do you?
draft.
While we have you, what do you make of this Chris Jones trade rumor thing? Are they going to flip him today?
I don't know. I'm not sure that. I don't think that Chris Jones is in Kansas City long term. I just don't think that they want to pay him that amount of money. He deserves Aaron Donald money. He's worth every bit of it. I just don't think the Chiefs want to have that many high contracts on the books, and they got to pay Mahomes. They're doing that this offseason. So if they can get good enough value today, maybe they move Chris Jones, but it's certainly not going to be what we saw, obviously what DeForest Buckner went for. Not even the value of the picks combined would be for that, but I'll be very curious to see if he gets moved today. Chiefs need picks. They only have 31 guys under contract in 2021. Adding a bunch more in the top 100 would help.
It might depend on how fast Blacklock and Gallimore go off the board, because if defensive tackle dries up quick,
somebody might pull the trigger on Jones in that instance. Yeah, we'll see. That'll certainly make my night full of fireworks if Chris Jones gets moved tonight.
Yeah, you'll be busy, but I can't thank you enough for coming on, Craig. I know everybody's busy this time of year. It was super fun to reach out to you and have you say, absolutely, I'll do that. It was nice. And just to be fair about Brett's feelings, he did ask me after the tackle deal got signed for Houston, which we haven't talked about yet. With good reason. He said, is Brett really going to be up for a guest? And I sent him a GIF, said, here's me on the scale of feelings. I'm at a 0. Don't care. Come on.
I was looking out for you just a little bit. I didn't want to pile on too much.
You can't kill me. I'm already dead.
That's true. Bill O'Brien was my GM. I might be there with you, man.
It's okay. We'll get you back next year when we steal the enemy from you.
Oh, God. I hope not, man. I hope not. He's going sometime. I'm shocked that we still have him this year. The NFL screwed up.
Well, you guys winning the Super Bowl didn't help because nobody could interview him.
True.
So just keep winning Super
Absolutely.
Bowls and he'll never leave.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, we just get to keep Spagnuolo and Bieniemy for the rest of their careers here, as long as Mahomes is playing well.
Man, I appreciate you coming on, man.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Craig, have a great night. We'll see you soon.
What a good guy.
Oh, no. Craig's outstanding. If you are not following Craig on Twitter, you should be. He, again, is with Arrowhead Pride, the SB Nation site that covers the Chiefs. And he is at Barley Hop, which I just love. That's one of the greatest Twitter tags ever. At Barley Hop on Twitter. That's Craig Stout from Arrowhead Pride.
Somebody says, who takes Chenault?
Oh, not the Bears, please. But other than that, I don't care.
No, I don't think it'd be the Bears.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. There's a lot of Bears fans that are hot on Chenault, and I'm just like, nah.
But I think Mims, Pittman, and Hamler all go ahead of him. So if it happens
I would agree.
in round 2, it'll be late in round 2, I would imagine.
Yeah, I would agree.
Thoughts on Jordan Love to Green Bay? I mean, I love the situation for him. If I'm Green Bay, my priorities would be different.
Did you see what so Newt Hurst was getting Brian Newt Hurst, the GM for the Packers, was getting interviewed on, I think it was Green Bay radio, not sure. And someone, of course, asked him if he had reached out to one Aaron Rodgers about the pick, and he said, no, I haven't connected with Aaron yet. And I retweeted that and said, oh, no worries. I'm sure this won't be a problem.
Yeah,
and then Peter King came out today and said, in another thing that I ended up retweeting, I'll tell you how he feels about it. He's pissed. I was like, yeah, I don't even think you need that on good authority. That's a pretty safe guess. So Jordan Love, the player to the Packers, we talked a little bit about it on the live stream yesterday. He has tremendous potential, and he's in a decent spot from a scheme development kind of standpoint. But there is this bit with Rodgers, and it depends on who you believe about what the situation is inside, the Packers team, clubhouse, policymakers, you name it. Now, neither of us are there, nor are we connected in that way. That's not what we're trying to say here, but where there's smoke, there's usually fire. And there's been a lot of smoke about how that relationship works or doesn't. And it doesn't look ideal. If I was Jordan Love, I'd keep my head down for a little bit and just try and become a better player. I would not try and become vocal. I would not try and become a leader right now. I don't think that's what he needs to do. He needs to focus on getting some consistency in his game and making sure that those wow plays come out more than those oh my plays.
Yeah, I think it's a good spot to develop. For him, for Jordan Love, it's a good spot to develop. There were so many other things. This is a team that's trying to win a Super Bowl right now, and you have a quarterback that is going publicly on the record saying that he would love for them to draft him some weapons. You gave up 170 plus yards before contact against the Niners, and that was with Blake Martinez. So it's like, who was Blake Martinez playing instead of? Who's now they don't have any linebackers. They have Kenny Clark. They have some good edges. I think they have some good pieces in the secondary. But the second level of their defense, which was responsible for most of those yards against San Francisco, it's always been honestly kind of hot garbage for the last 10 years. So there were so many things that if you're serious about winning a Super Bowl, I wanted them to address first before the future 4 years from now. And them not attacking those needs.
Sorry, breaking news that has a hell of a lot to do with what we're talking about. Daniel Greenberg just quoted Michael Wilbon, who's an ESPN commentator on Pardon the Interruption.
Okay.
And I quote, this is Michael Wilbon's quote, and I quote, "I'm going to tell you something now that you're going to think is preposterous. Aaron Rodgers is going to be in a Bears uniform sometime in the next couple of years. That is going to happen." End quote.
Well, Wilbon's a Chicago guy.
Oh, yeah. No.
Isn't that just kind of wishful thinking?
I don't know that it's wishful thinking. I mean, yes, of course it's wishful thinking. But here's the thing, right? Imagine the situation we were just talking about, that tension, that strain that has been perceived and talked about in different arenas in Green Bay. Real or imagined, I get it. But if you're Aaron Rodgers and you feel disrespected by the Packers organization, real or imagined disrespect, I'm not saying the Packers shouldn't have or they did or anything else. What I'm saying is if Aaron Rodgers feels that way and he wants to drive a knife into the heart of the Packers organization because he feels slighted, and Foles bombs out this year and they end up trading Trubisky and it really just, there's no option and things get nasty and he shoots his way out of Green Bay, where do you go?
But he's under contract for another 4 years, and they're not going to trade him.
I'm just saying, where do you go? I don't see Rodgers ever wearing a Bears uniform. I don't either, to be honest. This isn't my quote. This just came up with Wilbon. And you know, maybe it's wishful thinking, maybe it's sour grapes or whatever, but the one way, the 2.5% chance I could see this happening is Rodgers says, I want to stick it to Green Bay.
Like Favre.
And what better way to do that than showing up, walking into Hallis Hall saying, here's my shingle hanging out there for the last couple of years. He's going to be better than whatever they have on hand because, let's be honest,
here's the thing.
He's a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Is he going to be better? Because, as chat just said, Rappaport just tweeted the Bears are thinking about moving up early in the second. Who do you think that's for? I'll give you one guess.
I would hope that's – I hope they don't move up. Now, I understand why they might. I get it. Like, I understand
Jalen Hurts.
How that. Yep, I understand how that's leaning, and I won't be super. Check out Rappaport Giants Bears trade up. Yeah.
Oh, is that a thing? Like a
thing? I don't know. I think he's reporting. Probably they're talking about it. And look, if you're a GM right now, you're talking to everybody. You're talking to the teams above you. You're talking to the teams below you, and you're saying, if I need to move up, what's it cost me? And if I need to move down, is anybody down there? Does anybody want to come up? There's teams that are rumored to want to come up. Atlanta wants to come up, I heard in the second. Like, everybody's calling everybody right now. The phones are exceptionally busy right now, right? And everybody's looking for their best position. Do I move up? Do I move back? Do I stay put? Do I take this guy? If somebody wants this guy, what do I take to move back? Who do I get? That's all going on right now. Now, I'm not saying it won't happen. I'm saying I hope it doesn't. The Bears don't have enough picks as it is. But if, again, here's the thing. Ryan Pace knows whoever he picks at quarterback in the upper rounds. We're not talking about 5th, 6th round quarterbacks. We're talking about if he moves up to take a quarterback again and it's within the first 2 rounds, that's it. That's his legacy with the Bears. If it works, he's a saint. He gets to stay forever. If it bombs out, he is out. Like we talked about moving your family yesterday.
He already had one choice.
Right? Yeah. No, he had
can't blow 2 of them.
Nope. He had a very clean choice, and it looked great until double doink, and then it looked terrible. And he's got a coach in the building he likes. He's got a quarterback in the building that he liked. It didn't work out. We've talked about the Trubisky experiment largely being over. If he does it again, if he moves up especially to go get Jalen Hurts, which I actually don't think he needs to do, so I wouldn't worry too much about the rumor. Could happen. If it does, I won't be super upset because I actually like Jalen Hurts as a player and think he's kind of underrated. I don't think he's a savior, but he's easily a mid-level pro quarterback. And the Bears would benefit from having one of those on the roster one of these years. That'd be great. And, two, that's it. That's the thing. If you like Ryan Pace, then you're riding with that choice. If you hate Ryan Pace, it might speed him out of town. So everybody wins.
Somebody says, Brett, can we have some DPJ analysis?
I saw that.
So he was my number 6 receiver in this class. I think I had him right in front of Pittman, if I remember correctly. I think Pittman was 7.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I can't put him in front of Pittman, but okay.
I mean, we're talking neck and neck.
Oh yeah, no, super thin slices of garlic here. I get it. No worries about that. But
I felt it was a little bit more explosive. Pittman's a little bit more steady.
Yeah, there's no way I could put DPJ above Pittman.
Ultra smooth, natural slot receiver. He's got some size to him. I wouldn't really qualify him as a big slot, but he's got some size to him. Extremely explosive, can climb on top of DBs, use what length he does have to kind of stay there, keep in position. Better ball skills than you think. He just wasn't throwing very many good balls to capitalize on. He's got some toughness and some fight to him over the middle. I think just when you look at how quick he is in and out of breaks, is he all the way there as a route runner? I think he can still kind of add a little bit to the mental side of route running in terms of using head fakes, getting into blind spots, manipulating leverage, all that kind of stuff. But in terms of like the actual mechanics of breaking down, opening your hips, flattening, finding space against zone, that he's fine with. And so when I look at the physical skill set, the toughness, and the upside athletically, I think he's going to go early in the second round, really early. Whether he goes before Mims or Pittman, not 100% sure. It kind of depends on the team. But would it shock me if New England took him at 37? Absolutely not, because I think he's better than N'Keal Harry was last year. Like to me, he's a better prospect than Harry, which I guess says more about what I thought of Harry when he was coming out of ASU. I thought he was way overrated. But if I'm New England, I'm strongly considering him at 37.
Yeah, I think DPJ is great. I rate him much more highly than a lot of people do. Not quite as high as Brett does, but again, this receiver class is so many different flavors that the middle, I would say 6, 7, or even 8 guys are largely a hair's breadth apart, and it's stylistic, it's production based, it's whatever you like in receivers, and you take that one characteristic and say, well, this guy doesn't have as much as that guy. Our teams do the same thing. He's a better fit for our outside. This guy plays inside. Whatever those things are. He fell down the board a little bit for me just because of production, and I realize that's the offense. I realize that's Shea Patterson, but there's a rule in drafting wide receivers early, and the bottom line is if you're going to draft a wide receiver early, they better have college production. And DPJ's production was okay, but it wasn't great. And that puts him below guys, even like Van Jefferson for me, who had good college production. Certainly a guy like T. Higgins had good college production. Chase Claypool's a guy whose college production wasn't great, but his physical skills are clearly better than DPJ's.
And when you saw him in the one-on-ones down in Mobile, you're like, okay, this dude's literally hang cleaning DBs out here on the field.
Yeah, he's mashing people. So I like DPJ. This is not a pile on DPJ. DPJ is a very good wide receiver who is stuck in the middle, somewhere in the wide middle of a very, very deep wide receiver class, a historically deep wide receiver class. And somebody's going to get a value. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't go in the second. I would say end of the third would be right about on value for him in this draft, not because he's a bad player or that's where I think he would fit in largely any other draft. I think he's solidly end of the first round, beginning of the second round wide receiver in most typical drafts. In this draft, that could be middle of the third, end of the third, wouldn't make me blink at all.
Speaking of receivers, somebody asked where Lynn Bowden's best fit is, and they mentioned Baltimore. Yes, 100% correct.
We talked about that on our 10 Offensive Gems podcast. That was exactly the team we came up with. We talked about this yesterday on the live stream. Brett and I do this all the time. We sit around and say, okay, so here's this player. What do you think of him? What are skills? All right. Where do you think he'd be the most dangerous? Where would you hate to see him the most, sort of as an opposing fan, right? And we were like, Baltimore. That his skills in that offense, his absolutely unique blend of skills in that offense would be trouble.
There, New Orleans, I think, are the two systems that would use him the best, in that they would use him in every way they can. He wouldn't just be a slot receiver. He wouldn't just be a return man.
I fully agree.
Everything.
What order do you have do you guys have the wide receivers going in the second? God, I don't want to predict where they go. It's tough enough to predict how they are skill and talent wise. And they're so different. I mean, when you're comparing a guy like Michael Pittman Jr. and a guy like KJ Hamler, they're both really talented players. Now, if you put a gun to my head and say, which one's better or which one do you rate higher? I'm going to say Pittman because he's bigger and he does more things well. But again, if you're going on that trump card theory that Matt Harmon has, like KJ Hamler's trump card is unbelievable.
Yes.
Yeah. No, nice to see EJ remembered to wear the shirt. Yes, I did. I actually picked up a different shirt and then I said, no. I said I will wear the shirt and it was clean. So yes, you get to enjoy the Game of Thrones I drink and I know things shirt.
Favorite receiver for the Lions? We just talked about him.
Mm.
DPJ. You pair him up with Galladay? I like that mix.
Oh, man. Can you imagine, though, if they got Pittman? Like Pittman and Galladay? It's kind of the same guy, but
fades all day, yeah.
Twin towers, right? You just own the outside. So, and I mean, honestly, there's so many good wide receivers up and down the board that I wouldn't be at all upset if you gave Van Jefferson to the Lions, right? Give Stanford a target who he knows is going to be on time and on mark. And by on mark, I mean at the yard that he says hit the break. He's going to be able to deliver that ball, and Van Jefferson's just going to profit. So, if you can get Van Jefferson lower than a guy like DPJ, why not do it?
Thoughts on the Tunsil extension?
Somebody went there.
So
I've been avoiding it.
Here's the thing. I do not blame Tunsil for going to get as much money as humanly possible. He had all the leverage, and he knew it.
We talked about that yesterday, as a matter of fact. That very thing.
In a normal, well-run team, he would not have the leverage to get $22 million a year, because the team that traded for him last year would have signed him immediately for, what do you think he would have got last year? 18?
I was going to say between 18 and 19 would be my sweet spot window.
But here's the thing: that's what well-run teams do. We are not a well-run team. Yeah. that's the reality of it. He's a really good tackle. Like, the false starts are obviously annoying, but he's a really good tackle. But in 31 other teams around the league, he wouldn't get $22 million a year because no other teams would have given up 2 first-round picks for him when he's due for a new contract and then not immediately paid him. Because they had no other option. They gave up assets. You can't give up 2 first-round picks for a 1-year rental. He could have asked for anything he wanted, and they would have had to give it to him. They should have extended him immediately. So, like I said in a vacuum, yesterday, in a vacuum, the trade itself, I did not have a problem with. They got unlucky that 1 year later was literally the best tackle class ever. I don't think they could have seen that coming. Like, as many good tackles as we knew were coming out, I don't think people saw like Austin Jackson coming. I don't think they saw the Hunt kid coming, like Josh Jones. Like, there's more tackles this year than I think people expected, and I think the Texans expected to be a good team, picking in the mid-20s. You don't typically find really good starting left tackles in that range. So again, the trade in a vacuum, I 100% supported. The lack of signing Laramie Tunsil and creating this situation where you then have to pay him $22 million a year, no matter what, for a 3-year deal. It's not even a 5-year deal. It's a 3-year deal, so you're going to have to pay him again in a couple of years. That lack of negotiating power was the catastrophic mistake. It wasn't the trade. It was how they handled the extension. But I don't expect anything else from this team. I really don't. I expect them to screw it up.
All right. We're going to talk about something else, because that is just a hell of a downer to start one of the funnest days of the year, which is day 2, rounds 2 and 3 of the NFL draft. This is the pre-money-making rounds, right? This is where quality value guys that are going to start, that slipped out of the first round, who are still, first-round caliber players. I don't know if you saw the tweet that said NFL GM said there's up to 20 possible starter grades in the second round. Usually there's like 7 or 8. Yeah, no, I fully believe that this year, because it is a wide middle. The top pinnacle talent a little bit lower down, the sort of wide middle of 2 and 3, just so much talent going on there. So tons and tons. But let's talk about something that is slightly more uplifting than the Tunsil extension, because that's not terribly uplifting. First one we should tell you is yesterday's stream was fantastic. It was our first ever live stream. We did really well. We picked up a bunch of new subscribers. We had a ton of fun with everybody. We did 6 plus hours, which we didn't originally expect to do, but it was so much fun that we just decided to keep going. And lots of people picked it up. Lots of people retweeted on Twitter. If you have friends that are into the NFL draft and don't like the coverage, or always complain about Mel Kiper, or can't stand all the commercials on ABC, tell them to come on over, drop on the stream, and see if they like it. We'd love to have them. We had so many countries from around the world checking in the comments yesterday. I Uzbekistan, Russia, Switzerland, Ireland, tons of Irish were on, Australia, just so many countries from around the globe. Mexico was there. It was fantastic. So can't thank you guys all enough for checking us out, for having fun, for hanging out with us on one of our favorite days of the year. But if you've got other friends that don't know about it, send them a link, see what they think. Now's no better time to figure out what they're really going to get if they follow bootleg football than now. So much better than Kuiper. I muted the NFL Network. Okay, there you go. Oh yeah, UK was huge. Good to see you again, Alex.
Lots of
Israel.
Germans.
Yep, Germans, tons of Germans. The wild land of Arizona. There you go. You guys are way better at your jobs than Booger. That is a backhanded compliment. I'll take it.
Damn.
But I would like to think I'm better at a lot of things than Booger is at his football job. I don't know Booger in person, but yeah, his football job. If I'm not better at Booger than Booger is at his football job at something, I kind of want to quit and do something else. Morning from Australia. There you go. Oh, South Africa. Fantastic. This is awesome. Australia, g'day, nice. Spain, yep, we had a bunch of Spanish folks in last night. Really, really fun. Portugal, big ups to Portugal. I have friends in Portugal, love it. County Kerry, Ireland, very close to my home, folks. My ancestors come from Ballyhonus, which is a little tiny railroad town in the middle of the country. But
you're forgetting the exotic land of Mississippi.
Oh, misplaced Bills fan from Philadelphia. Oh, we had somebody on from Rochester, the exotic land of Rochester, New York, who went and got himself a garbage plate in the middle of the live stream with hot dogs. Come on. If you've never been to Rochester and had a garbage plate, you're missing out. Fantastic stuff. Indianapolis, Stiller fan, living in Florida. I know a couple of those. San Antonio, Texas fan. Oh, Texans fan. I'm so sorry, Shawshank. You and Brett, same boat. Watching from Canada. Where, Raiden? Where in Canada? I spent a lot of time in Canada in my younger life. Netherlands represent. Very nice. Poland, awesome. We didn't see Poland yesterday. Ontario. There you go. You got Michigan. Best fit for Dev Duve. Any place that you like Laviska Shenault, you could plug Devin Duvernay in there and have, and I actually thought about this morning as I was waking up and getting coffee. We talked about Devin Duvernay yesterday and the fact that he was like Laviska Shenault light. I actually think he might not be light. I think, man, Devin Duvernay is a gamer, and I came away from the Senior Bowl realizing this. Devin Duvernay is not a tremendous practice player, but when the lights come on, that guy produces. And I actually think, and this is kind of one of those, I don't want to call it a hot take. It's a lukewarm take. You're not going to burn your fingers on it. But if his landing spot is equal to or slightly better than Chenault's, and I would actually take equal to, I think Devin Duvernay could produce more than Laviska Shenault.
If he goes to Seattle, he damn sure will.
Again, if his situation is equal to or slightly better than Shenault, just on the strength of that gamerness and his obvious physical gifts, which I know all too well, I think Devin Duvernay, he showed at the Senior Bowl, right? He didn't have a great week of practice. He showed up in the game and had one of the best games of anybody there. He certainly didn't look like that in practice. I think he's Allen Iverson-esque, right? He's like, practice? We talking about practice? Like, he goes out and lights it up during the game. He did for Texas, and I think he could do it in the pros too. I think he could actually outproduce Shenault.
Courtney Davis is the same way. Like, dropping everything in drills. Like, didn't look great in practice. Goes out and he's roasting everyone in the actual game. Courtney Davis is one that I think, again, if you dig deeper on him, which unfortunately teams, I don't think they were able to really bring him in for workouts, and I don't think Texas A&M was able to get a pro day before those got shut down either. So he's going to go really late. But again, he's another one of those where when the actual lights are on and the pads are on, much different player than in practice.
Yeah. Somebody says, we need a podcast of EJ just telling stories. That would require a sponsorship from a liquor company. And it would be good. It would be very good. So if you know anybody that's pulling strings at say, Jameson or, you name it, let them know. And,
Irish in this channel, let us know if you know anybody that's at Jameson. Hook us up.
Exactly. Hook us up. We would be happy to represent the Holy Water for sure.
Prop bet for Mr. Irrelevant, Trey Adams.
Really? I don't think he probably goes that far, actually. People are so hungry for tackles.
Injuries, man.
Yeah, but somebody's going to take a chance before Mr. Relevant. Garrett Lord, EJ, what turns you off when it comes to Jeremy Chin? This is a great question. I like Jeremy Chin as a player a lot. My favorite fact about Jeremy Chin? Go ahead, tell him, Brett. What's my favorite fact about Jeremy Chin? Who's he related to?
Steve Atwater's his uncle, right?
Yeah, Steve Atwater is his uncle. He is Steve Atwater's nephew. That's the coolest thing about Jeremy Chin. Not the coolest. Jeremy Chin is incredibly physically talented, and his potential, his ceiling is sky high. He can be as good as anyone physically. Level of comp is always a thing with a guy coming from Southern Illinois.
Monkey's Paw Curls 4 Loco sponsors your story podcast.
Oh my god,
that's good.
That would be. Sorry, you'd get some good stories. That's for sure. No, Jeremy Chin is good right now. He's not great. Everybody wants to call him great. If you're drafting Jeremy Chin anytime in the top half of the second round and a guy like Antoine Winfield Jr. sitting there, you're saying, I think Jeremy Chin can be better 3 years from now. And the NFL loves to do that. They love potential. And so a guy like Jeremy Chin is the apple of a lot of guys' eye. Now, he is effective. He is a good tackler. He comes downhill like nobody's business. He has a ton of speed, length, and range. Doesn't always show up because he doesn't have to use it very much, actually, against the players that he's playing against, typically at Southern Illinois. If he gets with a good defensive back coach and develops, he could absolutely, from a physical standpoint, be one of the best safeties. Mentally, he's not as sharp as a guy like Ashton Davis, as a guy like Antoine Winfield Jr., as a guy like McKinney. McKinney was next off my lips. Like, he does not have that level of defensive acumen and processing. And what I see on Jeremy Chin, even at his level of competition, which a lot of people won't talk about, is a hesitation, right? He sees something and he thinks, is that the thing? And then he goes, oh, yeah. And because he's so damn fast, he still makes an amazing play. But he stands there for a minute flat-footed and goes, and if you do that in the pros, you're going to get roasted. So you're going to see Jeremy Chin get roasted early. But if he continues to develop, and I'm not saying he can't or won't, I'm saying he has to. And right now, when you're talking about comparing him to a guy that's still on the board, like Antoine Winfield Jr., you look at Antoine Winfield Jr., he makes that decision like this, and he's there, and he makes impact. He makes plays against the ball downfield. He makes plays against the run behind the line. He is right there. And Jeremy Chin is not there yet. He could be, but the mental processing stuff is a little bit different than the physical. The physical on Jeremy Chin, no flags whatsoever. Big, strong, lengthy, fast, comes downhill, hits, all that stuff. Love him that way. But when you watch him on film and he goes, what should I do for that half beat? Just a half beat. It's not like he's stupid or slow or anything else. I'm not saying that. It's just that hesitation. I'm not sure what. Oh, okay, I should be going forward. Okay, I got it. And you don't see that in the other top safety prospects. So it's not that I don't like Jeremy Chin. It's that if you're going to put him up there and displace one of those other guys, I have a hard time getting behind it now because it's all about he can be better. We're projecting him, and projection is fine, but don't put too much stock in it. Look at what you've got, bird in the hand right now.
A lot of people are asking where's Zach Bond's best fit. There's a team who picks high in the second round that lost somebody who's similar to him, but I don't think as good as him. If Zach Bond's not a Patriot in about half hour, I'll be pretty surprised.
Yeah, oh man, he'll be so good in that role too. I mean, just like CEH going to the Chiefs, if Zach Bond goes to the Patriots, I'll be a little bit mad, and then I'll be super happy that Zach Bond gets to be the best Zach Bond he can be. And there's no other place that he could be better than that. He'd be good in a Dolphins uniform. He'd be fine in a Detroit Lions uniform. He'd probably be pretty good. But if he's in a Patriot uniform, he's gonna maximize his talents, and he has a lot of talents.
Keep spamming Ashton Davis to Patriots in chat. I mean, it's possible, but I think if given the choice between Ashton Davis and Zach Bond, they still might lean Zach Bond in that one because they're not going to get Uche.
Yeah, well, depends. I like Uche a lot. He's really talented. He's another guy just like Bond We talked about this yesterday. You talked about this specifically in that you had sort of pods or groups of guys and that special sort of hybrid edge linebacker, whatever. And I thought of another guy who fits perfectly in that conversation. It's much lower down, but Carter Coughlin is the same dude, right?
As Uche?
As Bond. Well, same category. Not
Okay.
same skills, right? But
Yeah,
that same guy. He's going to be like 6th or 7th round, but Carter Coughlin's that same guy. He can give you some edge rush, he can give you some inside, he can give you that hybrid tight end coverage in the flat. So, not saying he's the same talent, not saying he's the same guy, but he's in the same class as like Uche and Bond, guys that can go forward, go backwards. You don't want to line them up as a straight edge, 4 straight downs. You want to use that versatility. And Carter Coughlin is a light version of that much later down, who I like, but yeah, he's not anywhere.
I would say much later, because to me, if you make Tristan Wirfs look like a polished pass protector, I got some problems.
Yeah,
Just saying.
No, Carter is a late round add, and I like his ability to play special teams.
He's going to be a special teams monster.
Yeah, be scrappy, and then come in and give you some of that really kind of fourth edge depth. Right?
Yeah. Thoughts on T. Higgins? A lot of talk around him pairing with Rager and Philly. I mean, he's a natural Alshon replacement.
Yeah, he is the Alshon replacement.
Same guy.
Yep, same dude.
Less injury prone.
What do you think about
less expensive?
What do you think about Winfield to the Falcons? I think Winfield to the Falcons sucks because he should be a Bear.
Ooh, him and Keanu?
Oh, I know. No, it's a great pairing. Like Antoine Winfield is like the CEH of defense.
Yeah,
right.
Throw him on any team.
He can go anywhere. It's like, what scheme does he fit? And the answer is yes. He plays at the line physically. He makes big plays, high pointing the ball down the field, even though he's not super tall. You see him make interceptions, make deflected passes, make everything the same as other quote unquote bigger safeties. He is aggressive. He is fast. His instincts are amazing. If the injuries are all behind him, Antoine Winfield is my safety one.
Let me put it to you this way. I don't know a single person. It is hard to find consensus in the draft community. I don't know a single person that doesn't like Antoine Winfield. Like, a lot. Nobody thinks he's even average. Like, everybody thinks he's at minimum well above average.
Yeah, no, and some folks I really have a ton of respect for who do a lot of film work love him. Like, I love him, and when I see them loving him, I'm like, well, I'm right. Thoughts on a Cushenberry fit? Cushenberry is the same way for O-line. The only thing I don't think Cushenberry can do super well, he can do it, but not at a super high level, is move, right? Is really get out past the hashes and lead on a pull. Like, he's not really, really mobile, but he is the best anchorer in this draft.
Yeah.
Like him and Stenberg, if you're talking about that one quality, and some of the top tackles, like Wills, I would say is in the same category of just whack. I'm not going anywhere. And Cushenberry has sand in his pants, whatever you want to say. Like, that guy can anchor, and he has preternatural balance. Like, he has prototype balance. It's crazy how many times you see him get like bent over, sideways, backwards, whatever, and recover without losing a step. Like, he doesn't give up any vertical ground, and he resets against 300-pounders who are pushing hard. And he does it all the time. It's crazy.
He's the only center I saw one-on-one re-anchor against Derek Brown. After Brown dug him out a little bit, he was able to re-anchor. Like, re-establishing anchor one-on-one against Derek Brown is damn near impossible.
And he did it in a snap. Like, it was so fast you almost didn't see him get off balance. It's not normal. It is special stuff. And if you like offensive line play, Lloyd Cushenberry is a lock. Like, people like Matt Hennessy, and I'm like, hey, Matt Hennessy is good. Lloyd Cushenberry is great.
There's a reason why Joe Burrow 99% of the time was always able to step up in the pocket and then leak out rather than having to turn and roll out. It was always escaping out the front door, not the back door, and that's because Cushenberry held the front door wide open literally every play.
And this is one of those things that a lot of people I've seen say, well, Damian Lewis is just as good.
Nope.
And I'm like, nope, this is what one-on-ones are really good for. And when you see Cushenberry in one-on-ones and you see Damian Lewis in one-on-ones, Cushenberry wins, if not dominates his one-on-ones. Damian Lewis won more than he lost for sure. He is a good guard. This is nothing against Lewis. But if you're saying that Cushenberry is the equal of Lewis, you're downplaying Cushenberry.
Does a North Dakota State Bison player get drafted?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. You can always count on one pretty much every year. You can count on at least one.
And I hope he goes to the Bears in the 6th. Like that guy on traits alone, I will take him as an edge. Traits and production, Derek Tuszka, edge, North Dakota State. If you don't know him, go watch his highlights. That guy can bend and get around the edge. He's got good power and he plays nasty. I love him.
And there's going to be at minimum 2 next year.
Oh, for sure.
And the quarterback's going to go high. But he's got a receiver too. I can't remember his name. A receiver that I really like a lot.
Yeah, and the other guy would have gone really high, but he transferred out. He was the most sought after guy in the transfer portal anywhere, and he ended up going, I think, to LSU.
They're a factory, man.
No, that guy was the top, like, go get. Like, it used to be, community college transfers or JUCOs, right? There was the big JUCO market after a year or two. Now it's, bottom FBS or FCS, like go get those guys. And that guy was, because of the transfer portal and not having to sit out, was the most sought after talent in the country, inside linebacker for NDSU. And he ended up going, I think, to LSU. I could be getting that wrong, and I'm sure all the SEC fans will crush me over that. But
somebody asked where the best fit for Marlon Davidson is. I kind of like Detroit.
Gorka says Tuszka's a Texan, EJ. Don't even think about him going anywhere other. I look, we're both Tuszka fans, and wherever he ends up going, I'll follow him because I think he's going to have a really good career. I think he's underrated. Jabril Cox, there you go. That's the linebacker from NDSU. That guy was hot on the transfer portal commodity this year and ended up going somewhere else. The UNC QB, Bengals on the clock. All right.
Thoughts on J.J. Arcega-Whiteside, including his rookie season and his future? Different player at Stanford than the one we saw with the Eagles. I don't know where his contested catch ability went as soon as he got in the pros.
Last year.
He was great. He was great at Stanford. He was literally like 90-10.
You couldn't stop it. Everybody knew it was coming.
Yeah.
Like, everybody in the Pac-12 knew it was coming. Like, the announcers are saying, here, this is the Arcega-Whiteside play. Like, everybody knows what the play was, right?
Yeah.
And they still couldn't stop it. And that's dominance, right? When they know the fastball's coming and they can't hit it, like, that's dominance. Is Cushenberry a reach at 33? No, he's not.
No, he's not.
He's a great value.
Plus, Billy Price hasn't worked out yet, and they need a center.
No, I don't care what team. Again, he is one of the few guys in this draft that you say, I want to draft Lloyd Cushenberry, and I don't ask what team you're a fan of. I just say yes. Thoughts on the Terps: McFarland, Javon Leake, and Antoine Brooks. I actually like all of them. Brett is much higher on McFarland than I am. Javon Leake, I think, is a very good, big one-cut speed back. He reminds me a ton of Tevin Coleman, who I think should have been drafted a lot lower, but I think Javon Leake is sort of Tevin Coleman light. And Antoine Brooks is a hardcore. I would put him at star. I wouldn't necessarily put him at strong safety because his coverage is not great, but put that guy around the line and let him hunt and hit, and he is good at that. That is his happy place, man.
I think McFarland, so I have him at RB6, but it's got to be in a very specific situation.
Right.
He's the guy where it's like I'm giving him 7 carries a game, but they're all going to the edge.
Oh no, he has one play. He has one play,
but it's a hell of a play.
He has 2. He has that edge sort of. I would call it like a veer sweep, which is it's a wide zone toss sweep. I mean, that's what it is. It doesn't matter where you start it from. And the other one that he crushes on is the delayed draw.
Yeah.
Because nobody can close fast enough. If the gap opens up in the middle, he's so quick through the middle that nobody gets him. That's his other, like, killer play.
You got to create seams for him, but if you do, he's gone.
Yeah. Yeah, but there's so many guys like that.
I know. I want him to go to the Bengals as a change-up to Mixon.
Yeah,
I think they'll use him right.
Yeah, but he's Gio Bernard without the heft, right?
But
Like
you don't have to spend a high pick on him. You're going to get him day 3.
No, I agree. But I don't have him quite as highly as you do because there's the other thing is it's just supply and demand, right? There's a lot of supply of those guys, of guys like McFarland who are exactly as you described, good speed, need space, and if they do get them, they're gone. You're talking about McFarland, Jermichael Hasty, Jason Huntley from New Mexico State, Reggie Corbin from Illinois, Salvin Ahmed from Washington, and J.J. Taylor from Arizona. You can get any of those guys, 5th, 6th, 7th, probably. Late 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, right? Any of those guys are available, and they're all largely the same guy. Give them space, give them a crease, and they are taking it. They are gone.
Thoughts on the Jordan Brooks pick yesterday? Confusion. In a word. Patrick Queen was right there. Like that's the main thing is if so Seattle spent more time in base than any other team. They were in base 67% of the time, which is like absurd. It's unheard of in the modern NFL to spend most of your time in base. And if you're going to be doing that, if you're going to spend that much time in base, you need linebackers that have unbelievable range, athleticism, instincts. Not that I don't think Brooks is a schematic fit. I think he's fine there. I just felt like Queen, if you're going to spend 2/3 of your time in base, I felt Queen athletically and instinctually, I felt that he was a better fit. So I would say it's more confusion because I felt like a better player was on the board, which I know Seattle doesn't care what other people think. They have their own board, but yeah, that was my main take on it.
Field Gulls laughed at you. I got to say that. Like I told him, I was like, so first thing Brett said when we started talking about this pick was John Schneider doesn't give an F. And Brandon Schultz, who's the host of the Field Gulls podcast, who I was talking with about Jordan Brooks, just chuckled, and he's right. You're right.
Care. Yeah,
they don't care. They put the player in the situation. They don't care, but they will always be compared. It's going to be rough for him. He's a good player. Like I like him, but he's a good 4th round player.
Well, Patrick Queen was right there. Logan Wilson even. Like, I would be okay with Logan Wilson.
Well, here's the thing. Patrick Queen is not only a KJ replacement in Seattle, but he's a KJ upgrade.
Which is saying a lot.
It is. No, he's a great player.
KJ's awesome.
Right, but Patrick Queen is a very good player, and athletically, he's better than KJ. Logan Wilson is a Bobby Wagner understudy to take over if Wagner's going to go in a couple of years if they don't want to pay him again. So different players, semi-similar role. They could both play in the alternate role besides Wagner because, look, you're not replacing B-Wags right now. He's a Hall of Fame linebacker on a Hall of Fame track. And if you want to fight me on that, meet you in the parking lot, no problem. Like, B-Wags is the truth, and nobody's displacing him right now. So you're looking at that other role, and it's really to replace KJ because they put him, I think, on a 2-year deal. And, you're going to need somebody for that. So, yeah, I think it's fine, but that's about where I can get with it from a draft. Oh, should we talk about grades?
Grades?
Yeah, draft grades. So I hate draft grades.
Yeah, I was going to say, are we talking about how we don't do them?
Yeah, we don't. But I'm actually going to wander into the grades arena this year, and I started thinking about it. And arbitrary letter grades.
Hold on, we have a pick.
Oh, we got a pick.
T. Higgins, Cincy.
Ooh, well, there's Burrow's happy. He gets to chuck it up.
Yeah, and here's the thing: T. Higgins is a great player. And in most years, he would have been in my top 5 receivers. This is not most years. There were some guys ahead of him that I felt if it was up to me, and this was the theme of yesterday, if it was up to me, I would have gone with Mims. I would have gone with Pittman over T. Higgins. Objectively speaking, though, this is not a reach. He's a really good receiver, and especially with a quarterback like Joe Burrow that's excellent at ball placement outside the numbers, they're going to make a ton of plays together.
Yeah, I don't think any receiver is well. Now let's roll that back. Any receiver in the top 5 or 6 right now is not a reach. It's all about schematic fit and how comfortable the team is with the player. And if they think T. Higgins fits their system and the one they want to run, and they think it's the biggest hole in their stable of receivers, go for it. There's nothing wrong with grabbing a guy like T. Higgins because he's very talented, played at a high level of competition, had a good level of production. There's nothing wrong with grabbing him. If you like him, again, it's not upsetting. It's not whatever. Oh, Pittman goes to the Colts. Yeah, Frank Reich was waiting for that.
Fuck.
That's a great pick for them. Come on. One of your favorite quarterbacks.
That's why I'm upset. It's a great pick.
It's a great pick. Like, come on. One of your favorite quarterbacks in Phillip Rivers gets to throw to Michael Pittman Jr. He probably played with Michael Pittman Sr., come to think about it. I bet they overlapped.
Maybe.
I bet they did. Anyways, Pittman Jr. Yeah, no, Pittman Jr., one of our favorites. He was in our 10 Gems offensive episode. If you haven't heard that podcast, check out the Bootleg Football YouTube channel. It's on there. Pittman was one. We don't talk to each other about which picks we're going to get before the podcast. We just get together and kind of share them on a Google Doc. And he's like, oh, you took Pittman. And then he took CEH just to be mean. Shows you what you get. But no, Pittman Jr., we saw dominate at the Senior Bowl. Both of us came away going, oh, man, what have we underrated here? Like, Pittman Jr., any other year is a bona fide, easy first-round wide receiver.
Yeah. He's just unfortunate that he was in the class he's in. But that's honestly,
I don't think it's that unfortunate. It's a great landing spot.
Yeah. I don't disagree with either of these first two picks. Again, I had Mims graded higher, but they're both really good players. Let's see. Hopefully, all the teams forget about YGM and he falls hard. I think a lot of these teams at the second round. Remember, a lot of these teams play 3 down fronts instead of 4 down fronts, and some teams, because they were not able to work out Gross Matos and run him through drills from a 2-point stance, some of them don't know what he would look like from that. So I think a lot of the 3 down teams might be wanting to err on the side of caution and go after a little bit safer players. That would make sense. If you're a 4 down team, you've seen enough of him with his hand in the dirt, you're going to take him. But a lot of the teams at the top of this round are 3 down teams, which it's a different skill set. It's a little bit different of a skill set. How are you guys hearing this before the NFL Network feed? I'm just getting them from chat because chat gets them before my feed.
Yeah, chat, Twitter, but largely chat. Yeah, it's funny. He's like, oh, Indy was right there. I would have been right there too with Pittman Jr. Like, there's no reason for him to be hanging out when you have a need and he's still on the board. Yeah, if you're that locked in, hit it. Right? Yeah. Just hit it. Why wait? I mean, you're not going to trade the pick. You know you got a guy you liked. Yeah. Lynn Bowden, we talked about him going to the Ravens. Honestly, I like Lynn Bowden in a lot of systems. He is a really good football player. And I say football player because he can play quarterback, he can play running back, he can play wide receiver.
Position doesn't matter.
He can be punt returner, kick returner. That guy is a legitimate threat to score a touchdown in the NFL 5 different ways. Running it, passing it, catching it, kick return, punt return. He could absolutely do it and do it honestly in his first year, and that would be historic. And very few guys.
All the highlights ESPN showing of Pittman right now, it's like DBs are in phase, they're in good position, and he's just like, yoink, I don't care. I'm going to catch the ball anyway. Get toasted. God, he's good.
If they show the Utah game, everybody's just going to throw up or hide the children because his tape against Utah, which was the best defense in the Pac-12, and actually when we were at the Senior Bowl, Jim Nagy said they consider Utah's defense plays like an SEC defense, and if you follow college football, that is a high compliment. So Utah had a very good defense. We're talking about Jalen Johnson. We're talking about both safeties are going to get drafted. You're talking about an edge rusher going to get drafted, a defensive tackle going to get drafted, likely a linebacker going to get drafted all this year from Utah's defense. So a very, very good defense. And Michael Pittman just tore them asunder. He massacred Utah. Yeah, if you want to watch god level tape in college football, watch Pittman versus Utah this last year, 2019.
Are the
Cameron
Lions?
Dantzler to the Bears, don't hate it. That would be totally fine. I wouldn't want them to trade up for him. But I like Cameron Dantzler, and I actually think he would be a very good replacement for Prince Amukamara. He's one of those guys whose numbers are not great. If you're a numbers guy, you're going to look at Cameron Dantzler and be really, really sort of underwhelmed. But if you look at his play, if you look at Cameron Dantzler on the field in the SEC year after year and how he just smothered all those top receivers that we're raving about, Dantzler would be a fine pick.
Man, you're gonna have to deal with a backfield of Kerryon Johnson and DeAndre Swift.
Oh, Swift to the Lions?
Man,
yeah,
that's a good
I have enough problem. I have enough problem just dealing with Kerryon Johnson.
Because Kerryon's really good. It's durability that's the problem with him. But if you're
highly underrated,
if you're splitting carries, if you're giving him 10, 12 carries, you're giving Swift 10, 12 carries, you're still running the ball 25 times a game with those two. Woo! That is rough to deal with.
Yeah. If you're gonna have success against DeAndre Swift, I'm gonna say this: gap integrity is everything. I mean, everything, right? If you do not have gap integrity with DeAndre Swift, he's gone. You're not going to catch him because his patented move, put this in the books, his signature move is fade to the right, not quite a full sweep, not just a little bit off tackle, a little bit wider than that. Wait for the gap, plant his right foot, lose absolutely no speed whatsoever, and go 70 yards. It is the one plant and go. He doesn't lose any speed. He redirects just enough to throw off that first tackler, and he is gone. So if you don't have gap integrity versus DeAndre Swift, you're done.
Good thing you guys have Roquan. You're going to need him. Good Lord.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you've never needed him more than you do right now.
Yeah, no.
Wow.
It's the whole reason they got him. Swift's dad is
still
an absolute unit. Oh, man.
I love the beard, too.
I'm not seeing it. I've got NFL Network, but it's all the wired up guys.
It's a simulcast anyway, so.
No, I've got this.
Holy shit, you guys weren't kidding. Look at those arms. What the hell?
His father is friggin' huge. R.I.P. the Packers. Well, hopefully.
Can we draft him too?
I don't know. Are you? What's your ranking on him above Mekhi Becton's dad?
Dude, he's got James Harrison guns.
Could
pop a watermelon with those things. Swift reminds me of D'Angelo Williams. You know what?
No. I'm not going to go there. I
don't hate it.
Swift's ability to do exactly what I said reminds me of D'Angelo Williams, but I think D'Angelo Williams was actually a better all-around back than Swift is. Swift has really good hands. He's okay in pass protection. He's not a great grinder between the tackles, and I think D'Angelo Williams was a lot better than him there.
What's weird is they're the same height, but D'Angelo just looked squattier.
Oh, D'Angelo's
frame-wise, he was thicker.
Yeah. They're not similar enough that I'm like, oh, that's a lock. Now, their ability to find the gap and go, yeah, very similar. Like
I like it from the sense of like the ability to sort through trash at the line of scrimmage and still pop out of it on the other side.
Yeah.
Bill O'Brien trades Deshaun Watson so he can draft Swift's dad. We laugh because we cry.
Oh, we've got Senior Bowl highlights with Michael Pittman Jr. just wrecking defensive backs.
Yeah.
Those are good days. Those are good days right there.
I will say this, though. A lot of the times we've seen teams that go to the Senior Bowl take players from the Senior Bowl because they got to interact with them. And there was speculation that this year, again, because of limited interaction with prospects, the Lions and Bengals both might lean towards Senior Bowl guys, and so far both of them have not taken a single Senior Bowl player. Even with Pittman on the board, they still took Higgins, which is interesting to me.
Yeah.
Giants got Xavier McKinney. Solid pick.
Oh, SRT Nick says, can you keep the live stream public? I want to watch it later. Yes, the live stream gets updated if we choose to put it on the YouTube page. I saw yesterday's was up there. I believe this one will go up there as well. So, yes, SRT Nick.
If you go to the Bootleg Football YouTube page and then you click on videos, and then it also has like a tab for streams. Click on that. You can see the VOD from yesterday, and then whenever we're done here today, I'll put the VOD from this one up as well.
Yeah. All right. Where are we at? We are. Sorry, I got to update my stream here and get to current pick. Round. Give me round 2. Yeah, dopes. Round 2. There we go. Need to reload this apparently. The NFL site is either wildly behind or just not updating like we thought it might be. There we go. All right. T. Higgins, Michael Pittman, DeAndre Swift. Oh, Giants pick is in, according to NFL.com. Best TE in the draft. Ooh. What do you think of Scotty? What did you think of Scotty Phillips, Ian Barham? Asked you the other day. You said you hadn't quite gotten to him. Yeah, I like Scotty Phillips. I think Scotty Phillips is shoot. I had a comp for him in this very draft, and I thought if you like that guy and you don't like this guy,
Scotty Phillips, he's C.J. Anderson, but maybe not as good.
Yeah, I think he's a lot like...
He's got kind of like a bowling ball build. I think when he gets going is when he has power.
He's like DJ Dallas. He's like a little bit like Xavier Jones. He's a little bit like James Robinson.
There's a lot of day 3 backs I have over him. Give me Eno Benjamin first.
Oh, for sure. But I think
Benjamin
is a day 2 back in my mind. But
give
I
me
think
Josh Kelly first.
Josh Kelly, I have a theory about Josh Kelly. We saw him in Senior Bowl. We liked him. In going back and doing my workup on Josh Kelly, I think Josh Kelly could start at wide receiver in the NFL.
I get it, but at the same time, I don't know if he has the juice. Like, he's quick. Maybe if he dropped weight. I'd want him to drop a little bit of weight.
I think he's Golden Tate, like, light. I don't think he's as good as Golden Tate at wide receiver right now, but I think he could be. His hands and his routes are really good for a running back.
I just don't know if he has the juice. Like I think you leave him at running back so he can get the matchups with linebackers that he can beat. I don't think he's going to beat corners.
Okay.
But as a third down back, all for it. Sign me up.
Yeah.
I think Eno's more explosive though. Like if we're talking about finding a day 3.
No. I would take Eno is actually. I have Eno rated right after Zach Moss. He's running back 7 for me.
Yeah.
So I have Clyde, Jonathan Taylor, Dobbins, Swift, Akers. Then Moss is the beginning of the second tier, and Eno Benjamin is right after him and right above Keyshawn Vaughn, who I also like, but I would take Eno Benjamin first. Like
Eno's like my guy that I know is going on day 3, and yet I just expect him to vastly outperform.
His draft wildly underrated.
Yeah, he's probably my favorite day 3 running back. Assuming he goes day 3.
I honestly think, he'll either go very beginning of day 3. If somebody took him on the end of today, I would not get angry at them at all. He is way better than people think he is. He was my biggest.
Did you see his pass pro down in Mobile? He was so scrappy. All these linebackers that had 10, 15 pounds on him, and he's just digging in, holding on for dear life, and he was good in pass pro.
Yeah, I know. The thing about for those of you that don't know, I do a running back binge-a-thon every year. I do between 22, 25, sometimes up to 28 running backs. I love running back. I go deeper on it than any other position. I save it to the end. It's my candy. It's what gets me through all the tape grind. And Eno Benjamin was far and away this year the guy that I watched and went, holy crap, this guy's a lot better than I thought he was. Like, I thought he was good before. I'd certainly seen the highlights. I'd seen the flash plays. Again, Brett said we saw him in Mobile. I was impressed with all that. I was like, yeah, he's a good running back. Like, but when I put on the tape, I was like, this guy's not a good running back. This guy is a great running back. He is really, really good. I don't think anybody outside of those top 6 who we just named who are really good running backs are better than him in this draft. Nobody.
Yeah.
Like, he is so much better than I thought he was. And it's consistency and impact, right? The amount of impact plays he makes and how often he makes them, staggering. Like, that guy just makes plays all the freaking time.
I'm trying to find, God, where is it? I'll have to find it later. But there was a thread from him that just had a ton of really good clips that just kind of show what he's all about. I got to find it later.
Oh, I can give you my report. It's got timestamps of all the tapes.
Yeah.
So it's all the good ones, and you see all the expletives.
Interesting
Patriots
pick.
Kyle Duggar.
Yeah.
So I said a safety you've never heard of. Now people have heard of Duggar, but that's a very Patriots pick.
But he did go before Chin. He went before
it's
Ashton.
the Patriots.
He went before Delpit.
This is the very same argument we can make about Jordan Brooks and the Seahawks. Patriots don't care.
Yeah.
They don't care. They're just like, nope, that's our next Patrick Chung. Bring him here.
Well, that's the thing is Patrick Chung's getting up there in age, and I think he only has one more year on his deal.
Yeah.
So they're looking at, okay, let's take a guy who just can play that role immediately, and at least as a rookie, he's going to be a special teams demon, both as a returner and as a gunner. He's going to play all 4 core special teams. I think you can play him as a dime linebacker next to Chung.
How much tape did you watch on Duggar?
Of Duggar? Downhill Duggar?
I
think he could play dime linebacker.
I think he could. I wouldn't put him there. And I certainly, if I'm Bill and expect what I expect of my dime linebackers, I would not put him there as a rookie. Like, no. So
I think it could work personally. Because again, you look at the people they have in front of him. It's a bunch of dudes built like a brick shit house. He's not going to be taking on blocks. He's going to be playing outside, most likely in kind of an overhang role. So he's really only reading half. He's not doing like a full triangle read as like a Mike linebacker. So it's basically just follow the direction of the ball, chase, and go make the tackle. I think with his range and his size, I think he can do that role because it's not that complicated.
Talking about mentally heavy, it's not that mentally heavy.
Yeah. Now I'm not saying you put him at Mike. There's a reason why their Mike linebackers in that system are usually really, really instinctive, is because they need to. Just in terms of sorting through the fit, getting in the right spot, setting the table for the Kyle Duggars of the world to come clean it up. Like, really, it's see ball, get ball. So I think he can do it. And also
Gettleman picked McKinney? Did I miss that?
Yeah, solid pick. So he was the first safety that went off.
Well, I mean, the Landon Collins experiment worked for him, and McKinney is, pretty similar. I like Landon Collins better, but McKinney is a good safety, let's be honest.
Oh, my God, the defensive front the Carolina Panthers are building.
Who'd they get?
Gross Matos.
Oh, there you are.
With Derek Brown and Brian Burns?
Yep. That's a lot of juice, man. That is a lot of juice.
Wow.
Brett, get a stiff drink. Houston is next.
Don't tease me. If we take anything other than Denzel Mims.
Hey, Dolphins is up. What? Oh, no. Pick is in for the Dolphins. Who'd they get?
Ashton. It's got to be Ashton, right?
It could be. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised with Winfield. Yeah.
Let me tweet.
I'm still seeing Duggar on all my feeds. Yeah, I don't have anybody identified on NFL.com. Texans pick Rodrigo Blankenship. Oh, Dolphins taking Robert Hunt. Is this true? Robert Hunt, nice. That gives them that makes Tua happy. Like Hunt is a dog. As a Saints fan, I'm terrified. Please not Ashton. No, it's Robert Hunt. Houston selects DeAndre Hopkins. Ha ha. Robert Hunt to Miami. JK to the okay. Robert Hunt looks like that. Thank God we got Ruiz. Yeah, that's true. Finn's pick is in. Hunt to Miami. Well, I like Robert Hunt. He played tackle at Louisiana Lafayette. Certainly probably projects to guard in the pros. Very nasty. Shore up the IOL to save Tua's life. Yeah, hopefully his hip too. Yeah. No, it's not a bad pick. A lot of people had him penciled in going to the Bears. He is a guy who has been on a steady rise, and I can see why when you look. He plays with an edge. He's got great physical gifts. Yeah.
Sorry,
I like Hunt.
I was tweeting out a terrible pun for YGM of
there you
it's
go.
downright gross because I'm a hack at heart.
You
Terrible
are
at my job at heart.
But you are actually better at multitasking and tweeting and live streaming than I am. I realized I didn't tweet hardly anything yesterday, which for me in the draft is highly surprising because usually I've tried to kind of live stream on Twitter, which has not been a live stream. It's just been a ton of tweets.
I find it easier to stream than to just like constantly tweet about every single pick, though. I will say.
Well, I do as well, but I just therefore dropped Twitter and realized yesterday that I put out like 5 tweets, and I was like, oh, if they weren't on the live stream, they got nothing.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to balance that out today. But today is going to be a little bit different because I'm going to be hopping off to do reactions, assuming that the Bears do pick. And also, if the Seahawks pick, I will be probably hopping back on the field goals and talking about their pick as well. So I will be disappearing for brief stints to go do my other things. But no, I had such a gas yesterday. I don't know about you, but well, I know you were tired because you stayed up way, way, way too long trying to get your mock draft out. We talked about that, but man, I was good. I was kind of bouncing around for about 45 minutes after I got done yesterday. And then it was like somebody put a pin to the balloon. It was about 10 o'clock at night,
crashing.
And I was just like, somebody dropped like 5,000 pounds on me. I was ready to pass out. Yeah, it was. And I slept in a little bit this morning, which is really rare for me. I had a ton of fun, but yeah, I was really tired when we got done yesterday. 6.5 was a lot of fun.
See, what's weird is despite how little sleep I had, I was wired after the stream yesterday. I didn't go to bed till like almost 1.
I didn't go to bed. I went to bed about 12:30. I'm with you because I was great for about 45 minutes. Then, like I said, all the air came out of the balloon, and it took me probably another 45 minutes, an hour to like stand back up again. And once I did, I was kind of like, yeah, okay, yeah. And then that lasted until midnight or so, and then I had to do all the stuff around the house. I went to bed about 12:30. I think I actually sent a DM to Craig, our guest today, at about 12:45. I was like, "You guys are so lucky with VH, blah blah blah. Do you want to come on tomorrow?" So that was fun. But anybody that's in the draft community knows that this is, make hay while the sun shines. This is when the eyeballs are on it, and it's a ton of fun to have everybody checking it out. We are. As far as I know, we are well over our peak from yesterday. I think our peak yesterday was about 760, you said. Right now we're at 791. So
I want to break in real quick. I said that Denzel Mims was the only option, but if we passed on him, Ross Blacklock is a pretty damn good consolation prize. He is fucking good.
He is a great player. You should be.
Yes.
It's the first thing that Houston's done
in
probably 3 weeks that you can be psyched about. Like Ross Blacklock is really, really good.
Yes.
Congratulations.
I love Blacklock.
He is a great player. You can feel good about that pick.
It's not Denzel Mims, and my first priority is always making Deshaun Watson happy, but Ross Blacklock
Deshaun Watson can be really happy when he doesn't have to put up 35 every week because Blacklock's there.
He's a phenomenal player. We just lost Reader. Honestly, the interior of our defensive line has been gutted over the last 2 years. And getting somebody who can both stop the run, and he's only 290, but his anchor, he's way stronger than you would think somebody who's 290
He is one of the best players in this class against double teams, bar none. Like, there are very few guys and a lot of guys that are quite a bit heavier than him that do not handle the double team as well as he does.
Yes. He is phenomenal. Like, I'm trying to how do I say this? I'm really excited, so it's hard to say. He's built a lot he's built like Eddie Goldman, but he's stronger, he's quicker.
Faster for sure.
He is really good on stunts because, I mean, he just hits it. He hits it. And you watch him against the Texas game, they had no answer for him.
Film on him is SMU.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that was assault with a deadly weapon.
Blacklock bludgeoning SMU is damn near God level film. I mean, he talk about having no answer. He just single-handedly massacres them. What do you think about Jordan Elliott from Mizzou? I'm going to let you go first.
I wanted to like him as much as Blacklock. I wanted to like him as much as Gallimore.
There are so many people that are so high on Jordan Elliott, and we actually watched him for the first time together when I went down to Brett's house, and we put him on, and we were excited. We were like, "Oh, Jordan Elliott, this guy, we've heard he's got a lot of gas."
We heard first round talk about him before we watched him.
All these people, right? Yeah, all these people love Jordan Elliott, and we're looking at the tape, and we're like, is this exciting to you? Do you see anything here that makes you like think that, okay, it must be a different tape. Let's watch a different tape, right?
Yeah.
We watched 2 or 3 tapes and we were like, I don't see it, right? And I still don't see it. I've had people tell me what his best games are. I certainly see the occasional flash play, but the thing about watching tape versus highlights is you see how often those flash plays happen. And for me, with Elliott, against quality competition, now, cupcakes aside, they don't happen often enough to be in the conversation. Yeah, it doesn't happen often enough to be in the conversation with guys like Ross Blacklock and Neville Gallimore, and where you're watching their tape for a minute and a half, and you're like, ooh, whoa, did you see that? Ooh, whoa, did you see that? And you end up saying that 4 or 5, 6 times. Jordan Elliott, you can watch a whole tape, 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes, and you maybe get 1 or 2 of those, and they're hot, but there's just not enough of them.
Who did Miami take?
Robert Hunt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we were talking about that. You must have missed that when you were tweeting. Mims gets to Chicago. Mims could get to Chicago. We're right there. But Robert Hunt is going to save Tua's life.
He's an ass kicker, man.
Yeah, he plays with an edge, and rightfully so. Between him and Stanberg, those are the attitude guys in this draft on the interior offensive line.
You think he's going to be a guard, right?
I think they're going to start him as guard. I absolutely think he has a potential to play right tackle if they need to slide him out there. And if they want to try him there and just keep him there, I think he could do it. I think he probably starts as a guard and he kicks ass there too. So why hasn't Christian Fulton been taken yet? Christian Fulton's a really good corner, but I'm of the opinion that I was a lot lower on Christian Fulton than almost everybody, and everybody told me I was nuts. Everybody said, no, you're wrong on Fulton. He is one of the top 3 corners in this draft. He's one of the top 4 corners in this draft. Well, like, I didn't get that vibe from him. He's a solid corner, but he is not the end-all be-all. Winfield or Mims. Oh, I don't want to have to make that choice. I would say Winfield because the drop-off after Winfield in safety is more so than the drop-off after Mims and wide receiver.
Well, Ashton's still there. I wouldn't consider it that
much. I would take Winfield. Are you
seeing this Ross Blacklock's father playing for the Globetrotters? I did not know that.
I did not know
Jimmy
that.
Blacklock, point guard for the Globetrotters, and so they're showing some footage of his dad. No wonder he's so springy. I mean, his dad could jump like a...
No, Blacklock is... We should talk about Blacklock. Like, Blacklock is one of the best two-way defensive line defenders in this draft, bar none. I would say second or third.
They're showing his highlights, and he's just kicking ass and taking names. Fuck, look at him power through the double.
No, he handles the double better than almost anybody in this draft.
The Baylor play that you remember. You sent me that one, actually.
I did. I sent you quite a few Blacklock plays because we watched Blacklock right in that group with Gallimore and Raekwon Davis, and we watched Ross Blacklock. We watched Jordan Elliott, Missouri. We watched a whole bunch of defensive tackles because neither one of us had done a bunch on defensive tackles. We just kind of binged on defensive tackle film one night. We stayed up real late. We started at about 7. We stayed up till about midnight. We watched, 7, 8 guys, multiple tapes. And, when we watched Ross Blacklock the first time, I actually thought him and Justin Madubuike from Texas A&M were kind of the same player. Like, I thought, I'm going to have to go back and watch both of them to see which one is better, but I really thought of them as equal. And when I went back and did my dedicated viewing on Blacklock and Madubuike, I came away, that's the time you're talking about when I sent you all the Blacklock highlights, and I was like, I was wrong about Blacklock. He is like the number 2 defensive line number 3 defensive line player in this draft, really. Kinlaw goes above him just on athletic potential. But it's Brown, Kinlaw, and then really for me, it's Robert Blacklock. So I've got him 3rd, Gallimore 4th, Devon Hamilton 5th, then Raekwon Davis 5th.
I'm back to being sad.
Why are you back to being sad? Who'd they take? Who took what?
Colts took John Taylor.
Ooh!
Yep.
You're going to have to chase that son of a gun.
Pittman and Taylor, back to back.
Dude, Pittman, Taylor, and Marlon Mack, wee!
I'm not allowed to be happy. That's like the number 1 rule of being a Texans fan. Misery is our default state.
You can nice things. This is why you have alcohol, Brett.
Can the Colts just suck for once? Is that so much? Is that too hard for them to do? Just be bad for a solid 3-year period. That's all I want.
They were pretty bad for a while, you got to be honest. In the Grigson years, they were pretty bad. They could win on any Sunday, but they were not great.
It's not Clyde. That's worst case scenario for me, but it's pretty damn close.
Again, you better have your gaps really solid.
Well, we were just talking about taking Ross Blacklock, and I'm like, ooh, man, just think of the run stunts we can do with Omenahu and Blacklock and McKinney shooting the gap. None of that matters if you're running crack toss to Taylor.
Yeah, I'm watching Ross Blacklock devour Kansas State, and I'm like, oh, yeah. Oh, God, yeah. That's the Super Bowl.
Did the Jaguars just take Chenault?
I don't know.
Is that a real thing?
Back to it. Draft tracker picks. Jaguars pick is in. Bears are on the clock. Oh, what is this?
Wait, is Mims on the board for Chicago?
Yeah, he is. Absolutely.
A scenario that we never envisioned?
No, Mims and Winfield. We said no to both. We said they'd both be gone. So if you'd asked me Mims or Winfield to the Bears a month ago, I would have gone neither. Right?
Dude.
Neither one is going to be there.
So the Jags...
And Jalen Johnson is there?
Johnson, I think, can get at 57.
Maybe.
You're not going to get Winfield at 57.
No, I would say Winfield goes first in terms of not positional value, but just, God damn, he's a great player. Antoine Winfield Jr. is a really, really good football player. He's a great safety, but he's a really good football player. Mims to the Bears. We'll see. Let's see what happens.
What's Jacksonville's plan here?
I don't think
CJ Henderson.
I don't think Jacksonville has a plan, right?
So you're taking CJ Henderson and Caleb on Chase on, which I will say I love Caleb on Chase on as a player. I had a very high grade on Chase on, but he's got to be used the right way. You use him like Kyle Van Noy. Please don't use him not Von Miller. Use him like Kyle Van Noy. Don't use him like Yannick. Yannick is the exception to the rule in terms of size at defensive end. That's not normal to have a defensive end built like Yannick be successful both as a run defender and as a pass rusher.
Jags writers confirming Chenault. Interesting. Who the Bears picking? Well, I would say it's either Denzel Mims or Antoine Winfield or one of the corners. I would say Jalen Johnson, but I would probably go, if you press me, that's really tough. They're both really good. I would say Mims or Winfield would be my choice here.
I'd go Winfield just because I know for a fact he's not going to be there at 57.
Okay, Jonathan, this is just to make you sad, not because I hate you. I actually love you very much, but Jonathan Taylor ran for 1,977 yards as a freshman, and that ended up being his lowest number.
Existence is pain.
Dude, 2,000 yards pretty much.
Back to
Cup
back.
of coffee. Cup of coffee is
back.
2,000 yards, and that was his lowest number. Chicago gets Fulton. Let's see. You know, I wouldn't be super sad with Fulton. Like, it's not going to make me angry. He's a good player. He's not my favorite, and I think there's better values.
I would love Fulton. I would love Fulton in Chicago. I think.
Yeah, I'm not going to get upset with Fulton. That's not pencil throwing material.
Pencil throwing material is taking C.J. Henderson, Kayla Chase on, and Laviska Shenault back to back in the first 2 rounds. That to me is pencil throwing material.
Now, if I'm the Bears, what I'm doing right here is trading back. I have a bunch of guys on the board.
Yeah.
I have 5, 6, 7 guys on the board I'm totally happy with at 50. That's enough to get me to 50. Like, drop me back, get me a 3rd round pick, get me a later 2nd round pick and a 3rd round pick. That's the value. You know, do it. Like, why not? The board could not have fallen better for you as a Chicago Bear. Like, there's so many people that you could take. Zach Bond's still on the board. Am I wrong?
And Uche.
Yeah, Uche. Like,
and Logan
just
Wilson.
Go back, right? Yeah. Cole Kmet, Bears. No, it ain't happening. Did DJ he do it?
Lose his shit if they go Cole Kmet.
I would.
Especially Winfield's on the board. He would just end the stream.
Super bad. I can't end the stream. I actually have to go do podcasts after this. So, yes, Chicago should trade back. But the bottom line is there's so many teams going, I can get whoever I want sitting where I'm at. Why do I have to trade up? So right now the Bears have a really thin hand to be able to trade back. They took Kmet. Did they really? Jesus, they did it.
Wait, that's a real thing? They weren't just fucking
everybody. Look at the stream. Look at the stream.
Oh my god. Ryan.
He's done.
What are you doing?
He's done. No, he's done. That's a terrible pick. That's horrendous.
Oh man. I thought they were just memeing. I didn't think that was a real thing.
Everybody said this was going to happen, and I was like, he's not that stupid. And they did it. And that's horrible.
Yikes. Fucking yikes.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. I like Kmet as a player.
No, I'm saying I'm sure Cole Kmet is a fine player and a person.
I'm just talking about value. Like, good player, wrong spot.
You don't need to. You didn't need to. Nobody else wanted him. Oh, protect pace at all costs. Angry Sandwich is throwing the cheese up, and you should.
Oh man. And here's the thing: he's overreacting because he fucked up the Shaheen pick. That's the thing.
I don't care. It's just bad. Like, I'm largely. We can talk about this, but I've got to hop out and go do a podcast about this. Not to be an idiot about it.
I'm gonna process this and solve.
This is not good with that board. That's ridiculous.
Mims, Winfield, Wilson, Bond, Uche, Gallimore.
This is what we're doing right now. This is what we're gonna do.
Damn it, Ryan Pace! Why are you the way that you are?
Because he wants to get fired. He wants to get fired. So. For those of you sitting at home, my wife, who destroyed the stream yesterday, she was just the best, just brought me my favorite shot glass, which is 0 ounces for rabbits, 1 ounce for ladies. This is a very old shot glass. It's from the 40s. 2 ounces for gentlemen, 3 ounces for pigs, and 4 ounces for jackasses. We'll probably be going with the 2 ounce variant before I go do the podcast, but she was good enough to catch that. Whiskey time. Yes, indeed, Sam. It is whiskey time. Look, Cole Kmet is a good tight end. I'm not going to let this particularly cloud that, but literally the Bears have 10 tight ends under contract. They pick Cole Kmet. He's a value in the third, I think, not in the second. There were so many other good players on the board. The worst possible pick here. I can't disagree with you.
Chenault would have been the worst possible pick, but the Jags
20 ounces for Ryan Pace. Yes, wow. Yeah, this is going to be difficult to deal with. So I've got to go hop on with Robert, do podcast about it.
You do you.
I hope he succeeds because we talked about that yesterday. That is also a thing. Again, this is nothing against Cole Kmet as a person or a player. Cole Kmet is, I'm sure, a fine dude. This is atrocious from a draft value standpoint. So, anyways, I'll be back in a bit. Brett will keep you going until then. I'll try not to say anything that I regret forever. In case,
people will grab receipts. Don't worry.
Oh, no, I'm sure.
Let it fly.
No, it's there. But, wow. Yeah.
Packers fed a chat. Jimmy Graham and Kmet, though.
Oh, wow. Yeah, okay. Before things get terrible.
Packers fans are throwing shade because they took Jordan Love, and they're trying to make themselves feel better.
This is all the way it goes. Anyways, I'll see you guys in a little bit. Yeah. I'll be back. Hang tight till then, and we'll go on. So,
good Lord. Mims drops to the Jets. They would be so lucky. They would be so lucky if the Jets start out with Mekhi Becton and Denzel Mims. That would be phenomenal. Truly phenomenal. I can't think of a better start for them. I never would have imagined that. Oh my God. Could this be an early night for our hosts? Oh no, the hate will sustain us. We will be fueled by just sheer spite for the next 4 or 5 hours. Guarantee you that. Is Kmet from Chicago, Elliot? Is he a local kid? He must be. Thoughts on Terrell being called inconsistent and grabby by Mel? Mel says grabby. I say physical and not willing to back down in the face of a physical receiver. He gives what he gets. Like, if you dish it out to him, he's going to dish it right back. He's ultra competitive. Do I think he needs to learn when to release the jersey a little bit better, especially on in-breaking routes so that he doesn't get called? Yeah, but I love the physical mindset. I love Terrell as a player. He was my CB2 in this class. Fulton was CB3 for what it's worth. I missed it. How y'all like the Panthers pick? Yetur Gross-Matos paired with Derek Brown and Brian Burns is disgusting. Like, on third down, you're getting those three on the defensive line. Brown crushing the pocket. Yetur coming off the edge. Burns coming off the edge. That is a phenomenal defensive line. Young defensive line they're building in Carolina. I mean, we know Matt Rule. He loves to build from the ball out. He's going to start in the trenches. And I think if you're in a division with the Saints and the Falcons and the Bucks, all three of them have really good offenses. You have to have a defensive line that can control the line of scrimmage. You have to. It is non-negotiable. Oh, I didn't realize that Kmet had NFL bloodlines. That's interesting. Frank Kmet, Purdue defensive end. Okay. Yeah, whatever. I mean, no disrespect to Kmet. I think he's fine. It's just there's so many other players that are on the board that are better value. I don't understand it. Whatever. Life is pain. You all know that. But yeah, I love the Panthers defensive front. building from the trenches and dominating the line of scrimmage. It's the only way you're going to beat Tom Brady. It's the only way you're going to beat Matt Ryan and all of his weapons. And keep in mind, like, the Falcons have invested a lot of first-round picks in the offensive line. They have 5 first-round picks in the offensive line. The Saints have also 5 or 6 first-round picks on the offensive line because Warford's a first-rounder, Pete's a first-rounder, Ruiz is a first-rounder. Actually, the only non-first-rounder they have is Eric McCoy, who I think they took still with a top 50 pick. So you have to build a defensive line that can compete with those offensive lines, or you're just not going to win. You're absolutely not. So, did the Browns take Delpit? Is that a thing? Is that real? Grant Delpit to Cleveland. Good pick. Great pick. Really, really good pick. Because they picked, did they pick, I didn't miss anything in between. Hold on, I gotta get the draft tracker up. Make sure I didn't miss anything else. Sorry for the delay, gents. Okay, yeah, it was Cole Kmet, and then it was Delpit. Sweet, so I didn't miss anything. The thing with Delpit, true free safety, unbelievable range, legit low 4.4 speed, really fluid hips. He can play in the slot, in man coverage. He can play off. He can play bump and run. He's really comfortable as a center fielder. He's got the range to get numbers to numbers, not just hash to hash, but numbers to numbers, which means your corners, like Greedy, can overplay on the boundary and take a little bit more risk because they know they have a free safety that can lock down everything in between the numbers. Really, really great value. Starting off with Wills and Delpit is a hell of a way to go. Andrew Barry's having a great draft. Big ups to him. I got to text my buddies over in that front office and let them know because that's a really good start. And they lost Demarius Randall, but Delpit's a better player than Demarius Randall in basically every single way. I know a lot of people have concerns about Delpit as a tackler. I do not. He plays with a physical mentality. I think most of his problem was angles and not wrapping up, which can partially be, I don't want to say explained away, but I mean, he was playing hurt last year, really bad ankle injury that never really healed. He had playing through a shoulder injury. So, again, it's not a willingness issue. We're not talking about C.J. Henderson here where you question if he's willing to tackle. Grant Delpit will smack the shit out of you. There's no problem in terms of his willingness to hit. It's just taking the right angle and wrapping up. So when you take his range into account, his ball skills, his man coverage ability, his aggressiveness, man, hell of a pick. Hell of a pick. Let me tweet this out. Good shit, Cleveland. God, I feel like the adults are finally in charge over there with Stefanski and with Barry. I love what they're doing. Did Tampa, is their pick in yet? Chat, you can let me know. Bucks took Winfield? Ooh, EJ's going to be so pissed. Oh, EJ's going to be so mad. Fuck. Let's go, Tampa. Winfield's a beast. We've been talking about him this whole stream today. He's a monster. You can play him anywhere. He'll play deep. He'll play in the slot. He'll play in the box. Tougher than a $2 steak. He tackles just like his dad. He's got ball skills. Extremely intelligent. Leader in the locker room. I don't know anybody I literally do not know a single person that doesn't love Antoine Winfield. I mean, oh man. Cleveland and Tampa capitalizing on value that the Bears just handed to them on a silver platter. Wow. Wow. What the hell is happening to Mims? I don't know. I legitimately don't know. I mean, the thing is, this is a very deep class. There's a lot of great players, so the board's going to look different for every single team. I thought Mims was a top 32 talent. But again, because of all the great players, especially in day 2, I mean, we're talking there's 20 guys deep that you can legitimately see as first-round picks that were left over in round 2. And everybody's going to have different needs, different schematic fits. So is it shocking to me that Mims is slipping a little bit? I would say it's shocking that Chenault went ahead of him. But is it shocking to me that he's slipping? Not necessarily. Let's see. I'm trying to think what's the next place that he might go? Tampa already took Winfield. Denver took Judy, so they're not going to take Mims. Atlanta's already loaded at receiver. They don't need him. The Jets, man, as long as nobody trades ahead of the Jets, he's right there. He is right there. Or did Denver take Hamler? Are they doubling up at receiver? Holy shit. Wow. Really? Hold on. Can you guys confirm that? Hamler to Denver. Wow. Man, they are really, really tired of losing track meets to Kansas City. So they're receiving Cortland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy, and KJ Hamler. Wow. That is juice. Drew Lock doesn't have any excuses. I mean, I actually like Lock. I don't really think he needed an excuse, but that's the firepower you need to take on Kansas City. Wow. RIP to Bears fans, though, watching all these good players go off the board right after Cole Kmet. Man, we have to get Denver versus KC on Sunday Night Football. We have to. It's going to be like an 80-point over-under. Good God. Cortland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy, KJ Hamler. To go with Noah Fant. To go with Phillip Lindsay. Wow. That's one of the most impressive collections of weapons in the entire league. That's up there with anybody. Wow. Okay. I gotta tweet this out. Sorry, boys. I know, doing 2 jobs at once. Normally rely on EJ to fill the void, but he's busy being a sad Bears fan at the moment. Sorry, boys. I know. Riveting stream material right now. Travis Kelce. Sorry. Sammy Watkins. I forgot they re-signed him. So the tweet I just sent out, it was listing out the insane amount of skill position talent that if we get Denver versus KC in primetime, which I think we should, I mean, we're talking about Cortland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy, KJ Hamler, Noah Fant, Phillip Lindsay versus Tyreek Hill, Mecole Hardman, Sammy Watkins, Travis Kelce, Clyde Edwards-Helaire. If we do not get that matchup in primetime, I will be depressed because those kind of fireworks deserve to be in primetime. Good God. it's going to be like KC versus the Rams a couple years back, where just every 60 seconds we see a touchdown. So much speed. Neither defense has a shot in that one, to be honest. Neither defense has a shot. You just sit back and let it happen. Wow. Great pick. Not like the biggest need to fill, but just in terms of like a big middle finger to Kansas City. Like, oh, you can score in a minute? Guess what? We can too. We have a whole lot of guys that run 4-4 and 4-3, just like you. Come at me, bro. You know, if Pat Mahomes is going to put up 45 anyway, you might as well try to match it with Drew Lock. Woo! And Melvin Gordon. You're right. And Melvin Gordon. Wow. Wow. That's going to be an absurd game. Absolutely absurd. Hopefully Locke develops right. Yeah, I agree. Hopefully Locke does develop right. But he's got so many weapons, it's going to be hard for him to not develop right. And he looked pretty good last year as a rookie, all things considered. And he got better in every single game he played in, too. Like, I watched him take apart Houston up close and personal. Like, he's got a lot of talent. And he's further along than I thought he would be that young, too. I didn't think he was going to be ready to start as a rookie. But he got in there, and like, if you gave me a choice between Daniel Jones and Drew Lock right now, I'd probably take Drew Lock. And that's, like, no shade on Daniel Jones. I just was more impressed by Drew Lock, to be honest. And that was only with Cortland Sutton at receiver. Yeah, you see the KJ Hamler highlights right now. I mean, he eats cushion. It's him and Ruggs are the two guys that just take the top off like nobody else. Blinding speed. Marlon Davidson to who? Atlanta? Is that what they did? Marlon Davidson to Atlanta. Yeah. Really versatile. I'm curious how they're going to be using him, because he's not quite a defensive end. He's not quite a defensive tackle. He's not quite a linebacker. He's like the ultimate tweener. Very similar to like a Trey Flowers, where you're gonna move him all over the place. He's gonna rush outside. He's gonna rush inside. You can use him almost kind of like a Jadeveon Clowney, where you line him up at Mike sometimes and attack the center. Really, really solid player. That's a double in the gap right there. I think in the absence of Yetur Gross-Matos not being there, Marlon Davidson was one of the best defensive linemen they could have taken. He plays with high energy. He's got counter moves on counter moves on counter moves. Really, really solid player. Will he ever be Batman? Probably not, but he's going to be a hell of a Robin. I think he's a really, really solid player. I think you can look at him like in the mold of like a Trey Flowers, where is he the best defensive lineman in the league? No, but he's going to play for 10 to 12 years and be a quality player for that whole time. Very, very solid player, very versatile. I think he's versatile in the sense of scheme. Like, he's not, like, let's just say there's a shakeup in a few years, different coaches come in with different systems. Like, Davidson's a guy, he fits everything. It doesn't matter who the coach is. It doesn't matter what system they run. He's got a use. So that's something I like about him as well. I think as it relates to the system they do run, they'll probably start him at base end and then kick him inside to rush, in similar like Michael Bennett is probably how they're going to use him. I could see that. And I think he'll be pretty effective in that role. So he's Adrian Claiborne, but better. He's twitchier than Claiborne. I think he's a better player than Claiborne. But similar kind of build, similar kind of role. He's just better at it. So that's an upgrade to me. So the Jets are on the clock, right? Seahawks traded up with the Jets? Who are they going after? Epinesa, maybe? I mean, he fits Seattle. He's a perfect fit for Seattle. But then again, it's Seattle, so who knows? Who knows what they're going after? I'm surprised that the Jets didn't take the opportunity to take Mims. He's going way low. I mean, it's similar to DK last year. He's going way lower than he should. I don't know where this slide is coming from, but it reminds me a lot of Metcalf last year, where he slid for no freaking reason. And I don't get it. I don't see any compensation. Let's see what their compensation is. Ba, ba, ba. So pick number 48 and 59. Or sorry, pick 48 for number 59 and 101. So that's a late third. Is that a compensatory? I think it's a third round compensatory pick to move up 11 spots. So that's a good pickup, I guess, value-wise for the Jets. I can't remember how many mid-round picks the Jets have, like if they really needed the depth. But is Mims going to last another 11 spots? Let's see, who's Steelers? I think Steelers could take him. Chicago could take him. The Rams could take him. Eagles could definitely take him. Oh, man, can you imagine if Mims slid to the Eagles? And they got Rager and Mims back-to-back. Oh. Bills at 54. That's a dream scenario for them. Ravens at 55. Yeah, he's not going to make it. He's not going to make it to 59. There's no way. There's so many teams that could use Denzel Mims. There's no way he makes it to 59. Honestly, he shouldn't have made it this far to begin with. Do we have a pick yet for Seattle? Let me look here. Chat, if you have a pick yet for Seattle, let me know. I'm kind of relying on you guys to get this to me a little bit earlier than the broadcast does, because the broadcast is way behind. Let's see here. How many times is Goodell going to thank COVID first responders before the pick? Not enough. That's the answer. Not enough. Because they're not paid enough. They're not getting to sleep enough. I mean, shit, even grocery store workers, they're not getting thanked enough. Because they're the ones getting sick for pennies on the dollar. So the answer is always going to be not enough. Of course they took Darrell Taylor. Jesus Christ, Seahawks. Should have seen this coming. Should have seen this coming. Oh, my God. Is there a franchise that has been living off of one good draft for longer than the Seahawks? Can you imagine if they didn't take Russell Wilson in 2012 and Bobby Wagner and then Sherman the year before that? Can you imagine how fucked they would be? Because they keep pulling this shit. LJ Collier, Brooks, Darrell Taylor. So you guys are saying who for Darrell Taylor? I studied Darrell Taylor a lot. Charlie Warner, the tight end from Georgia, kicked his ass. Jedrick Wills kicked his ass. You're taking him to be, at this high of a pick, if you're taking an edge rusher, you're expecting him to be a contributor early and often. Whenever he went up against an NFL quality tackle, he got completely annihilated. I get it. The traits are there. He's got some length. He's got get off. The subtleties of rushing the passer, he does not have that yet. He is a developmental, hope he can get there kind of pick. All traits. All traits right now. And you're trading up. Come on, Seahawks. Come on. Fetty, Carpenter, Penny. Well, when you put it that way, Fetty, Carpenter, Penny, Collier, Brooks. Yikes. Yikes. Early round Seahawks picks. Not working out. Not working out at all. They hit on a few classes almost a decade ago. Literally almost a decade ago, because it started with taking Earl in 2010. So I guess that would be a decade ago. Next year, they found Sherman in round 5. And then, let's see, so 2012, 13, 14, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 9 years ago. 9 years ago, they hit on that draft. And it's been carrying them ever since. They got Russell. They got Bobby. They got KJ. 9 years. And the only thing holding that franchise together is success at late round picks since then. But they have not built depth with early round picks. They have not found stars with early round picks. You know, they've been living off of getting lucky that DK Metcalf falls to 64. Having a Doug Baldwin there. You know, having a Luke Wilson there who they hit on late. Unger, I think, what year did they get Unger? Was that 2009? Like, they're not... How are they so successful? The answer is Russell Wilson. That's how. Because they're not hitting on early round picks. Ever. It's remarkable to me that they're as successful as they are. And that's a testament to how good Russell Wilson is. Because a team that drafts this unsuccessfully overall should not be perennial playoff and Super Bowl contenders, and they are. Because of how good their quarterback is. It's unbelievable that they still get away with this. Claypool to the Steelers. I would have taken Mims first, but I get it. I think he'll probably play outside for them because I think they're going to want to move Juju into the slot again, how he was a couple years ago. He was more successful in the slot. And I think Claypool can play outside. He's super physical. He's got speed. I think he's a really underrated route runner. So I think he'll probably be a true X for them. Have Juju inside. Have Deontay Thompson as your deep threat, your gadget threat. Again, I would have taken Mims before him to play that role. But Claypool's a really good player. I mean, I saw him down at the Senior Bowl. He was kicking ass, taking names, just throwing DBs all over the yard. So I don't hate the pick. I think it's a good value overall. I would have preferred Mims. How do you take Darrell Taylor after trading up? Let me go through this here real quick here because I want to pull up his game logs. So let's see. He had 8.5 sacks last year, and he got them against Indiana, Kentucky, UAB, South Carolina, Mississippi State. Not a single NFL tackle in that list. He got a nothing burger against Georgia, nothing burger against Alabama, nothing burger against Florida. When he's going up against tackles that are as talented as him, he disappears because he doesn't have the technique. You are gambling 100% on traits with him, which is fine if you were a franchise that I trusted to get the most out of him, but I don't know. Seahawks going to Seahawk. You know, when I did that Jedrick Wills breakdown, and I was showing how Jedrick was reading stance and alignment and just beating the crap out of their edge rushers because he saw everything they were going to do, that was against Darrell Taylor. He was eating him for breakfast. I actually DM'd Jedrick when I was talking with him about it. He read him like a book. Everything that he was going to do, he saw it on tape. Everything. He knew exactly what he was going to do on every play. No subtlety to his game at all. Oy. But, oh well. EJ's going to hate that one too because he doesn't like Taylor either. I mean, if you're getting beat by Charlie Werner one-on-one in pass pro, which maybe not fair because Werner's a really good blocking tight end, but still, if you're getting beat by a tight end, come on. Troutman to Chicago. You dick. You just want to see EJ go over the edge, don't you? Jalen Johnson to Bears. Okay, EJ's going to love that one. That's a great pick. That's a great pick. Finally, Ryan. Finally, Ryan Pace does something right. Great pick. Christian Fulton's still a higher graded corner for me, but Jalen Johnson's a perfect fit. Perfect fit for that system. I think he's going to be a really good pro for them. Very underrated corner. Again, would have preferred Fulton, but it's a taste, or not a taste thing. It's a preference thing. I don't think Jalen Johnson is not worth the 50th overall pick. He's worth higher than the 50th overall pick, so they're still getting value on him. So overall, I'm definitely okay with that. Honestly, I would have taken him at their first pick over Kmet. Massimo, just so you know, the stream is way behind. So I think you're spamming because I'm not talking about it when you're talking about it. I'm like 2 minutes behind you guys. So I'm seeing chat, but you're not going to see my response to chat for a couple minutes. So you don't need to spam. It's all right. I see what you're saying. Thoughts on Fulton falling? I'm not sure why he is. Just like Mims, I'm not sure why he's falling. I thought he would have gone ahead of Jalen Johnson, but Johnson's excellent. He's got great zone awareness, really good ball skills. He's tough and competitive in press. I think Fulton's a little bit more physical, but I think Johnson is a little bit more scheme diverse. I think you can play him off, and I don't think you have to leave him down low like you do with Fulton. I don't think you're ever going to put Fulton, in like a 7-by-1 alignment. I think he's really going to be press or press bail, whereas Johnson, I think, can do a little bit of everything. So maybe they were going maybe a little bit more for versatility, but I think he's a good corner. Bears could have had Winfield and Mims. Yeah, don't tell EJ that. He's going to have a fucking aneurysm. Bad interviewing for Mims? I don't think so. I didn't hear anything about him having bad interviews. So I legitimately don't know why he's falling. Legitimately do not know. I do not have the slightest clue. But he's going to be a really good value. Really good value. The Rams are sitting right there. If they're smart, they'll take him. You have Mims, you have Woods. You have, God, I'm blanking on who's their slot. The Wazoo kid they just took like 4 years back, and he catches everything for them. Oh, shit, this is going to bother me. I got to look it up. Who's their slot? Cooper Kupp. That's who I was thinking of. Oh, right. They have Josh Reynolds, too. Okay, maybe they wouldn't take Mims. But right after LA is hold on, stand by. The Eagles, who very well could take Mims and come out of this with both Rager and Mims. Hell of a 1-2 punch for them if they make this happen. Dallas is taking Trayvon Diggs. So Fulton's still falling? Really? They taking Diggs over Fulton? That one you're going to have to explain to me. That one I don't see at all. Like Jalen Johnson, there's an argument. It's not a great argument in my opinion, but there's an argument. No argument for Diggs over Fulton to me. Like, I would take Fulton 10 out of 10 times. That one I legitimately don't understand. Like, I guess he has athletic upside, but Fulton's a really good athlete too. Like, I think in terms of physical skill set, I don't really think there's a difference. I just think Fulton's a better player. I think he's more technically developed. I guess Diggs has better ball skills, but I think Fulton actually has better eye discipline in terms of looking for the ball. Maybe he doesn't adjust as well as Diggs when he actually sees it, but at least he looks. I feel like Diggs can get caught being a little bit panicky sometimes and not looking for the ball when he has an opportunity to make a play on it. Again, the panickiness is what gets me. Betts is going to explode. Yes, you're right, because Betts. So if you guys don't know, there's a Twitter account at all22. The dude studies Saban defenses more than anybody else, and he knows that system backwards and forwards. He hates Diggs. He hates him. Well, not hates him. He doesn't think he's a top 2 round pick at all. And the note that I thought was interesting from him is you can tell how much Bama trusts their corners by how they use their safeties. If they play a lot of 2 high coverages, that means they do not trust their corners. If they play a lot of 1 high coverages, that means they do trust their corners. So if you got Marlon Humphrey there and they're playing 1 high all game because they trust Marlon to lock it down no matter what, you're not going to give him help. That shows they trust him. Bama played a lot of 2 high with Diggs. A lot of 2 high. They didn't quite trust him. He made a lot of plays, but they always made sure to have a safety over the top of him in case he got beat. Cam Akers to Rams. Okay. That's interesting because I look at the running back depth chart. They just took Darrell Henderson. So I'm curious what their split's going to be for carries wise. Because I actually really like Darrell Henderson a lot coming out. That's okay. Talent-wise, he fits. He's worth the pick. I'm just curious in terms of need. Like, if there's something about Henderson, maybe I don't know. Because I thought Henderson was going to step in and take over and be a 15 to 20 touch a game kind of guy for them. Maybe they want to limit the load a little bit more because of how the Todd Gurley experiment kind of turned out. I want to say experiment. But maybe they really want to limit their guys to 15 touches max and split it. Like if you're doing 30 a piece or 30 a game to running backs total, maybe you really want to split it and go full committee just to make sure these guys last as long as you can instead of running them into the ground like they did with Gurley. Maybe that's the thinking behind it. I mean, Akers is a phenomenal running back. I love him. He was RB4 for me. So in terms of talent value at the pick, I guess. I felt like there were maybe bigger holes on the roster, but I think philosophically, I think they're just trying to limit wear and tear on their backfield any way they can. So I guess I get it from that standpoint. Not something I would have done, but I get it. Texans could have got Mims instead of trading for Cooks at that pick. Don't remind me. Don't remind me. Oh, Bill O'Brien. I'm going to tweet that out. I'm going to steal that and tweet that out because it's fucking bullshit. Fucking Bill O'Brien. That would have been like an all-time second round for this franchise, getting Blacklock and Mims in the same second round. And we fucked it up. But what else do you expect? What else do you expect from Bill O'Brien? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Joke thief. I actually didn't see who typed it out. If you're the one that typed it out, let me know. I'll tag you in it. Give me your Twitter and I'll tag you in it. Brett, you play PlanetSide. I did back in the day. Like years ago. I don't know if anybody still plays it. These days I'm mostly playing Total War. I play Civilization. I play Diablo, although not as much Diablo anymore. I'm mostly waiting for Diablo 3. Man, my productivity and amount of videos I crank out is going to tank as soon as Diablo 3 comes out. You're not going to see me for a month. So I'm going to try to get as much content as I can out before that because I'm just going to take a month off. You won't see me. I've been waiting for Diablo 3 for years. Can the Packers move up again for Mims? If they're smart, they will. PlanetSide 2 is booming? Really? What's the server population like? Because when I stopped playing it, and it was a few years back, it seemed like it was kind of empty. Did it come back? And am I not aware that it came back? PlanetSide 2 is lit. Is there like some movement to play PlanetSide 2 that I'm not aware of? What? Is that game big again? Because I loved playing PlanetSide back in the day. I just didn't like that if I logged into a server at 11 at night, there was like only 3 fights going on. I liked it better when the map was just a total shit show all over the place, with just constant fights. Jalen Hurts to Philly. What? That's a thing? What? Okay, here's the thing. Jalen Hurts is my QB3 in this class. Massively underrated quarterback. He's better than Justin Herbert. He's better than Jordan Love. As a backup to Carson Wentz, he's better than Nick Foles. And I do not say that lightly. I like Nick Foles a lot. Jalen Hurts, I think, can be special. Special. And I think they're taking him because he is pure value, because he should have gone in the first round. That is remarkable. And here's what it says. If Carson Wentz gets hurt again, they'll be fine. They will be fine if Carson Wentz gets hurt. And that's a franchise that knows better than anybody. You are only as good as your worst quarterback. They won the Super Bowl because they know that you are only as good as your worst quarterback. Jalen Hurts, to me, is going to be a top-tier backup, and he will not be a backup forever. Give it 2 years, he's going to get traded for first-round picks. Book it. Book it. Underestimate him at your own peril. Jalen Hurts is a very good football player. Very good football player. Wow. They're going to take this pick and turn it into multiple first-rounders. And worst case scenario, let's say something bad happens with Carson Wentz, they are fine. They are fine. They are injury-proof at the quarterback position right now. What a pick. What a pick. Well done, Howie. That's just value. That's what it is. That's just value. That's seeing an opportunity and taking it. I get they need more corner help, potentially more receiver help. You look at safety. I get it. That's value. Fucking wow. Arif Hassan on Twitter. Love to see quarterbacks of the future, Jordan Love and Jalen Hurts, take over their franchises in desperate need of starting quarterbacks. What a dick. I love Arif. He's so funny. What a pick. Good shit, Howie. Good shit. EDP is about to explode. EDP is going to explode. Guarantee it. He's gonna hate this draft. But this is a good draft for Philly. This is a great draft for Philly. And Hurts, I think Hurts might even be a little bit pissed because he wants to start. But at the same time, I know what kind of person Jalen Hurts is. He's not going to quit working. He's not going to shut it down. He's going to attack this with the mentality of Carson Wentz is there, I'm going to go beat him out. He's going to attack this. I talked to his agent. I talked to his trainer. All of them fucking swear by him. Teammates swear by him. He is a dog. He's gonna go to Philly and legitimately try to beat him out for a starting quarterback position. Man. And he just wants an opportunity, and he's gonna try to work for it. I love him. I love Jalen Hurts. And you know what? He's going to a situation where he's going to develop and become a better player. Philly is such a well-coached, well-managed organization. He's going to be a better quarterback and develop better there than he would in maybe some other situations where he would start right away. He's going to be a better quarterback in Philly. And if Carson goes down and Jalen shows out, which I think he will, they're going to flip him for multiple first-round picks. They will. It's going to happen. If Carson misses 5 games and Jalen starts, people are going to see what he's made of. They're going to flip him. Book it. Hold on, Brett. I have to go see how EDP is doing. Yeah, go check. Go look at him and then come back and let me know if he's just absolutely having an out-of-body experience right now, because he probably is. Do they know something about the health of Wentz we don't know yet? I don't know if they know something that we don't know. I just think they're realists, and they know that Carson, you can't necessarily bank on him staying healthy for a full year. Like, I think he's only started 1 full season since college, like at any level. So I think they're just being realists of like, hey, Carson Wentz is amazing. When he's healthy, he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league, but he's not always healthy. So we have to be realistic and have an option there so that our season doesn't get absolutely fucking tanked if Carson gets hurt again. Like, they are realistically building their team for what they are, which is a team that is reliant on Carson Wentz. And if he goes down, they're screwed. Well, they were screwed. Now they're not screwed because they have Jalen Hurts. Great pick. Hurts is going to be a valuable trade piece for them if he starts a couple games and is really good. 100% agreed. 100% agreed. Hurts looking miserable? No, that's not misery. That is not Jalen Hurts looking miserable. That is Jalen Hurts looking like he wants to go in and beat the fuck out of whoever's trying to beat him out for a starting job. That's a man on a mission right there. Telling you. Everybody I've talked to around that kid, he is cold-blooded. What do I think of Josh Jones? Surprised he hasn't been picked yet? You and me both. Him and Mims are the two. Bills take Epinesa. Yeah, he came out of the womb a Buffalo Bill. He fits what they love. Big, strong, sturdy, set a hard edge, kick inside, rush with Oliver as a 3 technique on 3rd down. He's a dyed-in-the-wool Buffalo Bill. And the good thing is they didn't need to use a first-round pick to get him. They got him at 54. Still surprised that they didn't take Fulton or Mims or Bryce Hall. So there's something that I don't know about those guys that I thought were going to go earlier. There's something I'm not seeing with it. And I'm very curious as to why they're falling. Maybe it's a medical. I don't know. Jalen Hurts has the Mamba mentality? Yes. You are correct. You are correct. The dude's a fucking serial killer. He really is. He has one goal in life, and that's to be a great football player. And that doesn't mean he's going to be a bad teammate. He's an excellent teammate, but he's a determined teammate. Just because he's the backup doesn't mean he's going to prepare like he's the backup. He's preparing to take Carson Wentz's job. He really is. And he believes he can. see here. Well, let me grab my phone. I gotta text Jalen's coach real quick. Where did I have his? Did Mims go to Baltimore? Did that happen? Are you kidding me? Did they? Oh no, it was J.K. Dobbins? Okay. God, don't scare me like that. Sorry, one sec, boys. Okay, J.K. Dobbins to Baltimore, right? That was the pick? Yeah. He fits like a glove. Just downhill, angry runner. Not the best top-end speed. Not that he's bad. He's got good top-end speed. He's not like a blinding, Jonathan Taylor in the open field kind of speed. And I think he doesn't accelerate as quick as Clyde, but he is a banger in between the tackles. You can give him 30 carries and he's not going to get tired. He pass protects, he catches. You can get outside a little bit. Again, you're not going to have as much success to the edge as maybe with Taylor, but I think he is a very versatile running back. He's tough as nails. Ohio State coaches rave about him. He's one of the leaders of the entire team. Has the commanding respect of that whole locker room. I think he fits the culture of Baltimore, which is toughness, aggression. I think him and Mark Ingram, and I think Gus Edwards is still there. Like it fits a theme of we'll let Lamar handle all the runs to the edges, and we're just going to beat the crap out of you with a whole bunch of human bowling balls, up the A-gap. And so he fits what they like in their running back with size, aggression, toughness. We don't need top-end speed. We need somebody where if it's 2 yards to the sticks and he's got to run through somebody, he will. That is J.K. Dobbins. He has similar tackle breaking ability to me as Zach Moss, but he's got more juice. Zach Moss, I think, is a what's the best way to describe Zach Moss? Zach Moss kind of reminds me of Jordan Howard, I would say, which is not a slight at all. I think Jordan Howard is a really good football player. I think Moss maybe has a little bit more wiggle than Howard, but in terms of just bruising run style with limited top-end speed, Zach Moss is similar to that Jordan Howard type profile. And J.K. Dobbins is similar to that as well, but I think he's got a little bit more juice. So I think if given the option between Dobbins and Moss, I would go Dobbins 100% of the time. But Gus Edwards about to start sweating. Yeah, because Dobbins is better than Edwards. He's got more wiggle, he's got more juice, and he runs just as hard in between the tackles. Like that's Edwards' calling card. It's just being a truck in between the tackles. And Dobbins can do that, but also if he breaks it, he's got more gas. So good pick by them. That's just value. 100% value pick. Still surprised they didn't take Mims, but Dobbins is a great football player. Who will Kansas City take? Man, Lloyd Cushenberry. Lloyd Cushenberry would be the hell of a pick. Fantastic center. EJ and I were talking about him in the pre-draft show. I mean, that's one of the few centers that I've ever seen get jacked back by Derek Brown a little bit and then immediately re-anchor. Immediately. I mean, he lost leverage up in the chest. Boom. Come back under, reset, drop the hips, anchor. Dunzo. And that's Derek Brown we're talking about. To me, Lloyd Cushenberry is like Nick Mangold. If I was going to make a comp to anybody. He's like Nick Mangold. You can't go wrong with Nick Mangold. Brett, is Green Bay high IQ if they take Mims? I mean, I would have taken him at 30. So if they get him now, it's almost like when Josh Allen and Tremaine Edmonds, went in the same first round for Buffalo, where I was like, look, if you just flip the picks and pretend that Jordan Love was your second round pick and Denzel Mims was your first round pick, I'm fine with it. If they get Mims here, just in your head, pretend the picks are flipped. And it's fine. It's Gucci. Basically saying Lamar can't throw, we have 4 backs. No, Lamar can throw. That's just identifying a good football player and saying, look, we're not going to get this kind of running back again in the next round because he's going to be gone. Moss is going to be gone. Even fucking A.J. Dillon might be gone. So that's just value. You know, Mark Ingram's getting up there in age. Gus Edwards is limited. Gus Edwards has a role, but he's limited. You know, Dobbins is a better receiver. He's a better pass protector. He's got more wiggle. Like, that's just recognizing you're going to have to get a running back eventually. So you might as well do it now when there's a really good one on the board. I totally support that pick. Thoughts on Ezra Cleveland? He's not ready. I think he's got really good feet. Strength is not there. I think the round 1 talk for Cleveland, or Ezra Cleveland, I should say, not Cleveland the city, was... there's no way. I don't know anybody that thought he was a first-round pick. He had first-round quickness, but the core strength was not there. It would have been the same thing that was happening to Andre Dillard last year, but worse. You get into his chest with power, over. It is over. He's got to get stronger. I think he needs a full year in an NFL strength and conditioning program. Add bulk, add strength. Do some yoga, young man. Do yoga. Build that core. Because power would run his ass over. So Ezra Cleveland's not ready. Exciting upside, but he's not ready. Hold on, let me go to the draft tracker and see what I missed here. Trayvon Diggs to Bama, covered that one. Still surprised that Fulton's not been taken. Cam Akers covered that one. Jalen Hurts, love that. AJ Epinesa, love that. J.K. Dobbins, love that. So we're all caught up. Ashton Davis is still on the board at 56. Ashton Davis is on the board. Keep in mind, Cal's DB coach from last year is now the DB coach for the Dolphins. He absolutely loves Ashton Davis. Ashton Davis was my highest graded free safety in this class. Fits them like a glove. Oh, they took Raekwon Davis? Damn. And that's nothing against Raekwon Davis. I like Raekwon a lot. That is a mountain of a man. Really, really good 5 technique. Excellent run stopper. He can push the pocket a little bit. I think he's got a little bit... I think his leverage issues show up a little bit against the pass. He's better at... Weirdly enough, he's got better leverage playing the run than trying to rush the passer. Maybe it's just because of his size. Really good at taking on double teams. He's an ass kicker against the run. I think he fits that system in terms of just getting big, strong, sturdy bodies in the middle and then using your linebackers more for pressure than your defensive line. That's generally what they lean towards. So system-wise, makes a lot of sense. I still probably would have gone Ashton Davis, but system fit-wise, he's a perfect fit. He's going to be a good player for them. Dolphins took the wrong Davis. Yeah, there was a typo on the card. I'll just pretend that happened. Man, what a draft. What a draft. There's been a lot of crazy shit happening. There was a typo in the card. Tweet out the link for this. I'm too drunk to pay attention right now, but I'm loving this coverage. Well, I'm glad I could entertain you on a random Friday in quarantine. Thoughts on Kayvon Wallace? Ideal nickel safety. Tougher than a $2 steak. One of my favorite draft phrases. He'll play the slot. He can play deep, really quick in transitions. He's got great feet. Ball skills, I think, were my big problem with him. I think he's really good at getting in position to get interceptions. It's the actual catching the ball part that's a little bit difficult for him. He should have had probably 3 or 4 more picks last year than he did and just dick-fingered it. Just straight up drops. It wasn't even concentration drops. It's just something about catching the football is a little bit rough for him at times. But he's got really good feet and he gets in position. Really, really good feet. I think if he had ball skills, I'm not saying he's the same guy. If he had ball skills, you could look at him as a Tyrann Mathieu-ish type player in terms of how quick he closes, how aggressive he is, how smart he is. But the thing is, Tyrann's got unbelievable ball skills and fluidity, whereas Kayvon, I don't think is quite that same kind of player. The upside's there. Get him on the jugs machine. The upside's there. He's a good football player. I just wish that he had more ball production is my main complaint with him. What do you think of Hennessy Cushenberry to the Vikings? Hennessy fits better. He's quicker. He's got better feet, a better zone blocker. I think Cushenberry's not really a guy that you look to reach a nose shade with. I think Cushenberry's really powerful. He's got a great anchor and pass pro, but Hennessy just, in terms of snap and then getting that first foot in the ground, they call it losing ground to gain ground, where at a bucket step, where you kind of step back at a 45-degree angle and then work your way in a position for a reach block getting front side. You have to be really quick to be able to do that. Hennessy has that quickness. Cushenberry does not. Hennessy doesn't have the anchor of Cushenberry. He doesn't have the length of Cushenberry, the power of Cushenberry, but he's really quick. So for a predominantly zone system like Minnesota, you're going to lean towards Hennessy every single time because he fits what they do, which is having your center have the quickness to reach block a nose or have the quickness to track a Mike linebacker on the second level and go wall him off. Hennessy, 100% of the time, is going to be a better system fit for them. I still can't get over the Hurts pick. Eagles fans are rioting. They want Howie fired. That's a mistake. Howie knows what he's doing. That's a mistake to want him fired. Christian Fulton to the Rams. Great value. Great value. In a vacuum, if you just look at the players they picked up in the second round, Cam Akers and Christian Fulton, that's just taking the best player. Throwing positional need out the window and just say, who's the best football player? Christian Fulton and Cam Akers is a great back-to-back package in round 2, for sure. Van Jeff, how many second round picks do they have? What the fuck? Hold on. Did they get Fulton and Jefferson? Which one's correct? Okay, so it was Van Jefferson. Okay, well, here's the thing with Van Jefferson. He's Robert Woods. That's what Van Jefferson is. Phenomenal route runner. Other than Judy, he's the best route runner in this class. You look at him at the Senior Bowl, he was toasting people. Just ridiculous route running ability. Doesn't quite have the juice of maybe some of the other receivers up at the top end of this class, the Ragers, the Ruggses. He's not going to stretch the field deep. I don't think he has the same jump ball ability as like a T. Higgins or even a Denzel Mims. But in terms of just pure, it's 3rd and 7. I need the guy to get open. Van Jefferson's your dude. He will be open. His route running style, actually Robert Woods maybe isn't the best comp for him. His route running style and his physical skill set is Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen, again, not the best jump ball receiver, not the best deep threat, but in terms of just the ability to get open, Keenan Allen and Van Jefferson are the same thing. Very, very good football player. He's on the older side, so I'm a little bit surprised he went this high because I thought age might work against him a little bit. But you have to remember, we might not get a true offseason this year. We might not even get training camp, at least not the training camp we're used to. We're definitely not getting OTAs. We're not getting rookie minicamp. You need a player that is ready to go day one, a player that does not need to be coached up, a player that needs minimal development. Van Jefferson is the son of a wide receivers coach. He knows what the fuck he's doing from day one. You don't need to develop him. Just give him the playbook and you're fine. You don't need to teach him anything. So I think from a value perspective, when you look at it that way, give me a receiver that I don't need to teach anything in an offseason where I won't get to teach him anything. Like, he's like the opposite of Laviska Shenault. Laviska Shenault is a long way to go, and they're not going to get an offseason to teach him anything. So I don't think Laviska Shenault, who went significantly earlier than Van Jefferson, is going to be as good of a football player as Van Jefferson. Because Van already knows what he's doing. So, great pick by them.
What are you doing?
Did you see Van Jefferson to the Rams?
Not yet. I was just catching up. I had to run upstairs and pee. No, I just did 2 podcasts, 2 reactions that are written, and talked to a bunch of people on Twitter. So it's been busy. I want your reactions. Speaking of Rams picks, I'm sure you like Van, but I don't know that they needed him. But how about Cam Akers to the Rams?
That to me screamed that they're just trying to limit touches and they don't want to run any one back into the ground. They're like, hey, you're going to get your 10 to 15 and that's it.
Yeah, but Darrell Henderson and Cam Akers, talk about a 1-2. Yeah. Holy cow.
It's just like Detroit with Carrion and Swift. It's like, look, we are fully committing to the committee. These guys are going to be full gas on every single carry. They're never going to get tired because we're going to rotate series with them. They're both great backs. You get your 10 to 15 carries. You get your 2 to 6 catches, whatever it is. And you're never going to be run into the ground, and you're always going to be full gas. So I get it. I understand what they're doing, and I'm okay with it. And Cam's just a really good football player.
Yeah, so, no, it's a great pick for them. And then the other 2 that I have to get, that I was monitoring when I was in the other podcast, that I have to get your reactions on, are Epinesa to Buffalo.
Is he not a Buffalo Bill from the womb?
I mean, like, perfect, right? Yeah. I was like, oh, man, he loves Epinesa. That's such a good fit. Like, he just slots into their system, their mentality, everything else. Yes, I know it says my camera is off. It's not true. My camera is actually on, but for some reason it hasn't reloaded like it did yesterday when I hopped back into the Hangouts call. So
let me
not
open
sure
up the
why
tab.
that's
Maybe it.
Yeah, not sure why that.
I had to load it. There we go. That's
okay.
Weird.
Anyways,
OBS
I'm
is
back.
Weird like that.
Camera's on, but we're good. The Bears are stupid, Brew. Yeah, sure. I can't argue.
Not as dumb as Houston. Dude,
well, not at 50. Not at 50, but at 43, I can't argue. The Cole Kmet pick, I got nothing for. I just did a live video reaction to it and a write-up that's going to go on Windy City Gridiron. I did not have great things to say about the Cole Kmet pick. Again, my grading scale this year is 10 points maximum for 3 total categories: player skill, scheme fit potential, and draft value. So you can get 30 total points for any pick. Where is my Cole Kmet? Cole Kmet. In my new grading scale, I gave him player skill of a 6. I think that's fair. Scheme fit potential a 4 as an inline Y tight end, and draft value a 1. The board was aligned almost perfectly for the Bears in terms of needs. They had wide receiver, they had safety, they had cornerback, serious potential impact players. Nobody'd picked a tight end yet. all the players that would have helped the Bears immediately. Winfield Jr., Grant Delpit, Cajun Hamler came off the board immediately after the Bears picks. Can't get over the fact they let good value slide and didn't trade back. Either would have been preferable options. And so if you're adding that up, a 6, a 4, and a 1, that's 11 out of 30. That's not a great pick. Now, Jalen Johnson, on the other hand, I actually enjoyed that pick and gave it a much better grade because I think on all those categories, again, it's a better matchup. It's a better fit, right? We're talking about, let me pop it open here. Player skill, 8, long physical corner who moves well and compressed, plays the ball well in space. He's aggressive, tackles on the edge, which is key in the Bears system. Scheme fit potential, 7. Johnson has all the physical traits and play style to smoothly transition into Chicago as a replacement for Prince Amukamara. Pagano is going to love his traits and his potential. Draft value, 8. Really didn't think Jalen Johnson was going to make it out of the first round. Player of his demonstrated ability, potential, and size usually doesn't. Very solid draft value pick. So you're talking about 16 and 7. That's a whole lot better than 11 total for the Cole Kmet pick. So honestly, if they were reversed, I would have felt slightly better about it if Jalen Johnson had been at 43 and Kmet at 50. But, I'd love to say 1 out of 2 ain't bad, but it is pretty bad. They left a lot of cash on the table.
Minnesota took Ezra Cleveland.
Okay.
I really hope they're not planning on trading Riley Reif.
Why? Why do you hope that? Why does that really matter?
Ezra's not ready. Like, I hope this was a pick for 2021 and not 2020, because Ezra's, if you're planning on moving Riley Reif, as some people speculated, Ezra's not ready to play starting left tackle in the NFL.
No, he's just swing right now.
Yeah, which I'm okay with. He needs a year in a strength and conditioning program to get his body ready, because it's not there. It's not there yet.
Oh, tell me more about Epinesa. The chat says, yeah, a born Chicago Bill. So he plays pretty well at the 5. He's physical at the point of attack. He's excellent with his hands. Good upper body strength. Not super flashy in terms of agility, but understands leverage and body control. Very good at setting the edge. Very good tackler. So plus against the run as a 5 type. But when you really see his flash plays, and I told Brett this when I was down at his place, where you really see his flash plays is on those long down and distance. They kick him inside to a 3 tech, and he whoops guards because he is quicker than guards. He's not quicker than tackles, but he is quicker than guards. He uses his length, his power, and his quickness to just overwhelm guards and bring big pressure up the middle. That is a Buffalo Bill in a nutshell.
The Jets did the thing.
What did the Jets do?
They got Mims.
Well, there's your Robbie Anderson upgrade. I'm not even going to say replacement.
Bro, they started out in this draft getting Mekhi Becton, they traded down too, by the way. So they picked up.
Oh.
Because remember, Seattle traded up for Darryl Taylor, which I had a whole long-ass diatribe about how that's a shitty decision.
Yeah, but you heard that. We heard that 2 days ago.
I thought they were going to take it. I didn't believe it either. Well,
I didn't believe it, but we heard that.
I kind of did, actually. I kind of believed it because it was Seattle. But I thought they were going to take, because it was at 48, and I thought they were going to take Mims right there. And to trade down, pick up an extra mid-round pick, and still get Denzel Mims. Come on. They're killing it. The Jets are killing it.
They're crushing it. Oh, by the way, what are you eating, or are you not? Are you foregoing food in this live stream?
I had a very large platter of Greek food right before I got on the stream, so I am good.
Nice.
I have
shoyu chicken musubi and poke, so I am all about it. What else we got? Who's getting traded first, Trent or Yannick? That's a good question.
Probably Trent, because I think they're more desperate. I think the Jags, they're going to hold out and get what they can. I think they're going to go after picks for next year.
That would be I mean, at this point, you pretty much have to, right? If you're not getting a second this year for Yannick, you need to go to next year. Ezra Cleveland in Minnesota. That pick does not scare me, even in the division.
Oh, Ezra Cleveland? No. But I'm assuming that Reef is going to still be the starter this year.
Sure.
I want to give him a benefit of the doubt and think that that's a pick for 2021, which I'm okay with.
Oh,
I'm okay with it if it's 2021.
Last one. I forgot to ask you just because there have been so many in a row. Dobbins to the Ravens.
Oh, yeah, I love that. It was perfect.
That is so vicious. That makes their offense so terribly vicious.
Because you look at all their running backs, it's downhill, aggression, smash you in the face, but he's got more wiggle and more juice, like long speed, I should say, than
great
Edwards.
Pass receiver. Yep,
great receiver.
Pass receiver.
He doesn't have the same top end speed of like a Taylor, and he doesn't have the same top end acceleration of a Clyde. So I clearly had them ahead of them because he's not going to have as much success on like crack toss as Taylor. He's not going to be able to stop, start, reset, sort his way through the trash like Clyde does. But in terms of just running over a fucker, like on 3rd and 1, go get me the first down. Yeah, that's his thing.
Yeah, but he's better in all those categories than you might be giving him credit for. He is not Taylor at top end speed, but his top end speed is really good. It is not elite, but it is really good.
I thought he was like 4.5, which is fine. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, you see him run away from guys on long runs, and he stays away. Now, he does maybe have to weave left and right to make it to the end zone. He might have to jump over that last arm tackle. He's not purely going to blow the guy away by 3 to 5 yards, but he ain't slow. It's not one of those guys that you're like, everything's good except he can't run very fast. I mean, he's faster than Montgomery by far.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are faster than Montgomery.
Yeah,
for being honest.
But like you said, that's functional speed, right?
Yeah, he's
for
functional.
Long speed.
That's a good word for it. He's functional.
Yeah,
like he's faster than Jordan Howard. He's faster than Alfred Morris. He's also a better receiver than Jordan Howard and Alfred Morris.
I think he's faster than Chris Carson too.
I could see that. I don't know if he's as physical as Chris Carson, but very few.
No, he's not. But he's also more versatile.
Yeah,
yeah, but he's more versatile.
Yeah.
Oh, Patriots traded up. Baltimore trades down. The rich get richer. Patriots taking from? I don't know. It's either Bond or from.
That's got to be Bond.
Yeah. Eason, that would be hilarious. Sorry, I'm going to eat my poke and just enjoy this for a bit because it's super fun. I hate eating on camera. I just need to share that with everybody. But, man, these live streams are long and I'm hungry. I did eat before that, but we've been on now for, a good 3 hours. It's dinner time, and when your wife brings you fresh tuna poke, yeah, you're going to do it. Anyways, thank you for tolerating my absence for quite so long. I thought about coming back, and I was like, they're just going to pick at 50 anyways.
Yeah.
I was hoping they wouldn't. I was hoping they'd trade down. Uche! Oh, boy!
That's who the Patriots took, was Uche?
Yep.
Same player.
Well,
also, not same player. So. Same role.
Same role. Yeah. More juice.
More juice. I kind of think Bond's a little bit more instinctive. But in terms of like just first step off the line, yeah, Uche's got it.
Both forward and back.
Yeah, Uche's more fluid too. I mean, you saw him covering tight ends at the Senior Bowl. Like, he's a more talented player than Bond. I felt like Bond was more instinctive, and I felt like Bond was a little bit more versatile in terms of his pass rush skill set. I think he could work you inside or out, and I think he had some power too, like underrated power. So overall, my grade,
I think Bond is more versatile, but I think Uche is hotter, and this is going to sound strange, going both forward and back. He's got more gas around the edge, and he can get deeper covering guys.
Yeah.
Uche, Bond has more strength. I think better ability to set the edge against bigger players, and he's more versatile in his rush. He has more than just a fastball.
Yeah, because you remember Uche. I mean, he even beat Josh Jones off the edge down at the Senior Bowl, and that's not easy to do.
Yeah, he's got great bend and quickness. He's not super tall to start with, so getting low for him is not a problem. He's underrated. He's a versatile dude with pop off the edge, and usually those guys don't last. I'm sure Bill Belichick is just laughing himself to sleep.
Yeah, and remember, even Jedrick Wills, when asked who the best edge rusher he went against last year was, without even hesitating, he said Uche.
Yep. More trouble. Packers should get Bond. Wash your mouth out with soap, whoever you are. AA12 Master, you're back. Don't make that happen. I don't want to see that. That would be troublesome.
The Packers are a lot like New Orleans, where like they don't take homegrown talent for some reason. They have an aversion. You know, New Orleans doesn't take LSU players. Green Bay doesn't take Wisconsin players. I don't understand it why, but they just have an aversion to it.
With the pick actually approaching, who should KC take? I don't know. How much do you want to see Brett melt?
If it's Cushenberry, I'm gonna fucking die. That would end me. That would literally end me if they got.
Yeah, but why wouldn't they? Honest to God, why wouldn't they?
Yeah.
And I did see the comment about the garbage plate fortifying me. Problem is, I'm just south of Seattle. Getting a garbage plate here hot is a real problem.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm seeing the Uche highlights on screen now. He's a blur off the edge.
Yeah, he's got so much zip. He really does.
That's the thing, is he's going to play the same role as Kyle Van Noy, but he's going to be faster at it.
Yeah. Yeah. Thoughts on McKinney? I don't know. Is McKinney still on the board? Is that a thing? I haven't been keeping
No, he
up.
went to the Giants at the top of the round.
Oh, right.
Like
We were talking about that. Landon Collins.
Yeah.
Okay.
Smart, versatile. You can play him at dime linebacker. You can play him in the slot. He is not a center field safety. You are basically committing.
He plays there. Yeah, he plays there very rarely.
Yeah, you are committing to 2 high coverages with McKinney. He doesn't have the range to play center field.
Sorry to interrupt. What do you think about Raekwon to Miami? We didn't even mention that.
I thought they was going to be Bond, or I'm sorry, not Bond. I thought it was going to be Ashton Davis. But the thing is, Raekwon fits because remember,
I was going to say, yeah. Remind me of their roster. Who do they have as a mountain in the middle?
They don't.
There you go.
They have the Clemson guy they took last year. God, the one I liked, the 3-tech.
Yeah, but if he's a 3-tech, that's not a mountain.
Yeah, this thing is Raekwon's going to play shade. Yeah,
Raekwon could play 0. He could do whatever he wants.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was Christian Wilkins, who's
yeah, he's a stud.
He's the Energizer Bunny, but like their nose right now is Devon Godshaw. Like Raekwon's better, and it's not
upgrade.
A discussion. Yeah, it's not.
No upgrade.
So that was a role that they desperately needed filling. I thought they were going to wait a little bit later, maybe go after Williams from Michigan State, but Raekwon's really good.
Oh, you know who would have been good as a value there? Benito Jones.
Or Neville.
Not the same guy. If they want a Raekwon, if they want a mountain, if they want a guy to just take people and hold them, like hold them in place, not hold them as in get a holding flag. Like, Neville's not that guy. Yeah. But Benito Jones could be. He's sort of Eddie Goldman-esque.
He's Benito a tree Jones. Stump is what he is.
Yeah. He is a man mountain.
He's not going to go forward, but he's sure as shit not going to go backwards either.
Yeah, and he's not going to go sideways either. Let's be honest. Yeah. He is not getting outside the hash mark.
It's just here's my Fulton. Spot.
Titans get Fulton.
God, that's a good pick.
Mm-hmm. He's going to fit their system.
Yeah, that's a really good pick.
Yeah, I can't complain about it. Can you imagine the stunts with Gallimore and Blacklock? Did somebody take both of those guys?
I wish.
Yeah, not really. Yes, I can imagine it. I've seen it in my head. My head is a very strange place, but yes, I have seen it in my head.
Stone asks, why am I hearing such mixed opinions on Grant Delpit?
Because you can't tackle.
I wouldn't say he can't tackle. He takes bad angles.
He takes bad angles, and he's not a great tackler. Let's be honest. The skill of tackling, like he is an elite pass protector, right? He is a no-fly zone down the field. He's like C.J. Henderson as a safety.
No, because C.J. Henderson has a lack of willingness to tackle. Grant will try to tackle. He'll just miss.
Yeah, but
C.J. Henderson doesn't even try.
Sorry, same result. I don't care. I'm about, function over form.
I think you can teach it, though. You have to be willing to do it. Willing to.
I don't know that you're correct about that. I think tackling is one of those things that gets input at a stage earlier than this. Let's put it that way.
I don't know. I would disagree. I think you give it a year. Give it a year. Because Eddie's a better tackler now than he was at Alabama. Eddie was a shit tackler at Alabama.
He wasn't that bad. He was better than Delpit by a damn sight.
I think Malik Hooker was a terrible tackle at OSU, and I think he's a better tackler
It's funny because on that pod reaction, I was talking to Jacob Infante, who's the other draft analyst for Windy City Gridiron, and I said, Jacob, tell me if you think I'm wrong. I think Grant Delpit is Malik Hooker-esque, and he was like, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Funny you should bring that up because they are both no-fly zones, great range, make plays on the ball, elite pass defenders, but
yeah.
Not great tacklers.
But Malik got better.
Malik, I still don't think was as bad as Delpit, though. Delpit is really... You
also have to remember Delpit was playing hurt.
I know, but he has some egregious misses. I almost hesitate to call them physical misses. It's not like, I dove and I didn't have quite as much spring, so I didn't get there. He just I'm not sure whether to go left or right. Oh, I went right. He went left. Oh, now I got
the biggest thing is he squares up. He doesn't force. You got to work outside.
He waits.
You got to work outside, be aggressive, and then fall back inside. If your help is to the inside, you funnel to the inside. If your help is to the sideline, you funnel to the sideline. He needs to be more – he's conservative with his angles, and weirdly enough, he needs to be more aggressive with his angles and force a cut. Because if you force a cut, you know where they're cutting to. Wall off one side, go the other way.
And anybody familiar with hockey, I don't know if anybody in the chat is familiar with hockey, I break this down as a goalie argument, right? They're the goalies that will sit in net and make the outstanding, crazy reaction. And then there are the goalies that will go out 5 feet and realize by doing that, by pushing their body out into the crease, that they are absolutely eliminating angles. And their reactions aren't that great, but they have made it a 30% smaller net by going out 5 feet. And it's the same with Delpit, right? He gets there and he kind of goes sideways laterally when he should be forcing 1 or 2 more steps to make that guy do something. And in the space that he leaves the runner or the wide receiver, they use it and dump him and take off. He needs to force the issue, and he doesn't do it. Oh, AA12 master, you can get boned. Stick to real sports. Hockey is indeed a real sport. You can leave. That's fine.
Spoken like the inner Canadian that you are.
Nah, my dad played semi-pro. I grew up in upstate New York. I had Cornell season tickets as a junior and a senior in high school. Hockey is part of what I do.
AJ Dillon to Green Bay. This early?
I'm not scared by that.
Over Zach Moss?
I wouldn't do that, but he does offer a particular thing, which is massive size and a lot of speed. I'm actually going to pull up my AJ Dillon report because I did it not that long ago.
I'm seriously starting to consider that Gutekunst hates Aaron Rodgers. He said skill players. Let's be fair. Skill players that catch the ball would be nice.
I just saying. Okay, AJ Dillon. I did a pretty good write up on him. So for those of you that don't know, I watch either 2 or 3 games games per player. I make extensive notes about skills, traits, plays, make marks on the time grabs, all that stuff. And at the end, I try and wrap it up in a bow and put a little half paragraph about who this guy is. My wrap up for AJ Dillon, running back, Boston College. For those of you that are unfamiliar, big guy, almost 250 pounds, 6'2", something like that. Huge player who pounds ahead, not really shifty. Does a nice sidestep move in the backfield, but takes a second to get it back up to speed after cuts. Average or better receiver and is a plus pass blocker. Low round choice, adds little dynamism.
Oh man, I wonder if
You
this is just
disagree?
an over. No, I don't disagree. I kind of wonder if like they're chasing Derrick Henry because they saw what Derrick Henry could do. Keep in mind, LaFleur came from Tennessee with Derrick Henry. He saw what Derrick Henry could do in the back half of the season when they finally started using him. I kind of wonder if LaFleur's like, hey,
Yeah. I don't think that's terrible, actually. I think if they're going to find a role for Dillon, that the Derrick Henry model is not a bad one. Now, is he as dynamic and as good as Derrick Henry? He's not.
no.
Johnny M says, EJ, what's your channel name? Bootleg Football. Bootleg Football is our channel. We split this one right down the middle. I do not have another YouTube channel. I do do a lot of work for Windy City Gridiron on SB Nation. But no, my channel name is Bootleg Football, and I am here to tell you that's why we are here. I heard that KC chose really fast. Who'd they get?
Better not be Cushionberry. I'm gonna.
Well, so what if it is? I mean,
Brett Coleman have to cut a bitch?
Too funny.
Hey, Brett, the Texans aren't the worst front office anymore. Do I need to remind you that we traded away the pick that would have been Denzel Mims for Brandon Cooks? Who got him? Why am I even asking? Of course I know who got him.
Zach Bond to the Chiefs.
Fuck my life.
Oh, it's going to get worse, man. Holy cow. That's a good pick for them. I would not have put that together. Oh, nope. Cushionberry? Come on. Who's got what? Cushionberry? Bond. Cushionberry? Bond. Come on. Tell me who it is. I don't need guesses.
We got two different things here.
I know we got Cushionberry and Bond. Like they're both great, but like give me one.
I can't tell if chat's trying to will it into existence.
Yeah, no, I don't have anything official on NFL.com
Neither
yet.
do I.
So we'll just wait. We'll wait. We won't hurt ourselves unnecessarily.
They stood on the clock for a while. I wonder if they were trying to move down.
Well, sure. I think everybody's trying to move down, but everybody's looking at how much depth there is in the second and third round and going, why? And I don't blame them. There's a lot of good talent left on the board. We can talk about that. Boot the spammers. We're not that sophisticated. You can just tell the spammers to be quiet for us.
Reminder, stream is like it's like a couple minutes behind chat for us. So Trey Wingo said Aaron Rodgers is going to be happy about that one. Yeah, I think hard disagree on that one.
Well, I think he's going to be happy in the same way the Bears fans are happy about Cole Kmet, right? They were saying they needed a tight end. They're not really happy with how they actually got one or attempted to get one.
Yeah.
The Seahawks traded down again?
It's very Seattle. Maybe to save themselves from doing stupid shit like taking Darryl Taylor in the top 50.
No, it's just Schneider trying to pick up more picks, which is, there's nothing wrong with that. It also
I would prefer him to have as many mid and late round picks as possible because that's really the only place he gets good players.
Yeah. Oh, James K., how did you become a Bears fan? Well, I assume you're not talking to Brett because Brett is a closet Bears fan. I am an open, out in the open Bears fan. How did I become a Bears fan? That's pretty simple. Walter Payton. It was 1983. I was a kid. Everybody's kind of picking up sides. I lived in upstate New York at the time. There are a lot of Giants fans, a lot of Bills fans, a lot of Jets fans, a lot of Steelers fans, a lot of Cowboys fans, because those were national powers at the time still. And I fell in love with the Bears. I loved Walter Payton as a football player. I love the uniforms. I love the history. And that was it. After that, I just
Ooh.
didn't go anywhere else.
Willie Gay to KC.
To KC?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. A lot of gas. A lot of gas, man.
It's not Logan Wilson, but I'm still okay with it.
Well, you'll be okay with it until he starts making plays. When he makes plays, they are plays. That's the thing about Willie Gay. He has a 3-play he has a 3-play run playing Alabama in 2018 where he sacks Tua, drops back on the next play, intercepts the pass, and then on the very first play of the next defensive series, he basically sacks Tua again. He forces him into a bad throwaway and brings him down. So in 3 plays, he ends up with 2 sacks and an interception on Tua. Like, Willie Gay, when he is on fire, is as good as any linebacker in this draft. It's that you don't see that all the time with him. And he's not great at stack and shed. He is not a set the edge guy. He's a run around and blow it up thing. And I like Willie Gay a lot. Fun fact, he's also a Willie Gay Jr., and that makes him another junior in this draft. But no, Willie Gay has top end potential. And it doesn't actually surprise me that the Chiefs picked him because it's a little bit like D Ford, right? D Ford coming out had hot highlights, but not consistent solid play across the board. And Willie Gay Jr. is the same thing, but at a linebacker position.
What do you want to bet Carolina, because they just traded up, is getting Logan Wilson here? And just making their front 7 absolutely unbelievable.
Dude, if they do, what do I get?
If they take Logan Wilson?
Yeah.
What do I get?
Because I straight up freaking called that on bootleg. Like,
I get a I don't know if Washington allows beer delivery, but I will order you a beer and have it delivered to your house.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if Washington's as cool as California.
Aren't you sweet? Hey, a lot of rules have changed since quarantine started. I saw Maryland made liquor delivery.
I'll ship you some red trolley. How about that?
Oh boy, that would be worth it. Chin to the Panthers. There you go.
I still would have taken Wilson, but he's a good player.
Well, I think this is about the right spot for Chin. Everybody was like, Jeremy Chin in the first round. And I was like, you're really risking a lot with Jeremy Chin in the first round because he is not a finished product. But Chin to the Panthers is really interesting. That defense has a ton of juice, man.
Yeah, he's fast. I do wonder. You think he's going to be a safety, right? You don't think they're?
No, he's well. I mean, they'll bring him down as a heavy dime back or whatever, but I do think they'll play him more straight as a safety than say like Isaiah Simmons. Why is my wife asking if I can give? Can you give my cell to Brett? That's concerning.
What is Beck planning?
I'm not sure. She's probably trying to embarrass me, which, she fully deserves. I put her through a lot to be able to do this. For those of you that know, draft analysis is 3 days of glory preceded by 5 months of slog. So, I'm not sure. Maybe I didn't get the Logan Wilson pick it right anyway. So if she was arranging delivery, I'm not sure. Or maybe she's trying to send you fresh poke. I don't know. Oh, beer delivery.
I will accept poke.
She just came up in the chat. Beer delivery, duh. Oh, yes. I can absolutely arrange said number.
Can confirm Maryland delivers. Quarantine has definitely been easier now.
Yeah, no, it was like 3 days until Maryland was like, guess what? It's okay. Stay in your houses. We'll get you booze. The Carolina Chin. Oh, man, that Carolina defense, man. Go through that defensive lineup in terms of pure athletes. Like, look out. Oh, man, this is gratuitous. They're playing Winfield Jr. highlights on CBS Sports HQ. God
Oh
damn
yeah,
it.
because you stepped away right before Winfield got picked, like 2 picks after
No,
Komet.
they all got picked right
And I
after.
was like,
It was
EJ's
like,
losing his damn mind.
well, that's it, right? It was Winfield went immediately, Hamler went immediately, and who else was it? Was it McKinney?
No, McKinney went before. Who did go? Hold on.
I'm trying to.
It was Delpit, Winfield, Hamler.
Oh, that's right, Delpit.
Marlon
Right?
Davidson.
So
It was just
it's
a
Winfield, no,
4-pack.
but it's Winfield, Delpit, and Hamler. All three
Yeah.
picks that could have been really, really good for the Bears, and they just didn't. They didn't do it.
Somebody says hoping for Troutman to the Pats at 87. They're going to take Colby
Sure.
Parkinson. I think Colby Parkinson's right up their alley in like round 5.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't think he'll make it to 5, 4. TJ, go big in the chat. TJ is a longtime follower from Windy City Gridiron. How are you, TJ? Good to see you, man. Bears could have at least taken the fast TE. Yes, they could have.
Bengals need to pounce on Bond. No, Bengals need to pounce on Josh Jones is what they need.
A Cushionberry. Come on. Cushionberry to the Bengals? Come on.
Their right tackle situation's so bad.
Yeah, but Cushionberry, come on. You hate their entire line.
I hate everything from like the left guard over.
Exactly. So
but
put a center in there.
Well, do they have an early third? Because you can still get Hennessy.
Hang on.
You can still get Lemieux. Like, it's a miracle that Josh Jones is there right now.
It is a miracle. What do you think that is? Because there's always a guy, right?
There must be a medical.
Maybe.
I can't think of any other reason. Honestly, there haven't been a whole lot of tackles taken, period, which is kind of weird.
No, so Cleveland has 74 and then 97, and then 115 is their fourth. So 74 is their third, 97 is their late third, compensatory, and then 115 is their fourth. Ooh, where do you guys have Colin Johnson, Texas's other wide receiver? Yeah, I think he's sort of Texas's first wide receiver, not Devin Duvernay, but that's just because he plays outside, and I put a priority on that. But he's 6'5". He runs better routes than most people 6'5" do. He's good at the catch point. Rumor Bears looking to trade up. Don't. I know.
For Kush. Wait, with what picks? You don't have
No, that's the point. Is it's next year. It's gotta be. Oh, Logan Wilson, don't start.
Yeah, Ryan Pace is trying to save his job right now.
No,
he's going to give up
don't.
whatever assets because he doesn't.
No.
They might not even be his assets next year. He doesn't give
Brad, stop it.
He doesn't care.
I care.
He's trying to save his job. He's like, yeah, I'm going to give up assets for the next.
Oh, this is a thing? Logan Wilson for real?
Logan Wilson who?
Bengals. There's 3 people that have said it. We'll see. But there's 3 people that have said it.
Redskins are... Oh, no. The Bengals had the first pick. That's right. Man.
If it is, I don't hate it. Like,
no,
Logan Wilson, one of my favorite... Yeah, one of my favorite players in this draft.
I thought he was going to go in the top 10 picks in round 2, so getting him top of round 3. They do have a need at linebacker. It's not like it's not a need.
This live thing on NFL.com sucks.
Well, because I think they have to wait for it to be announced. So the chat's getting picks a lot even before the broadcast. So.
Well, sure, but I'm into Logan Wilson. It's true. No, yeah. Logan Wilson to Cincy. Congratulations to the Bengals. They get one of my favorite linebackers this year. Logan Wilson is everything, man. That guy is instinctive, has great eyes, hits like a hammer, can cover in pass coverage, can get deep in the middle of what would be a Tampa 2. Sideline is sideline, very aggressive, experienced starter. Like Logan Wilson is what you want in a linebacker. Who would the Bears even trade up for? I have no idea at this point. They should be sitting back and looking at values they can get in the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th. But, yeah.
Yeah, Bengals are killing it, man.
Who are they starting to stack up? I haven't even looked at the teams yet.
Burrow, T. Higgins, And then I don't think they
Hang
had
on,
another. I
I'll
don't think
pull it
they
up.
had 2 second rounders.
Cleveland 2020. There's their needs analysis. They got
Yeah.
oh no, I was at Cleveland, not
Yeah.
Cincy.
Burrow, Higgins, and Wilson back to back to back. That's 3 starters, 3 high quality starters back to back to back.
No, that's great picks.
Yeah.
They don't get any help on the line, which was your big thing for them, but I think they could pick some of that up. We're getting into that 4th round sweet spot for guards. They could take a very quality guard.
I mean, if you're getting Lemieux and Ben Barch or Stenberg and Ben Barch, like I'm still okay with that.
Gibson to Washington.
Antonio Gibson?
Yep.
Ooh.
Pace trading up to take from. I hope not.
Okay, Antonio Gibson, incredibly talented.
Yeah, no, he has all pro potential.
Talented. Yes.
Yes. He can do it. He's not gonna do it. I'm not saying he's gonna do it. I'm saying he could do it.
But he's gonna start out getting, change of pace work. They're gonna give him 5, 6 carries. By week 4, it's gonna be like 8 or 9. Mid-season, he's getting 10. He's gonna start by the end of the year. You can't keep him off the field.
It's not that he even has to start there. I mean, think about who they've got.
I'll say this: he'll out touch. Even who's the LSU
the LSU guy? Yep,
he's more talented, which is saying a lot.
I'm just saying, like, if you have those two, it's not that different than Cam Akers and Darrell Henderson in LA.
It was
right
because he got Adrian Peterson, who at this point is, he's a banger in between the tackles. Darius Guy's banger in between the tackles. Gibson is the perimeter threat.
I think Geis is more than that, though. Geis is really good.
I think he lost a little bit of juice with the injuries.
I bet he did, but
I think right now Gibson is a better perimeter threat, and I think he could be a better receiving threat as well. I think by the end of the season he's going to outtouch. Oh, they have Bryce Love too. But again, does he have left?
I really like Love, but I understand the people that don't. He ran really well at Stanford after the injury, so I'm a huge Bryce Love supporter. But boy, that's a talented running back room at this point. That's really crazy.
I think Gibson's still the most talented guy, and that's saying a lot. He's the most talented guy in the room.
Yeah, he might be. He's the healthiest guy in the room.
I think once he gets on the field, he's going to be tough to get off.
Is there any chance Gallimore falls to the Texans? I would have said no, but he's still there.
He's still there.
Oh my God, dude! Can you imagine Ross Blacklock and Neville Gallimore?
Fuck. Be still my beating heart.
Juice. That's a defensive line right there.
Has Geis seen an NFL field yet? Yeah, he played last year, right?
He's struggled with the injuries for sure.
Yeah. The Jets got Ashton Davis?
Well, who'd Detroit pick?
Hold on. Dude, Ashton Davis with Jamal Williams would be gross.
It says Ashton Davis to the Jets. Who'd Detroit pick?
I didn't see Detroit.
Yeah, but they're there. They've got the next pick, 67 after Antonio Gibson.
Are we just trying to will Ashton Davis to the Jets right now, or is that a real thing? Hold on.
No, I don't know.
Chat's so fast that I can never trust it.
Well, chat you can't trust anyways, but there you go. Detroit has not picked yet. There we go. Okay. There's a really good chance Gallimore falls past the Texans. He could, but boy,
possible.
On talent alone.
Depends on the receivers that are on the board. Because I still
on talent alone.
Watch us take like Gandy Golden right now or something.
Gandy Golden.
I like Gandy Golden, but
he's a good receiver. Like I wouldn't. That's not a horrible pick. It's not great, but it's not horrible.
But if Gallimore's on the board. Never trust chat.
Draft Diamonds. Oh, somebody's listening to Draft Diamonds. Has the Jets taking Davis, and he's been right so far. Okay. Is Cushenberry a good fit for Baltimore? Only in the way that Baltimore only grabs the best football players in every draft.
Yeah.
That's the only way that Cushenberry is a great fit. that is to say, yeah, he's tremendous.
At some point, I feel like a prerequisite for being a good NFL player is being drafted by the Ravens.
Kinda. Do you think the Saints will pick Lynn Bowden? We talked about it earlier. It'd be pretty darn cool if they did. That's one of his best landing spots.
How is Josh Jones still on the board? No idea. No idea. I think it's a medical. He's too good of a football player to be on the board in the third round.
Yeah, EJ, what do you think about Jalen Hurts and Jalen Reagor? Well, I love Reagor in the fit. Brett had a tremendous point on Twitter this morning about, hey, they're going to try and bracket people, and that leaves the slot one deep, like single up, and now you got to try and stay with Reagor single up. Good luck. Like, that's not a happy thing for defensive coordinators. Any football thoughts on Tanner Muse? Yes, I love Tanner Muse as an inside linebacker hybrid. I think he'd be great there. Julian Okwara to the Lions. Okay.
Oh, that's a Lions pick right there.
Do you think?
Yeah.
I actually think he's a little on the light side for that. He's high potential, but is Lewis still on the board? I need to go look.
Which Lewis?
Terrell Lewis.
Injuries, though.
Yeah, I know injuries, and I heard
the thing is they already have so much size. I think they want a speed and quickness changeup because they have a lot of big dudes.
Lewis has got juice. He's not like thick. He is long.
Yeah.
But he's got juice. Like,
yeah,
for real.
I do wonder what the medical is, though. I think he got.
Yeah, no, I heard he was going to slide a little bit because of medical. And Okwara just went. That leaves Zuniga, my guy from Florida, who is kind of like Khalid Kareem.
I was going to say Khalid Kareem's on the board, so
I would take him ahead of Zuniga, but they're very similar players.
Yeah.
And then Terrell Lewis, who is just gas in a bottle, man. Jets pick Ashton Davis. There you go.
Fucking hell.
Jamal Adams and Ashton Davis. Whoo.
Oh my God. The Jet draft is just ridiculous.
They are not hurting themselves. Let's get reasonable about that. Whew. Is Seattle actually going to pick? I mean, I kind of want the over-under, right? Oh, yeah. Jamal Adams underneath and Davis over the top. Yikes. Always trust chat, says Ben Langford. Yeah, maybe not. How do you all like Anthony Jennings? Huh? You got thoughts on Anthony Jennings, Brett? Because I do.
Who was Ryan Anderson? Came out from Bama a few years back.
Yeah.
He's Ryan Anderson.
I don't disagree, and it's really hard to watch Alabama linemen and not say, oh, this guy's that, or this guy's that, or this guy's a combination. This year I said Raekwon Davis was a combination of Jerron Reed and Aaron Robinson. Or Ashawn Robinson.
Yeah. Like
that, and he was. Like he's more physically patterned like Ashawn Robinson, but he's got Jerron Reed's ability to hold the double in the middle. So you end up comparing them all, and I can't disagree. I think Anthony Jennings is a great like 5th round choice that can come in and suck up some snaps, and he's not going to be flash in the pan, but he could give you some highlights. So that's thoughts about Anthony Jennings. Why is Zach Bond falling? I have no idea.
Also medical.
Zach Bond. Yeah, but yeah.
I was listening
Seattle
to him because he still it was a meniscus, I think, and I think some teams were worried about potential long-term effects from that.
Yeah. Okay. Why is Bond sliding? We just covered it. It's an injury. Where's a good fit for him? Any of the New England tree. That's Detroit, Miami, New England. Honestly, I don't think he would have been a bad fit in KC, but where else do I like him in a versatile defense? Here's one. Zach Bond to the Chargers.
Was that a thing that happened?
No, but
that's just
I mean, that would be freaking cool. Zach Bond to Baltimore is something that we talked about when I was down at your place. If Seattle doesn't draft Josh Jones, is something wrong with him? Well, I don't know. Nobody else drafted Josh Jones either, so maybe it's not a Seattle thing. Maybe it's a something wrong with Josh Jones thing. There's always a guy like this. Let's be honest, and we should talk about this. One of my least favorite guys in the draft world is the "he'll never be there" guy. Because you don't know. It's honestly, if you'd said Zach Bond was going to be available well into the third, everybody would have said, "You're nuts. You don't know what you're talking about. It's not true. Zach Bond will not be available in the third." Well, guess what? Zach Bond's available in the third. Josh Jones, same way. Mims out of the first, same way. There's always guys, right? So the "he won't be there" guy is really not the greatest. And this year it has been replaced, at least in Bears draft Twitter, with "What, brah?
Ooh.
No OL? Damian Lewis?"
Look at chat.
Yeah, Damian Lewis.
No. Seattle's pick.
Yeah, Damian Lewis to the Hawks.
No, it's Cushenberry.
Sorry, I'm seeing Damian Lewis in chat.
Wait, but the other guy said Cushenberry. Am I behind you on chat?
I don't know.
Is Professional Cow fucking with me?
Well, Professional Cow's definitely fucking with you. Just so you know.
Wait, so they passed on Cushenberry and took Damian Lewis?
Yeah, they did, I think. Yes, they did. It's official on NFL.com.
John, buddy.
No, it's not, buddy. It's chat. Did Bond piss hot? He may well have.
No, I mean, John, why are you passing on Lloyd?
I don't know, because it's the wrong choice. Unless they're really worried about movement, but I don't know. It's first Brooks over Queen, then Lewis over Cush. Yes. I mean, yes. It's the same thing. Oh,
I don't get it.
I
don't get the plan this year for Seattle.
Well, you kind of never get the plan. I mean, the plan here is. By the way, I think your camera stopped working.
No, that was just me holding the same face of disbelief for a solid 30 seconds because I literally don't understand what the fuck John Schneider's doing.
Well, join the club, man. It's not like that's a new thing. Brett isn't sad. He's just disappointed. Dumb. Yeah, they dumb. I don't know that they're dumb. We'll see if they're dumb in 2 or 3 years. Schneider's track record's pretty darn good with talent acquisition. I'm going to check in with Field Gulls and see if they want me to talk about Lewis, because I certainly have
talk him off the ledge. Oh, my God. Yeah. I mean, normally I don't understand Seattle drafts, but this is up there. This is up there in terms of like least understandable Seattle drafts.
Sorry.
And again, this is not me saying that Damian Lewis is a bad football player. He's a good football player. Lloyd Cushenberry is a better football player.
By far. And it's not close when you go to one-on-ones. The only thing would be movement, but they don't run that much of a movement scheme. Not that he couldn't keep up with. No, right?
Just keep Russell safe. That's the franchise. Keep Russell safe.
No, I was just looking back at my chat, and he was wanting somebody to talk about Darrell Taylor. I'm actually glad he didn't get a hold of me for that.
It's like the object, the name of the game for Seattle it's like that Rick and Morty episode. Keep Russell safe.
Yeah, but it's Brooks, Taylor, and Lewis so far. That's who is Brandon Jones? Come on.
Oh, EJ, take that one.
Who is Brandon Jones?
One of your favorites.
Wait. Brandon Jones just got taken?
Did he? This high?
Miami agreed with me? I'm actually not even mad about it.
No, I'm not mad about it either. Brandon Jones is really good.
Brandon Jones is tremendous. Don't think of this as a reach.
No,
this is a value.
Yeah.
Right? Brandon Jones is my sleeper. I said it yesterday. Brandon Jones getting picked in the third is justice. It is justice for the tape because his tape is awesome. Logan Wilson's hair is disturbing. I've never seen him with a helmet off. Yikes. Oh, okay. That tells me why. Hometown, Casper, Wyoming. Having actually been to Casper, that's not a bad haircut for Casper. There you go. No offense to people in Casper.
Michael Kiss is tweeting, I guess Philadelphia's press conference is a shit show right now.
Is it?
To be honest, Philly media was never going to like the Jalen Hurts pick. I love the Jalen Hurts pick. Philly was never going to love it. I think Philly's having a really good draft, and people aren't going to realize it for another 3 years. And they're going to look back and see, oh, nobody thought it was a good draft at the time. Fuck that. I think this is a great draft.
Well, I
love what they're doing.
All right. Professional Cow just got blocked from the chat, so we don't have to worry about that anymore. All right.
Are you going to field goals right now, or can I pee?
You should go pee, even if Brandon gets
for like 4 hours.
No, go.
Yeah.
Go.
I'm gonna go
Come
do
on.
that.
Go. No, Professional Cow is now gone. We don't have to worry about Professional Cow anymore. So, Brett is going to relieve himself. Brandon Jones official. That actually makes me very happy. That is justification for Brandon Jones. He is a tremendous football player. He's got great range, tremendous intelligence. He ran with Justin Jefferson down the slot in the LSU game. If you go look at that, Brandon Jones is fantastic. Like, he's really, really good. So I think the front office of the Dolphins absolutely has that franchise kind of pointing in the right direction, and picking up Brandon Jones, great pick in my mind. Yeah, there you go. Oh, I feel like Philly could have really used someone like Ashton Davis. Yeah, their secondaries beat up last year for sure. And I think Ashton Davis, and I said this on the Bootleg Football podcast where we covered the 10 defensive gems for this year's draft. Brett actually picked Ashton Davis, and I said, where were your biggest highlights? And I think it's in deep third pass coverage, and I don't think there's any reason that Ashton Davis couldn't play cornerback, and quite frankly shouldn't play cornerback in the NFL. And Jim Nagy came out and said the same thing. He said if Ashton Davis was healthy at the Senior Bowl, we absolutely would have given him reps at cornerback. He can hang. I'm seeing Justin Matabuke out of Texas A&M to the Ravens. Such a Ravens pick. Such a Ravens pick. So Cal was right. Cal was just loud and spammed the chat. I don't care if he was right or not. He can be nice about it. Yeah, no, that is such a Ravens pick. Matabuke is a very good run stopper. Not as much as a pass disruptor. Can have flashes, does have some highlights there, but if you watch his highlights over and over again, Matabuke is stout against the run, sets the edge, very, very strong player. His range is not as good as somebody like Ross Blacklock, but he's darn solid. So such a Ravens pick, especially in the third. Very good, very solid football player. Ravens are all about good and solid. Oh, I see assess the threat. That's my boy, Brandon Jones. Yeah, no, he is so good. I never understood why people had him ranked in the 5th and 6th. It just doesn't make any sense to me at all, based on his tape. I had him as, let's see, where did I have him ranked in safety? I had Winfield, Ashton Davis, Delpit, McKinney. Who am I forgetting? There's somebody I'm forgetting there. And then J.R. Reed and Brandon Jones. So he was like 7th for me. And did I have him above Jeremy Chin? I did. I think his instincts are better. His physical prowess, not as much, but instincts mean a lot at safety. You cannot survive in the NFL with a dumb safety. That's a Bill Belichick quote. It's true. What do I think of Curtis Weaver? I am not a Curtis Weaver fan. Defensive end or edge out of Boise. Just an odd player to me. A lot of his production came against really cheap competition. So there you go. 10 kilos of chili. I think Aquara is a great pick. What do you think, EJ? Reunited with his bro. Feel like he'll change our pass rush. What are your thoughts? I like Aquara. It's funny. There were 3 pairs of edges or ends in this draft. One was Khalid Kareem and Aquara. The other is Zuniga and Grenard in Florida. And the last one is in Syracuse, Alton Robinson and Kendall Coleman. And each of those pairs has a bigger, heavier guy and a lighter, faster guy. Aquara is the lighter, faster guy, so he's the Kendall Coleman. He's the Jonathan Grenard. Zuniga, Khalid Kareem, and Alton Robinson are the bigger, heavier guys that really kind of set the edge. It'll be interesting to see how Detroit deploys him. I know Brett, who's now back, loved that pick when the Lions made it. I'm okay with it. He shows flashes. I think he's better than Coleman. I actually think he's better than Grenard. A lot of people had Grenard ranked fairly highly. We haven't seen him come off the board yet. Edge is a preeminent position, so doesn't surprise me. I know it's surprising a lot of people. There you go. Oh, Jones to the Cards. There you go.
Talk about getting bailed out for not taking a tackle in the first.
There you go.
Sometimes it works. Blind luck.
Sometimes it works. Better lucky than good, as the Irish say.
Well fucking done, Arizona.
Brett, Eagles fans are currently freaking out over the Hurts picks. Well, Eagles fans, to be honest, Eagles fans are some of the best fans at freaking out.
Yeah, that's what they do.
They do it better than almost anybody. And, the other thing they do better is throw snowballs with batteries in the middle. So, whatever. Oh, boy. Oh, all right. I got to hop out, go talk to Field Goals. Be back in a bit.
I'm going to wax poetic about Arizona for a second.
I bet you will. All right. Good luck with that.
All right. I'll see you when you get back. So Arizona took Isaiah Simmons in the first round. Great player. Gives them much needed speed on the second level. They did not have a second round pick. And that was part of the reason why, as much as I love Isaiah Simmons, I would have gone with Jedrick Wills or Mekhi Becton in the first round, because I did not think that there was going to be a really good immediate day one starting caliber tackle on the board in the third round. And yet here Josh Jones is. So I don't know if they knew something that nobody else did. By no means did I ever expect Josh Jones to be there. And so for them to get him, God, my hair is all fucked up right now. Yeah, whatever. For them to get Josh Jones, how many words per minute can I type? Depends if my tendonitis is acting up. I'm going to say decent number. For them to get Josh Jones in the third round is tremendous value. Absolutely tremendous value. That means their starting offensive line can theoretically survive in an empty protection now. You don't have to constantly be chipping or constantly be doubling with tight ends. Like, you might actually be able to survive an empty protection. I still think they could use some help at guard to push J.R. Sweezy. But I think the left, from center to the left, is fine. And I think the right has now been significantly upgraded with Josh Jones. And if you can go into empty protections and get 5 out in the route, like, that's where the Cliff Kingsbury system really comes online. Get as many options as possible out in the route instead of having to force to be protecting with 6, or using like check protection with a running back, which kind of limits how you can use your running backs as receivers. You get 5 out in the route, let Kyler be a point guard. That is where Kyler's at his best. And Kyler's already a really damn good quarterback. He is going to be a special quarterback if you can reliably go empty and not get him killed. The Arizona offense is going to be really damn good. You pick up a guard like Lemieux, Stenberg, Damian Lewis is gone, Jonah Jackson from Ohio State. You pick one of those guys to push J.R. Sweezy, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. Cardinals are going to push for the division. If they can get one more guard, starting caliber guard, Cardinals are going to push for the division. They are not going to be an easy team to beat. And I know that sounds crazy because the Niners are in the division. Trust me, the Cardinals are going to be a problem. Huge problem. That's a very talented team. I believe in Cliff Kingsbury as a coach. I made a long, almost half-hour-long film room episode on Cliff Kingsbury's system when everybody thought that, you can't win a lot of games on Texas Tech. How are you going to win the NFL? No. You talk to players that played against Arizona last year. They were hard to beat already as it is. Like, they are a couple pieces away from being a problem. You give them a guard, now that they have Josh Jones. You give protection to Kyler. You let him to distribute to all the weapons they have. They added DeAndre Hopkins. They have Isaiah Simmons, who gives them a speed element on the second level that they were severely missing last year. That is a problem of a team. Cliff flexing on everyone with the crib. Yeah, that's Cliff's style. He's going to let you know that he's better than you. Because he is. Dude, you have tendonitis? Yeah, man. You sit here editing videos as much as I do, and your wrists will lock up on you. It's pretty bad, actually. I've had it since I was working in a call center, a medical call center that I started at as a teenager. And when you're like sitting like this for 8 hours a day with your wrists kind of like, because the desk was high and so my wrists were like that, and you're typing for 8 hours a day for years. Like, it started there, and it just hasn't, it's kind of slowly spiraled even more downhill. My wrists are fucked. Like, wow, I have really bad wrists because of that. But it's okay. I'm sure stem cells will fix it eventually. That's my one hope in life, is that medical technology advances enough to save me from myself. Wentz didn't get hurt at all until a cheap shot took him out. They have so much more glaring issues than a QB. Well, the thing is, every quarterback takes cheap shots. Wentz just happens to get hurt when he takes cheap shots. Like, there's some quarterbacks that, for whatever reason, they'll take hits like that, they'll pop back up, and they'll be fine. Wentz, he's more susceptible to getting hurt on those. Like, every quarterback takes, questionable shots. Just Wentz tends to get hurt on them. That's the thing with him. And it's always been that way. Even going back to in college, it's always been that way. He's tough, but he'll get hurt. It's reality at this point. Zach Bond to the Saints. Oof. Man. Saints are putting together a good draft. I love the Ruiz pick. Remember, Larry Warford, 1 year left on his deal. So you're drafting ahead of time. And McCoy can also play guard. So I'm not really sure between Ruiz and McCoy who's going to be playing guard long term. But if you don't want to pay Warford, and you want to draft his replacement ahead of time and just slide him in, and not to mention that, also give you flexibility. If somebody gets hurt on the interior, Ruiz can play all three interior spots. So they're kind of injury-proofing themselves for this year and also having a long-term option already ready to go so that they can manage the cap better in 2021 and not have to pay Warford. Great pick for that. And then Bond is just value. Bond's just value. It's, we're thin at linebacker. Let's take a really good linebacker that can also provide pass rush value. We'll put him next to Cam Jordan, and they'll just absolutely wreck shop together. I love that pick for them. That is pure best player available. Bad risk. Good thing you're married. No comment. By the time I'm 90, stem cells can save your wrists. Oh, God. Oh, I hope not. It already hurts like a motherfucker, not going to lie. Who do you think the Lions should take at 81? Do they still have another pick? Really? How many picks do they have? What do you think of the Colts and Panthers draft so far? I love both of them. The front seven the Panthers are building is nightmarish. That's going to be one of the best D-lines in the league within probably a couple years, I think. A nightmare defensive line to go against. Saints did not take Bond. Hold on. Who'd the Jags take? Are you guys able to tell me who the Jags took? Because I saw you guys said Bond, but I don't remember seeing the Jag. Madubuike to the Ravens. Am I just way behind? Am I way behind? Oh, that was right before Josh Jones. I think it was gone at that point. Madubuike to the Ravens. He's explosive. He fits. He's a good kind of rotational fastball on the inside, and I think he could play a little bit outside as well. That being said, I had a higher grade on Neville Gallimore. I'm kind of surprised I didn't go Gallimore because he was sitting right there. Gallimore was my DT3, I want to say. And no, DT4. Sorry, excuse me, because I forgot Kinlaw was the thing. It was Brown, Kinlaw, Blacklock, and then Gallimore. Madubuike was my DT6, if I remember correctly. I don't have the rankings in front of me. So I would, if it was my choice, I would have gone Gallimore, but I think Madubuike still accomplishes what they're looking for in that role, which is just explosive, get up the field, split gap. Like that is a one gap system of we are getting up the field, we're blitzing, penetrate, disrupt. That's what Madubuike does. So from that standpoint, I think it fits really well. Do not trust the chat, Brett. Don't worry, I don't trust any of you fuckers. I don't trust any of you. But that being said, I'm blindly trusting that you're correct on Devon Hamilton, Jacksonville, because I don't have anything else to refute that. Oh no, the official draft tracker has that. Devon Hamilton, again, same kind of thing. Get up the field, penetrate, disrupt. That's his thing. And I think I had him as a third round grade. He went in the third round. Adequate value for the pick. I still would have gone Gallimore, but in a vacuum, is that talent worth the 73rd overall pick? Yeah, I would say that he did. So I'm totally okay with it. I disagree on order of defensive tackle ranking, but he's a good player and he fits. And they're really weak at defensive tackle. They're very thin there right now. So just getting as many guys as you can and eventually hit on one, because they desperately need a pass rushing 3 technique that can be reliable. Eventually they got to hit on one if they just keep taking them. Thoughts on Dylan to Green Bay? That to me screamed that LaFleur remembered how impactful Derrick Henry was when they had a big back that was hard to tackle and you just get him rolling in that zone system. I think he's trying to recreate that with Dylan. But the thing is, Dylan's not as good of a running back as Derrick Henry. Like I had a really high grade on Derrick Henry coming out because not only is he really tough to bring down once he gets going, but he's got for a man that size, his quicks in terms of change of direction. Again, he's not a stop-start guy. It's a plant the foot, cut up the field guy. He's a slashing running back. Dylan, I think, does not have the same kind of slashing style. And so I think he doesn't redirect his momentum enough, or not enough. He doesn't redirect his momentum as smoothly as Derrick Henry does. And so I think he's a lesser version of the same style. And to me, I think they could have got him later. There were other running backs that I think are also very tough to bring down, like Zach Moss, that are more versatile, better receivers, better stop-start agility. You know, Moss's top-end speed isn't quite there, like Dylan, obviously. But I think he's just a better running back. So I understand why they're doing it. I get why they're doing it. I just don't agree with it, if that makes sense. At least not that high. Like, if you're talking like maybe if trade down late third, early fourth, that kind of range, yeah, sure, sign me up. But top of round 2, not so much. Jonah Jackson to Detroit, solid guard. Big fan of Jonah Jackson. He was my, in terms of guard rank, like pure guard rankings, because I had Hunt as a guard instead of a tackle. So he was my OG 3. And getting him in the third round, again, solid pass protector, high character guy, high work ethic, leadership, played well at the Senior Bowl, going up against really good competition. I'm a big Jonah Jackson fan. So getting another guy that you can add on the interior and just be solid, keep Stafford upright, that's a good pick. Let's see if I can keep catching up here. Okay, so the Zach Bond thing was real, so my comments earlier stand. It's a BPA pick. Best player available. That also fits a need, because they needed linebacker help. Well, they didn't need linebacker help. They could have used linebacker help. And he was the best off-ball linebacker left that also happens to be a really damn good pass rusher. So Zach Bond's a very good pick for them. So Tampa's pick is in at 76. Let's see what they got. Ooh, Zach Moss to Tampa would be fun. Let's go with that. I hope it's Zach Moss. That would be sick. Oh, it's Keyshawn Vaughn. Okay, similar kind of thing. Vaughn, I don't think is as quick as Moss, but just a bruiser, bang between the tackles, hard runner. You know, if it's 3rd and 3, he'll get you the 3 yards. If it's 3rd and 5, he'll get you the 4 yards. He's a banger, man. I think, is he the best receiver? No. Pass protector, he's okay. Like, he is my short yardage back. He's my goal line back. He's my closer in the fourth quarter. I still would want to add like an Eno Benjamin to complement him, who can also pass protect, but is a better receiver. I think he's got more juice on the edge. You work him maybe a little bit more on the boundary. Like, if you split carries between Keyshawn Vaughn and Eno Benjamin, I am all about that. That would be a really fascinating running back duo that I would be totally cool with. Is he Zach Moss? No, but he's still a good player. Again, a lot of these guys, when I talk about who I would take above them, like, the difference isn't that big. It's a preference thing. And in a vacuum, Keyshawn Vaughn fits about this range. So, what I think about Bryce Hall to the Jets, as if the Jets draft could get any better. If they also get Bryce Hall out of this, man, it would be tough to have a better class than that. Every single pick's been a home run so far to me. Yeah, so I'm looking at the Keyshawn Vaughn highlights right now. Man, he's a banger, man. He's fun to watch, though. I think he's got a little bit more juice than James Conner did coming out. Similar kind of play style, though, of just like, he'll run through you. 100% he'll run through you. You know, he has no problems with contact. Let me pull up his... Yeah, his spider chart on Mock Draftable is not impressive at all. 5'10", 214, bowling ball build. You know, 4.51, not blinding speed. Vertical jump, not super explosive. But if he's meeting a linebacker in the hole, that linebacker's going backwards. I can tell you that much. That's his value. Really solid football player. Am I the only one who thinks Cam Dantzler is underrated? I guess it depends on what you think about underrated. Like, I think Cam Dantzler is a 3rd to 4th round pick. So if he went right about now, it makes sense. I didn't buy Cam Dantzler in the first 2 rounds personally. I wasn't that high on him, but I think he's a solid developmental corner with some length and traits that you could talk about developing as a 3rd rounder that maybe doesn't have to start immediately. So I'd be okay with him here just for upside, but I didn't think he was ready. Philly needed Ashton Davis. Agree. He's very similar to Malcolm Jenkins, or early career Malcolm Jenkins, in terms of versatility, intellect, closing ability. So that's a pretty good comp for him, is honestly Malcolm Jenkins. Jets and Cards feasted on this draft so far. If you consider the Cards' 2nd round pick to be DeAndre Hopkins, which I think it is, then yeah, they've had one of the best classes, period. Isaiah Simmons, DeAndre Hopkins, Josh Jones, back to back to back. Fuck. That's up there. Denver picks Ojemudia. Ooh, that's an interesting one. Ooh. Let me see if I can find this, if that's confirmed. That's a really... because he's a bigger corner. He's got length. He's got speed. I think he was like a mid 4.4 guy. I mean, if we're just talking height, weight, speed, developmental prospect with all the upside in the world, that, especially in the third round, that I'm okay with. Absolutely, I'm okay with that. Him and Dantzler are very similar to me in terms of like grade, but they're both projection picks. Height, weight, speed, developmental boundary corners. I think he's a little bit tight, but at that size and at that speed, again, if you teach him the right technique to use the boundary and just bully guys, he could be good. I don't know if he'll start from day one. He probably won't start from day one, to be honest, but in a couple years, that could look like a really nice pick. Again, it's projection. He's one that you're kind of rolling the dice on a little bit, but I'm totally okay with that. Bryce Hall to the Chiefs would be incredible. Yeah, it would. Yeah, it would, which means it's probably going to happen. Because the AFC is not allowed to be competitive, apparently. I mean, you go from Clyde Edwards-Helaire to Willie Gay, very underrated linebacker. See, Logan Wilson went, right? Yeah, he went at the top of round 3. That's right. Forgot he went to Cincy. Now, I'm curious to see what Atlanta takes here because they've also had a nice, really solid draft with Terrell in the first round, and then Marlon Davidson in the second round. Like, they're really building to their system. I'm curious to see who they take here. Antonio Gandy Golden is going to be AJ Green 2.0. If he went to Alabama or Clemson, he'd be a surefire pick. Not a speed guy, but in the red zone on fades and jump balls, he's a freak. Yes, I agree. Very good jump ball receiver. Fun fact about Antonio Gandy Golden, he is an actual genius. Like, one of the smartest people, period, like, in this whole class. He is an actual brilliant human being. He had to special order a 4x4 Rubik's Cube because a 3x3 was not difficult enough for him. He was solving them too quickly and he wanted to challenge himself. And the thing is, it's exponential difficulty. 4x4, there's a hell of a lot more possibilities than 3x3, and the math is totally different. Like, that's the kind of genius we're talking about here. He learned bowling, and then 2 months later, bowled a perfect game because he's just really good at learning shit. Gandy Golden's going to be a star. Well, maybe not a star, but he's going to be a really good pick. I think he can be a star. He can develop into a star. Might take a couple years, but if anybody is going to do it, somebody at that size and speed with that just kind of natural affinity for improvement, he's a good bet. How do I like Bryan Edwards? I really wish he didn't get hurt before the Senior Bowl because I wanted to see him in the one-on-ones. Solid receiver, built like a brick shithouse, turns into a running back with the ball in his hands. Not super twitchy, but twitchy enough. Not super fast, but fast enough. Great ball skills. Great through contact. He's a solid number 2. I think like a more physical version of Mohamed Sanu, where you just look up at the end of the game and he's got 4 catches for 80 yards, and you don't remember any of his catches, but he's productive. So I'm a big Edwards fan. If he didn't get hurt, he probably honestly would have been gone by now, if we're being honest. But unfortunately, he did get hurt, so... Performed average at best in the Senior Bowl? I would disagree with that. I was sitting in the bleachers and watching him. He was not average down there. He was not average down there. I watched every rep. He was not average down there. He was really good that week. Hennessy to Atlanta. Ooh, that's good. That's good. So... thing with Hennessy, excellent mover at the center position, highly mobile. And when you look at Alex Mack, let me see how many years left on his contract he has, but he is getting up there in age. Stand by. I think he only has 1 year left, Alex Mack. Hold on, boys. So, because he's 34, and yeah, 2020 is the last year of Alex Mack deal. This is a future-proofing pick. And Hennessy, I think, is a really good zone center prospect with similar movement skills to Alex Mack. I mean, his ability to mirror is excellent. I think he's a more mobile center than Cushenberry. So when you look at Atlanta's system, well, Cushenberry is higher in my rankings for center because he's just a brick wall of a pass protector. Hennessy is such a good mover that he fits what Atlanta needs out of their center, which is a center that can pull and get out in space quickly, who can reach block on nose tackles, who can locate and track linebackers on the second level. Like, he is a really good fit for them, a better pure fit for them than Cushenberry is. Love this pick. Great value. One of my favorite picks in this round, to be honest. Great pick. Well done, Atlanta. Because now Mack can kind of ride off into the sunset. There's a smooth transition to Hennessy. I think Hennessy can also cross-train at guard and give them some much-needed depth because Atlanta's offensive line can't stop getting injured. Love it. Love it. Great pick. Cush isn't a zone center. You are correct. He is not a zone center. He is a gap scheme center. He is a mauler and a pass protector. Zuniga to the Jets. Ooh, I love Zuniga. He's tough. He is tough. He's tight. He's very tight hip. Not a whole lot of bend to him. He is a forward mover. I mean, he chooses one direction to go, but he's really hard to stop once he gets moving in that direction. I don't know if he'll stand up much. I think he's more of a hand in the dirt kind of guy, but he explodes off the ball. He's got power, a nifty kind of inside counter. If you overset against his speed, a solid third-round pick. Is he a Batman? No, he's a Robin, but he's a damn good Robin. He's going to set a hard edge against the run. He's going to work his ass off every day. He's going to contribute on special teams. You know, if you're getting a really good run defender, a special teamer, and somebody who can add some pass rush value, is he a great pass protector? No, I don't think he's fluid enough to be a great pass protector, but I still think he can be a decent pass rusher. Sorry, not pass protector, pass rusher, who can collapse the pocket, who I think can get some work done. If he's explosive enough that if he gets a good jump off the count, he can still win off the edge. He's got a nifty inside counter, like I mentioned. Like, he's just a solid football player. Very solid football player. This Jets class is tremendous so far. I'm loving this. What's my favorite position to watch film on? Probably DBs, because I'm better at them than most other positions. I would say DB. Sounds a lot like Jordan Jenkins the way you're putting it. I think Jenkins is a little bit looser in the hips, and Zuniga's I think is a little bit more explosive, like vertically explosive. But in terms of role, yeah, you're not that far off. Too bad the Jets don't have a Batman pass rusher. If Quinnen Williams could stay healthy, I think he could be. I love Quinnen Williams. He's one of my favorite defensive tackles ever. But unfortunately, he was playing through a high ankle sprain all of last year, so I think we didn't really get to see the real Quinnen Williams. This year, I think we can see the real Quinnen Williams. I think if he stays healthy, he's going to be an absolute madman. And he can be their Batman. I think he absolutely can be. Do I think the Raiders take Cushenberry to replace Rodney Harrison? They would be very smart to. That'd be a great pick. Brett, can the Packers do anything right now to make me not want to kill myself? Sorry, buddy. Go find a bridge. It's going to be that kind of night for you. F's in chat, boys. F's in chat. Water's good. I totally forgot I had my whiskey here too. Fuck. This is my true water. The Jets subreddit already thinks Quinnen is a bust. The Jets subreddit thinks a lot of things. I'll just leave it at that. If he stops bringing guns to the airport, he can be Batman. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. There's the Fs. Thank you, boys. Brett, favorite quarterbacks? I have them ranked Burrow, and then Tua, and then Jalen Hurts, and then Jordan Love, and then Justin Herbert. The only first round grades I had were, and keep in mind, it wasn't like all like we're talking about high first round grade, low first round grade. I had high first round grades on Burrow and Tua. I had a low first round grade on Hurts, and then everybody else had a day 2 grade. YouTube football analyst tells viewer to kill themselves. I hope YouTube doesn't allow you to clip things, because that could be vastly misconstrued. Jets have had the best draft so far. Them, Arizona, Cincy off the top of my head have been good. Baltimore's been good. New Orleans has been good. In terms of just like 3 knock it out of the parks in a row, Jets are killing it. I mean, they have 3 guys that I had in the first round of my mock. They have 3 guys in the first 3 picks. It's insane. What wide receiver would fit in Philly? That's a good question. Who's left? I mean, I mentioned Bryan Edwards earlier. He'd be a good fit as like a big slot role for sure. Who's having the best draft so far in the AFC South? I really like what Indianapolis is doing. I mean, getting Pittman, and I guess you count your first round pick as DeForest Buckner, you know, if we're playing by those rules. So you get DeForest Buckner, you get Michael Pittman, you get Jonathan Taylor. That's a really good draft so far. That's honestly, that's one of the best in the league right there. Oh, Carolina. Somebody mentioned that just now. Yeah, they're up there too. Just for the defensive front they're building alone. It's ridiculous. Brett, who has the best subreddit for the memes? Detroit and Chicago, I think, are probably 2 of the top 3 or 4. Chiefs subreddit, underrated memeage. Philly, depending on how ragey they are, sometimes they can go a little bit overboard on the rage, but that's just kind of their default state. How important is the tackle pick for Cleveland? It's everything. It's everything. That was the biggest weakness by far. And keep in mind, like, the system's changing. The system is going to be a lot less destructive for Baker Mayfield this year. It's not going to be calling 5-step drops and saying, all right, Baker, you're on your own. And they're also changing up his footwork, so his drop depth is going to be shallower. He's not going to be 11 yards deep in the pocket, making things hard for his tackles. So he's going to be getting the ball out quicker. He's going to be shallower, I guess you should say, in the pocket. So the angles for his tackles are going to be easier. Not to mention his tackles are just flat out better with Conklin and Wills. Love that tackle duo for them. And protection was their biggest problem last year. You know, if Baker's clean, if Baker's in a clean pocket, he is dealing. So you look at all the weapons they have. The quarterback they have, who's good when he's clean in the pocket, who will be clean in the pocket, that offense is going to be tremendous. On defense, you got Delpit at free safety being added, who free safety was their biggest weakness. Like, Cleveland's roster is loaded. And I'm a big believer in Kevin Stefanski too. I think they're going to challenge Baltimore and be in it with them to the very end. I mean, shit, they ripped off a win against Baltimore last year, and they were coached by Freddie Kitchens and had in my opinion, inferior roster. Way inferior roster to what they have now. I think they're going to challenge Baltimore for the division. You can clip that one. You know, play that back for me in January. I really do. I think they're going to challenge Baltimore for the division. I still think Baltimore in the end is going to win it, but Cleveland's going to make it hard on them, and they're going to take it to Week 17. They really will. Cover 1 has me interested in the Bills now. Did you like their picks? I guess if you count their first round pick as Stephon Diggs, I like that. If you count their second round pick, they only had 1 second round pick, right? In Epinesa, which is solid. I mean, he came out of the womb of Buffalo Bill for sure. And they needed some edge help, and they also needed some interior pass rush help because Ed Oliver can't do it all by himself. And Epinesa gives them both. So I'm okay with that. Getting a really solid edge run defender who can set a hard edge, make everything flow back into Tremaine Edmonds and Matt Milano, who are going to be playing aggressively and shooting up the middle, making splash plays. And then you kick Epinesa inside as a pass rusher on third down. Hell yeah. All about that. And then who else did they take? I don't think they've had another pick, right? Stand by. I'm going to look. Okay. So that was that. Nope. They didn't have another one in the second round. Then round 3. Okay, so that was just the one pick, quote unquote, they've had so far. And then the next one's at 86. So after Zuniga, we had Lynn Bowden. Lynn Bowden to Vegas. That's interesting. So he's going to help on special teams. He's going to be a gadget player. He'll be in the slot. He'll get some carries. Again, he'll play on all 4 core special teams. He can score touchdowns in 5 different ways. You want to run some wildcat with him, get frisky, you can do that. Like that's a very Mayock pick in the sense that he's just a football player and they're going to figure it out later. And then doubling up with Brian Edwards, who I've talked about a couple times here. He's a big slot. I think you can play him a little bit outside. He doesn't have super good speed to burn outside, but I think he's really going to be at home in the slot. Work in the middle because he's super tough and has great hands. And if you can get him on the move with slants, he's really hard to bring down in the open field too. So I think he's at home in that kind of role. So you have Ruggs outside. You have Tyrell outside. You have... Actually, they already had a slot. The Clemson kid they took last year. Man. So who would be their starting 3? Now that I think about it. I'd still probably put Edwards as a starter. But, I mean, you're 4 deep at receiver now. You're 4 deep. They've taken 2 so far, and I think it's a much better receiving core than they had last year. For sure. For sure. Oh, no, you're right. You're 5 deep at receiver. I miscounted. Because you have Bowden, too. Who the fuck is going to start? I mean, it's a good problem to have. It's definitely a good problem to have. If you have no idea who your best 5 are, and not out of panic, but just because you have a lot of good football players, that's a good, deep 5-man receiver rotation. I dig this. I really dig what the Raiders are putting together. Yeah, Renfro. That's who I was talking about. Did Dallas get Gallimore? Fuck. Man, Dallas is getting all the value. All the value. That's a great pick for them. That is a great pick because they just lost Malik Collins, ironically, to the Raiders. So you're putting Gallimore rotating in with Gerald McCoy, Tristan Hill, who was a fan of last year, Dontari Poe. Man, their interior rotation. Man, that's a hell of a rotation for them. That's a value pick, too. They didn't need Gallimore. They just took him because he's the best player. Man. He kind of makes Gerald McCoy expendable, to be honest. In my opinion, he makes Gerald McCoy expendable long term, which I think McCoy's only a 1-year deal, but let me double check that. Gerald McCoy over the cap. Let's see here. No, they signed McCoy to a 3-year deal. Interesting. But it's only a $3.5 million. If they want to cut him and save $3.2 million next year, if they're really hard up against the cap, or the year after that, it's a $6 million savings if they cut him. So they're not super anchored into that deal. But Gallimore is a really good player. Really good player. And I think if they need to get out of cap trouble, if they need to maneuver in a couple years because of the Dak deal and the Cooper deal and the Jalen Smith deal and all the guys they paid, if they need to get a little bit of relief, Gallimore makes Gerald McCoy expendable. He's a very talented player. He could play nose. He could play 3 technique. Super athletic. I mean, how many times do you see a defensive tackle his size throw a spin move on a center and like roast a center with a spin move? Like, that's a rare thing. He's a rare athlete. Very, very good football player. Cushenberry to Broncos. Is that official? Cushenberry to Broncos would be a great pick. Just because it's Cushenberry. And at this point, you have to take him because he's a really good center. Let me see here. See if I can get some sort of confirmation. We have 666 concurrent viewers in the stream right now, by the way. If you're superstitious. Cushenberry to Broncos. How about that? The Chiefs are probably pissed. I think they were locked and loaded for Cushenberry at the end of this round, and Broncos snaked them. Man, that's a good value pick. He's going to be a really good pass protector, which in that division, you're going against Chris Jones. You're going against Jerry Tillery, who I'm a big fan of. You're going against probably Malik Collins, I think, would be the starting 3 technique for Oakland. So, I mean, you have some really good to great interior pass rushers in that division. It's important to keep the middle of the pocket clean for Drew Lock. Because, I mean, honestly, keeping any quarterback clean up the middle is imperative because interior pressure tends to screw with quarterbacks a lot more than edge pressure. If you have interior pressure, it tends to draw the quarterback's eyes down, and they might get a little bit spooked. They might miss a read. So just keeping the front of the pocket as firm as possible it's a good game plan for any team that has a young quarterback, especially one like Drew Lock. So again, investing in protecting him, in keeping the front of the pocket integrity solid, it's a good pick. Who do I think has had the best draft so far? I would lean Jets. Every pick they've made has been a home run. Even Zuniga, for a third round value, it's a good value. I thought he was a third round pick, and they got him in the third round. So, but every pick before that was a first round value that they got in the first, in every other subsequent round. So, worst pick has to be Herbert. Potentially. It's tough to say definitively. Because he's a quarterback and because you're taking him top 6, I mean, it's a roll of the dice no matter what. And I mean, quarterbacks are generally a crapshoot anyway. But my gut instinct, the pick that I like the least so far is, it's probably Herbert. I would say you're right on there. Apparently, Vegas are planning to play Bowden at running back. That I'm okay with because he can essentially play the role of a third down back that you can put out in the slot, like a Tariq Cohen type. I'm okay with that. I mean, Tariq Cohen's basically a slot receiver that happens to line up in the backfield. So if you use Bowden the same way, that's fine with me. CJ Henderson is the worst pick. He's up there. He's definitely up there. I would not have taken CJ Henderson in the top 10. No way. Brett, why did the Bears pass on Mims? Why does Ryan Pace do anything he does? Why does Ryan Pace do anything? I don't know what his motivations are at this point. Darrell Taylor is the worst pick. He's up there too. He's for sure up there too. I really thought Cushenberry might fall to the Ravens at 91. Yeah, of course you would hope for that. Just as a giant middle finger to the rest of the league. I just log off if that happened. I just quit. My dad likes the Herbert pick and hates the Tua pick. What do I do? Get a new father. Sorry. Trade this one in. He had a shot. Get a younger model. No, EJ, I cannot hear you. Are you not in the call? I don't believe you are. No, you are not. How about that? Yeah, we can't hear you or see you, EJ. If you're in the call, it's not showing me that you're in the call for some reason. Terrell Lewis to the Rams. I like that. Super high upside. Super high upside pick coming off the edge. I think he has the potential to be their best edge rusher as a rookie. And I don't say that lightly. Because their only other competition there is Samson Ebicam, Justin Lawler, Okoronkwo. Yeah, they got nobody. He is going to be their best edge rusher as a rookie, for sure. He's a better player than all of them, even Ebicam. And Ebicam's had his moments, but Terrell Lewis is better. More explosive, more powerful, more length. Yeah, that's a great value pick. He only slid that far because of injuries, to be honest. He's a first-round talent that slid this far just because he's been hurt so much. But, damn, when he's healthy, when he's on the field, he's got a lot of Aldon Smith to him, and that's saying something. He plays very similarly. Early career Aldon Smith, not like, present day Aldon Smith. Brett Winobini, because my room is super hot. It is like 80-something in California today, and I could not justify a beanie again today. It is hot as balls over here. Do I like Aquara or Lewis better? Assuming health, probably Lewis. Yeah, I'd say Lewis. Because he's got a mean long arm. Like when he gets up into a tackle's chest and he just jacks him back with one arm, he's tough to handle. He's really tough to handle. He stood out at the Senior Bowl for sure. When he was finally able to just get a whole lot of just good one-on-one reps against a lot of good tackles, and he shredded them. Great player. Try enabling his mic again? Hold on. It's showing... I think it's showing me that you're on the call, but you're not at the same time. That is odd. EJ, if you can hear me, just start a new call, and then I'll just kind of open it up that way. Because I can just throw the window in there, and it'll automatically kind of do magic OBS things. Cool. He just sent a new call. Let me copy that. Stand by. Copy link address. Okay. Let's do that. Join that one. Get out of that one.
All right. Can you hear me now?
I can, but there's no video.
Yeah, it's weird. My camera's on, but I'm gonna have to figure that out. But at least you can hear me, because that was annoying.
And I think, chat, you can let us know if you hear EJ too. I do, so you probably should too as well, theoretically speaking. You should be able to hear him, but...
All right, I'll see if I can get the camera working again.
Let me catch up on picks here. So, Cushenberry to Denver, talked about that one. Terrell Lewis, we talked about that one. Julian Blackmon to the Colts at 85.
It's a good pick.
Solid. I can't remember what other safeties are on the board. Oh, Burgess is on the board. I would have gone Burgess.
Yeah, but Burgess is a nickel, man. Everybody
I
calls
don't
him
care.
50.
I want him on the team.
Oh, he's a great player, but he's a nickel. Like Blackmon is much more clearly a backup for, hey, Malik Hooker might get hurt again. Like that's his role. He does play deep. So
Zach Moss to the Bills.
Oh, behind Singletary. Ouch.
How's that for a duo?
That's a
Good
massive
Lord.
1-2 punch. They're gonna that's such a good pick for them. That's such a good pick for them.
Man, my hair is all sorts of fucked today. That's what happens when you can't get a haircut for a month and a half, I guess. Oh well. Yeah, Zach Moss to the Bills. Great pick. Great pick. He's going to be a hammer for them. Keep Singletary fresh. You know, you're giving both of them probably 12 to 15 touches a game, splitting it evenly, making sure neither one of them gets worn down. They can both catch the ball at the backfield. They can both pass protect. They can both run between the tackles. I think Singletary, he's got better contact balance, but I think Moss has better power. But in the end, it still accomplishes the same thing, which is breaking tackles. Great pick. Bills are having a solid draft if you count Stephon Diggs as their first-round picks. They get Epinesa, who's a perfect Bills fit, and you get Zach Moss, perfect Bills fit. Like they're drafting dudes that fit their team for sure. Although honestly, if there's one thing that I think we've learned from this draft, it's that a lot of fantasy rankings are just worthless now because there's so many committees. So many committees. It's gonna be tough to draft running backs this year because none of them are gonna get workhorse loads at all.
No, I don't see that.
Nobody's getting over 15 carries a game. Like in the whole league,
No.
there's nobody getting over 15 carries other than like Zeke. That's it.
Yeah, everybody's loading up in the same way to say we're going to fill in the slot in our stable that we don't have. If we have a speed guy, we're going to get the power guy. If we have a jitterbug like Singletary, who is also, to his credit, more of a power guy than people give him credit for, we're going to get Zach Moss, who's a pounder between the tackles. Like, all that is just, yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Click the camera next to the... Is that a thing? No.
I don't know. My camera says it's on, and Hangout says that it is indeed accessing the camera, and it's enabled for it, which is also kind of
very
awesome.
Weird.
Awesome or not awesome, but yeah.
Not even Christian McCaffrey? No, they'd be dumb to give Christian McCaffrey 20 carries a game. You just paid him. You don't want to ruin him. You want to keep McCaffrey total touches around 20, sure, but 15 carries and 5 catches, not 20 carries and 5 catches. You know, you don't want to grind him down too much. You won't get value out of the contract long term if you grind him down. Brett, how is Bryce Hall still available? Age and injury history, mostly.
Yeah.
Very talented corner. Love him.
Absolutely love Bryce Hall. We are a Bryce Hall positive podcast.
Anthony Jennings to the Patriots, which is probably the most predictable pick in this whole draft.
It's one of them, for sure.
Bill has a soft spot. I'm not a big Anthony Jennings guy for what it's worth, but I think he's okay. I don't know if I'd take him in the third. He's fine. He's not a great pass rusher. He's not a great run defender. He's not a great in coverage. He's just okay in everything. Honestly, I would probably take him more for special teams than anything else. I think it'd be a really good special teamer, which, knowing Bill, it's probably factored pretty heavily into it. Do you guys like Curtis Weaver out of Boise State? EJ, I'm going to let you lead that one.
Not really. Weaver is a tough eval, but a lot of his production came against crappy competition, and he just doesn't fit in any boxes. Makes him a difficult guy to sort of scout and say, oh, he could do this. Because he doesn't really fit. He's really short, really squat. He's somewhat explosive, but he doesn't show a lot of he shows a lot of burst, but it's sort of straightforward burst, not a lot of bend. He shows some power, but only in certain situations. He's never quite all the way there. You can tell I'm not a huge fan. I know people have part of it is that I was really excited. I had heard from probably early fall, oh, you got to check out Curtis Weaver. You got to check out Curtis Weaver. And I tend to save guys like that for nights when I'm having trouble getting through tape and I need a little pick me up. And I opened up the Curtis Weaver tape probably later than I should have. It was like 10:40 at night. And I was like, all right, one more. I can do one. I'm going to pick one that I'm excited about. And about halfway through his first tape, I was like, what am I looking at here? Like, what are we doing here? And I got all the way through it, and I reached out to some people I know that actually like him, and I was like, I'm not wild about him. Tell me the good things here. And they said a lot of the things I saw, but I just don't put the same value on them. So I think Weaver's kind of a late round guy that you bring in and hope he can be a third or fourth edge rusher to sort of take pressure off your high points in the pass rush. I'm not a huge Weaver fan. Lots of effort, not a ton of traits.
Bryce Hall to Houston. Yeah, I'd be fine with that. I don't think it'll happen, but I'd be fine with it. Dallas kind of took away my dream of Gallimore, which, by the way, EJ, did you see that Dallas took Gallimore?
I did. I was actually on with Field Gulls when he was doing that, and I told Brandon to look up that highlight versus Baylor. For anybody in the chat that wants to look up the highlight I'm talking about, it's Oklahoma versus Baylor 2019 at about the 140 mark. Pick it up and watch the pursuit of Neville Gallimore as he runs across the field chasing the quarterback. That guy looks like a flat-out Olympic sprinter. It is ridiculous. A guy that's damn near 330 pounds should not be able to motor like that. It's just not okay. So, yeah.
Here's their interior rotation. So you have Neville Gallimore, Gerald McCoy, Dontari Poe, Tristan Hill, and Antoine Woods. That's a lot of dudes.
It's a lot of good dudes.
A lot of good dudes.
I mean, I could name off the Bears tight end roster if you'd like.
Somebody in chat said that Matt Miller gave the Cole Kmet pick an A. Yeah. And I think we're being unfair because Cole Kmet as a player is somebody we like. It's the other players that were on the board at the same time that's the issue to me. Not to mention, does he do anything that Colby Parkinson can't do in the 5th round?
Oh, God. No, it's that, there's 10 dudes. It's not necessarily the number of dudes you have. That's not the thing. The problem is that, you need quality, and the list or the roster you just read off of that defensive line is quality, right? It's a ton of quality guys. It's not the numbers. It's that they're all really skilled. I could read you off the Bears 10 tight ends and I'd get 4 deep and you'd be like, who? So yeah, it's not numbers. It's numbers and skill. And boy, that is a stack of numbers and skill.
Not to sidetrack, but did you see Trey Burton's claim today?
Yep, I did.
About getting misdiagnosed by the Bears medical staff?
I did.
And saying that he had a hip injury that he played through all last year that was misdiagnosed by the Bears.
Yep, I did.
Pretty big claim. It's
not a happy thing.
Not a happy thing. I don't know if it's true, but if it is true, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, but I mean, look, I would love to say this is uncommon. I would love to say that player claims against teams not having their best interests at heart medically were rare. The bottom line is they're not, and that is a bummer. It doesn't matter which team, doesn't matter which player. These guys deserve to be treated with respect physically, and I'm not saying that it was purposeful in Trey Burton's case. I have no idea what went on in that situation. I'm not going to claim to know that. But if it's right, it's not good.
What do you think about Jordan Elliott as a Brown in the 3rd round? That's the kind of value I'm okay with.
Sure, it just stacks their roster with guys that have potential.
Yeah. I don't think that he would play over Ogunjobi.
No. No. In no way.
But if
they're
Larry
showing
gets
Zach
hurt,
Moss highlights.
If Larry gets hurt,
I know. I'm just going to take a minute and revel in my Zach Moss highlights. Him just abusing Huskies for touchdowns. And,
he is a football player, that's for sure.
He is a hell of a football player. That guy is really, really talented. Buffalo. All my relatives live in Buffalo. I gotta text my uncle here and say you got a good one. I did that a couple of years ago. They took a corner, and he was like, "Who's this guy?" And I was like, "Yeah, you just got one of the best corners in the draft, right?" And he was like, "All right, I'll believe you." Tre'Davious. I was like, yeah.
4 years later.
Yeah. He's a great corner.
Speaking of interior rotations, here's the Browns' interior rotation. Keep in mind, their edge rushers are Myles Garrett and Olivier Vernon. And then Adrian Claiborne is the changeup, who I like. Yeah. So you have Sheldon Richardson, Larry Ogunjobi, Andrew Billings, Jordan Elliott as the top 4. Pretty damn good.
Yeah. Did you see the Keyshawn Vaughn pick to Vanderbilt? Or sorry, to Tampa? I like backing up Ronald Jones. That's a really he's a
banger
him. He's a great player.
I was surprised he went before Zach Moss, but I know what they're going for. It's just, hey, it's 3rd and 3. Get us a guy that can get those 3 yards.
Oh, no wonder Kiss said that the press conference was a shit show.
Why?
The Eagles QB coach said last summer that he felt the future of the NFL could be moving towards having 2 QBs on the field at once. How do you guys think this could be schemed? Poorly.
What?
Yeah, I don't know.
He just described Wildcat, right?
Well, kind of, but Wildcat with 2 QBs and 1 less running back instead of 2 running backs and 1 less QB. That's not awesome. Yeah. Hopefully that DL can stop the Ravens. Maybe we'll still find a way to miss the playoffs. Well, that's a lot of teams. Oh, man.
Can I just say the 2 quarterback offense is not going to be a thing?
You could. That would be reasonable.
That's not a thing. I think that was their way of saying, we didn't bring him in to challenge Carson. I promise. We're
geez. Yeah, or not.
They're trying to make Carson happy, but at the end of the day, Carson needs to stay healthy.
Yeah, for sure.
Like they drafted a quarterback because their quarterback can't stay healthy. Let's be real.
Yeah. And honestly, I wouldn't. If I was Carson, I would skip the training room a couple days. I would not give Jalen Hurts the reins to my offense because he ain't going to give it back.
No. If Jalen Hurts gets on the field, he's not getting off the field.
Yeah, I would be very, very wary of trying to get off the field if I was Carson Wentz.
Yeah. Because either A, he's going to be traded for multiple first-round picks to be a starter somewhere else, or B, Carson's getting traded. Once Jalen gets on the field, that's it. That's it. Yeah. Discussion over. It's it.
Sorry, I'm just reading back through Twitter comments of the whole Bears 43-50 segment, just catching up. Oh boy. Well, that's not good. I'm gonna skip that.
Don't let Bill hear about a 2 quarterback offense. He'll trade 2 first-round picks for Dak. Joke's on you, buddy. We don't have any first-round picks.
Well, not till 2025.
Don't give him ideas.
I know. Dantzler to the Vikes. If that's true, I love that fit.
Yeah,
I hate it. I hate it because it's in division, but I love that fit. That is a huge.
In the 3rd round, that's the value.
Huge value to the Vikings there. That is such a Zimmer / Minnesota pick. Oh man.
If we're talking high second round, like people originally thought, I'd be like, I don't know. But low third.
Oh, really?
Sign
Come
me
on.
up in the low third.
In that system, if we're using the new grading system of player skill, which I gotta say is really high, 7 probably. Scheme fit, it's like a 9, right? He just lines it up. And then draft value in the third?
Oh, in the third, it's great. Yeah.
It's what, 9 again? So you went 8-9-9 on Dantzler in the third to the Vikings, right?
I don't know if I'd go 8 on the first one.
Okay,
Sure.
call it 7, and that's totally fair. He played in the SEC. Look at his results.
Hold on. Let me find where I had him in my corner rankings. Stand by.
Yeah, I'll stand by, but
He was my. Hold on. So my corner rankings: Jeff Okudah, AJ Terrell, Christian Fulton, CJ Henderson, Jeff Gladney, and keep in mind Henderson was a team-specific thing. Like I needed to have range at the linebacking core and a really good run-stopping defensive end, or I wasn't even going to bother. Damon Arnett, Bryce Hall, Iggy, Diggs, Pride, Jalen, Parnell Motley, and then Cam Dantzler at 13.
Oh, no.
I know, it's divisive. I know.
4 of those guys are not even close. I'll give you argument from 4 up, but like Iggy above Dantzler, you're nuts.
Oh, yeah. What do you got against Iggy?
I don't have anything against Iggy. If you think Iggy is a better corner than Dantzler right now, you're wrong. He can be a better corner. If you're talking about projection and potential, Iggy can win. You think Iggy's a better corner than Dantzler right now?
Day wrong. One, yeah.
Like, not even close. Like, that's not even a conversation.
To me, it's the other way.
Oh.
To me, I don't think Dantzler's close.
I think you're overvaluing the physical.
Here's what we got to do. We gotta do another show live stream, and we'll each pull film from each one, and we'll have a debate with film.
Oh, you want to go to film just because that's your corner?
I'll send you all the all 22.
No. I got film. I could go to my marks on film, but I'll rest on Dantzler being effective. It's not necessarily pretty, but he played in the best conference in the country, and he was damn effective. So, anyways,
I'm very curious to see in 3 years what this looks like because they're both high upside players.
Well, sure, but I think, and you're not going to like this one bit, but I think Iggy's got every chance to be SJB2. He also has every chance to be better than Dantzler. Like, I believe both of those things are equally true, right? If he gets in and buys in, and it looks like he can. Look, again, he played corner for 1 year. We talked about that earlier. It's not that I'm an Iggy hater. I'm not an Iggy hater, but Dantzler freaking shut people down, man. He just didn't give up a lot of big gains playing in the SEC against all those great offenses.
I could, from a production standpoint, I can see it. It's traits versus production is the
right.
argument,
And I am not going to overvalue traits looking at what a guy did on the field in the top conference. Now, if that guy played at Central Southern Illinois Tech, I'd be like, no, forget it. But he played at freaking Auburn, man. Every week it's a murderer's row in the SEC, and Dantzler held up every week. He's a corner. He's a godsend for the Vikings. I think
we'll have to exchange notes from.
Yeah, I would love to.
This is interesting.
Yeah, I would love to.
It's a very interesting debate, and I think we'll probably revisit it multiple times over the next few years.
Oh, absolutely.
Because my corner rankings were very different than your corner rankings. And keep in mind, corner is one of those positions where everybody's going to be wildly different.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying you don't know how to rank corner or anything else. I'm just saying.
Because there's a lot of people that think I'm crazy for having Terrell at CB2. Some people.
No, you and I. That's the funny thing, though, is that you and I agree on Terrell. Terrell was way up in my rankings because I thought he was really, really good, and people got on him for the national game. Other than that, that guy was he was lights out. He played very, very well.
And I'm also higher on Fulton than you, I think, but you're higher on Arnett, not Arnett.
No, Arnett were similar.
Well, I mean, CB6. I think you're probably, CB3 or 4 for him? So it's not that big. You're higher on Jalen Johnson than I am, for sure.
Yeah.
I have him at 11.
Jalen Johnson was not 11 for me. He was at worst about 5.
I have Dane at 18.
Yeah, I have Dane down there. He's, I don't think 18, but yeah, I mean, it might be. There's a lot of corners before him. I'd have to count it up.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, yeah, I mean, so Okuda was 1 for you. Who was 2?
Terrell, and then Fulton.
Yeah. And then Henderson larger down. Like,
Texans took Grenard.
wah, wah, wah. I saw that in the chat. Somebody was like, "Oh, the guy that EJ doesn't like." So now you're gonna get really familiar. Oh, we have the chat telling us what we have to focus on. Isn't that fun?
We are having a lively debate, chat.
Whose live stream is this?
Lively debate.
Lively
about the merits of Cam Dantzler. And then Asiasi as well. Who's tight end for Patriots.
That doesn't surprise me, actually.
Because who else is on the board? Hopkins.
Yeah, but it's the Patriots. Like
Troutman.
They're gonna pick whoever they want. Now Troutman, I saw a lot of people saying Troutman to the Patriots over over the last several months, and that would have been a good fit. He's a very, very smart player. Certainly, Belichick loves guys with high football IQ.
It's one of those things where it's like I had 4 or 5 tight ends above him, but at the same time, Patriots are going to take who they're going to take. I can disagree with it till the cows come home. They're always going to be like that,
right?
It's the same thing as
we really didn't talk about Cush to the Broncos, man. That's
I think that happened when you were still coming back. And I had a little piece about it of interior pressure is death for young quarterbacks. So drafting somebody that can mitigate interior pressure is a good idea.
Yeah, and Terrell Lewis to the Rams. Okay, they stop his fall. Said injuries be damned, we'll do fine. Then Julian Blackmon, we talked about to the Colts. Zach Moss to the Bills. Anthony Jennings, a very Patriots pick. Yes, indeed. Jordan Elliott reinforces the Browns' interior offensive line. Cam Dantzler, talked about that a lot. Jonathan Grenard, edge to the Texans. You will get very familiar with Mr. Grenard. He does have his flashes. Baltimore Ravens says pick is in. Patriots, Asiasi. That's a little early for him, but again, Bill's gonna bill. There's no getting around that. I have to say I'm oddly fascinated.
Mikhail, I promise you, EJ watched more games of Dantzler than I did. I only had time to watch I only had time to watch 2 or 3. EJ probably watched more than me.
Yeah, Dantzler shows up a lot. He's one of those guys that you watch his numbers and you look at his combine and you go, nah, he's not good. And then you go and you watch the games and you're like, well, wait a minute. That guy's a really good receiver. He should have a lot of yards. Like, it's Dantzler, right? Dantzler's slow, right? It doesn't matter.
Oh, I didn't believe the 4.6. I thought he played faster than that.
Yeah, but Dantzler plays to his strengths, and he's not a super thick guy. He's I would say underweight of what evaluators would like him to be. Again, doesn't matter. He's one of those guys that is greater than the sum of his parts on tape. And if you look at his production throughout the SEC, very few guys, and the SEC is loaded. We have so many SEC receivers who've already been drafted. Like, very few of those guys had great games against Cam Dantzler. He just mashed people.
Agent Rex is asking which corner should the Chiefs take. Well, Bryce Hall is on the board.
Oh, somehow. Yeah, that's the thing is, like we were talking, if you weren't here at the beginning of the stream, we had Craig Stout from Arrowhead Pride, who covers the Chiefs on for about 15 minutes. And we asked him at the end because Duvernay goes to Baltimore.
It's a very, very Ravens pick.
That's a very Ravens pick, right? They're never going to pick Chenault up high to do that role, but they'll damn sure pick Dev Duve in the bottom of the third.
Same results.
Yeah,
same yardage.
A damn before Colin Johnson. Yeah, because what they want is that dynamic mobile offense with Lamar. Get him the ball short, and Duvernay, if you miss, he's taking it. Yep. He is that fast. And we talked about him being a gamer at the top of the live stream. Lights come on, Devin Duvernay, man. He will He will do it in a game. Duvernay to a good team. There you go.
They're going to throw a million hitches to him until somebody misses a tackle. Then it's a 40-yard gain.
Yep. What do you guys think about the Swift pick at 35? Heard people didn't like him because it got Scarborough and Carry-On. He's the complement to Carry-On, right? Carry-On is a very talented back, terribly underrated back. Had some trouble with injuries, but you bring Carry-On, same thing. We were just talking about Devin Duvernay. Throw him hitch, busted tackle, gone. You run Carry-On. You bring on DeAndre Swift and missed a gap. It's gone. Right?
Is it wrong of me to think that Jacob Martin's better than Jonathan Grenard?
Do you really want me to comment on Grenard?
I do, because I'm a masochist.
I
kind of feel like Jacob Martin would play over him anyway. If anything, I would want more like a Khalid Kareem.
Well, here's the thing. I think Jacob Martin to Grenard is kind of even, and that's somewhat damning for a guy that you just spent a draft pick on, right?
Yeah.
So
Khalid Kareem was right there. Which I know a lot of people were like, well, they already have Brendan Scarlett. He's the same thing. You're right, but
they're showing these poor bastards at TCU missing tackles on Dev Duve. No, that's not going to play, guys.
He's a burner, legit 4.4.
Oh, great. There's the Delpit one. Everybody said, "Oh, he's faster than Delpit." No, Delpit just flat out missed a tackle, which is not surprising.
Look at this all. Patrick Queen, J.K. Dobbins, Justin Madubuike, Devin Duvernay. That is a Ravens draft, ladies and gentlemen.
It is what it always is.
They draft their identity.
Yeah. No, that is a very solid, very Baltimore draft. That is, yeah. Please, Packers, just get a wide receiver. Rodgers is already mad enough. I'm like, can we draft a punter here? I don't think he's mad enough.
Rodrigo Blankenship. It's going to happen, boys.
Yeah. Darrington Evans to the Titans. Tyrese, are you just hoping on that? Or is that real?
Darrington Evans to the Titans, really?
No, he's hoping. It's still a guess.
He's got wheels, I'll say that.
Yeah, he's actually a guy that I was less high on after I watched full tape. I was really high on Darrington Evans and some highlights I saw and watching some defenders against App State. I was like, oh, look at that guy. Shows up. Man, you watch Darrington Evans tapes end to end, and that's what he is. He is that one thing. He's DeAndre Swift without the sort of backing, right? That's his same thing. Get to the edge, put his foot in the ground, and, man, if you don't catch him, he's gone.
Yeah.
He's really fast, but the other stuff, it's not great. It's not bad, but it's not great.
Did you see how jacked Harbaugh was just now that they got Devin?
Somebody said he was bouncing up and down. All I have open is CBS Sports HQ.
That is a man that knows what his offense is and how to use them.
Oh, he's thrilled because he just got another. He just got another wild card, right?
Yeah. Yet another space player, as if they had enough. That whole offense is just bruisers in between the tackles and space players as change-ups. That's the whole offense.
Yeah. They have adjusted accordingly. Let's just put it to the new normal, the new modern in the NFL, the new quarterback standard. They have just adjusted seamlessly. They went from Joe freaking Flacco to Lamar, and they look good doing it.
Matthew Slater was the engine behind the Pats dynasty. Packers realized this and are drafting accordingly.
Yes. Oh, really looking forward to the Las Vegas wide receivers versus the Chicago tight ends this season.
Somebody said earlier, well, Cole Kmet is definitely one of the top 11 tight ends on the Bears roster.
Yeah. Ow.
Fucking died.
You should have. You should have. That is well deserved. I mean, if you got to take your lumps, you take your lumps.
Starting a franchise, Sam Darnold or Josh Allen? Give me Sam Darnold. And that's nothing against Josh Allen. I like Josh Allen. I just like Sam Darnold.
Yeah, I'd say that's really close. Very close. I could be sold for either. I mean, honestly, I might take Allen just because he's going to create more stuff as you're putting a team together.
But I think we see Sam Darnold this year with protection and weapons, and we're going to see a different Sam Darnold for sure.
I hope so, because if we don't, it's year 3, and that's that. If he's not in year
Well, if
three,
it doesn't happen this year, it's not going to happen.
that's right. If he doesn't do it this year, he doesn't do it. So I hope we get to see that because, I hope the player succeeds. I hope Sam Darnold exceeds expectation and leads them on a romp. That would be awesome. I'm not so sure we're going to see it. I'm not sure we won't, but if you ask me to bet big money on it, I'd be like,
Yeah.
Thoughts on Kelly Bryant? You got thoughts on Kelly Bryant?
That I had him as a 5th-round grade.
Yeah, sure. That's a thought.
That I'm not surprised he hasn't been taken yet. Because
Yeah. No, I don't.
Well, I'll say,
waiting.
if you had the option for a developmental quarterback that you're going to take on day 3, you taking Kelly Bryant or you taking Cole McDonald? For me?
I'm not. I'm taking Tyler Huntley, but thanks.
Okay, trap question, I guess. I don't disagree.
Yeah,
I don't disagree at all.
But Cole over Kelly. But I think both those guys have a long way to go. I would take Cole for his ability to just pull it out of his ass. Like, that is a skill, and he's got it, right? He can do that. So, yeah.
Sheldon, I agree with you. Darnold with Mims and Becton, no excuse. 100%. No excuse. He's got Le'Veon Bell. You have Denzel Mims. Actually, let me pull up the offensive depth chart here. Let's take a little stroll to the Jets depth chart.
To the Jets depth chart? Well, it is. Yeah, people should check that out.
So,
are you surprised? Here we go. Here's a question for you. Are you surprised that O.J. Howard hasn't been moved yet?
Yes.
Yeah, me too.
Yes. Because I think they could have got a 2nd-round pick for him.
No, I think that's garbage. Everybody knows he's only got a year left and he's got average production. That average is about a 4th or 5th round pick. Everybody's been saying 2nd forever, but it's not happening.
Well, I'll say what he's worth and then I'll say what he'll get. He's worth a 2nd in this tight end class.
I fully agree, but nobody's going to give it up because he's worth whatever they can get, and they're not getting a 2nd. Everybody's been saying 2nd all the way along, and I've been like, well, since when? Like, no. That's not what he gets. What do you guys think of Kenny Robinson? We talked about Kenny Robinson a little bit earlier. A dude was legit in the XFL. Yes, he was, and I think he would be a great compliment to Eddie Jackson in Chicago. O.J. Howard of the Bears. Don't get me started, Elliot. I would love that. I've been trying to bust that rumor for about 3 years.
Yeah, they need TE12, don't they?
No, they don't. I mean, come on. Cole Kmet or O.J. Howard, like, that is not a fight that even starts. Like, that's one guy that looks at the other guy in the parking lot and goes, yeah, whatever, man. Like, no. O.J. to the Bears. I wish. It's not going to happen. They just invested one of their very high picks in a Kmet.
Somebody says Chris Jones staying put. Well, I think the ship has sailed for trading him for picks this year, but that doesn't mean picks can't be traded for next year. If there's one team that wanted a defensive tackle that couldn't get one, that has money, that's willing to feel like they need to make a push.
Ooh. You just said something made me think something.
Who are you thinking?
Jones to Miami?
Ooh. But, they have money.
Yeah, they have money. Oh, did McTelvin agent go to Denver? Or is that just something somebody wants?
That'd be nice. Chris Jones is...
Oh, DeGuara to the Packers and Agim to the Broncos. Who's got that? How did you get that? I haven't seen either one of those. And yes, Darrington Evans did go to the Titans.
So I'll address these one at a time. Darrington Evans to the Titans... Very interesting compliment to Derrick Henry. It's not the same running style of Derrick Henry, but in terms of like just get him a crease and get him up to speed and he's gone. Like it's a very big play backfield there. It's a very edge run game centric backfield, if that makes sense. Like he fits what they do with outside zone and crack toss, get him to the edge, get a seam, let him use his speed and go. So I think he's a good compliment there for Henry. Henry's going to be a guy that's going to get 20 carries. You know, you can give Evans probably 5 or 6 and hope he rips one. Like, that's probably the game plan for him.
Hey, Evans, go rip one.
He's got the speed. Runs 4.4. Low 4.4.
I was just thinking of this as a food podcast again. And anyways, yeah.
And then what was the other one? McTelvin to Denver. I mean, that's just a value pick right there. That's just a value pick of who's the best interior pass rusher on the board. Let's take him. He's a third-round value for me, a high third-round value for me. They got oh, there's your camera.
I just unplugged it and replugged it, so there you go.
Apparently that works. Who knows?
That's the Microsoft fix, right? It's not even a Microsoft camera, so.
Yeah, McTelvin is just one of those BPA value picks. And again, I will always say that interior pressure is an important thing to have, and having a strong interior rotation is an important thing to have. Solid pick. DeGuara to the Packers. He is a very interesting player. We highlighted him on our 10 Offensive Gems podcast. A little bit undersized, more of an H-back type. I am curious to see how that fits with the Texas A&M guy that they just drafted last year, who I also thought was more of a move tight end. I didn't really think that he was a true Y, because, well, they also have Mercedes Lewis as their Y.
Yeah, but it's the corpse of Mercedes Lewis, let's be honest.
They brought him in to block.
Yeah, no, here's the thing. I really like Josiah DeGuara, and you can hear our thoughts again on the Offensive Gems podcast, Bootleg Football podcast that's on the channel, but if you had put money over under on DeGuara going in the third,
I probably would have went. Yeah, I mean,
if I told you DeGuara goes around after Cole Kmet,
I'm not sure if I would have believed that.
Right, you would have gone, nah.
Like, it doesn't mean he can't be really productive, because he has traits.
I think he's a great pick. I actually worry more about that than I do about the Kmet pick if I'm the Packers, right? Yeah. If I go to the other way.
He could end up outproducing Kmet, if we're being honest.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
And I think he probably actually will. I really like Josiah DeGuara as a player, but oh, man, if you told him he went in the third, I don't think that's what Aaron Rodgers meant when he said, go get me some weapons.
Well, I'm just curious because they just took Sternberger.
Yeah, and Sternberger I really like.
Role.
Yeah, Sternberger I had rated higher than either Kmet or DeGuara, so if we're going there.
Are they just going to run an all big slot offense? Is that what we're doing here?
It kind of seems like that's what they're lining up for. I do want to talk about McTelvin Agim, though, because he is a player.
He's a firecracker.
Again, if I told you that Agim was going to go in the third, even up to a couple of days ago, you would have told me I was nuts.
Yeah.
100%. Nuts. You would have been like, nah, fifth, brah. No, third's not. Well,
there's the grade I had on him, and then there's where I realistically expected him to go.
Right.
Yeah.
And this is a place where I think you and I are much more closely aligned. McTelvin Agim is a guy you watch film on and go, oh, I'm stealing that guy in mock drafts from now till the end. Mm-hmm. He's gonna be there in the fifth, and he's better than half the guys they have listed in the third and fourth. And Denver, Vic Fangio, he doesn't play. He took one look at him and went, I don't know why they have him in the fifth, but we're picking him as soon as we can.
Yeah.
He's a great, great player. I really like him. And nowhere to go but up for him.
Showed up to the Senior Bowl late because a spot opened up in the middle of the week, so he flew out in the middle of the week, showed up to practice, started kicking ass day one. Cold off the plane.
Yeah, and his film he wrecks on film. He's really good.
Yeah.
And the other guy that's in his category that's way down in the rankings that I would not be surprised to see go earlier, much like his teammate Brandon Jones, is Malcolm Roach from Texas.
Yeah, you turned me on to him.
Yeah.
You're right about him.
Roach is a beast, man. And I would not be at all surprised to see him go in the next round in the fourth.
I hadn't gotten to Roach at all, and then EJ's sending me this email, and he's like, bro, just look at this, and look at also this, and this, and this, and this, and he's just sending me play after play of Roach just fucking destroying people.
Yeah.
Yep. That's your
super, super good. No, they're both good. Agim and Roach were my late round guys, and I don't even think third is late round. If one goes in the third and one goes in the fourth, it just means I was right. Which
it just means that the NFL agreed with you.
Exactly. And I'm all about that. That's the name of the game. So that feels good. It's always strange when it goes the other way and you're like, hey, there's this guy in the seventh and nobody picked him. Why in the world? He's really good. But the Jones pick, very, very gratifying to me. And McTelvin Agim going to a quality defensive coach who understands, again, you want to see guys land in a good spot that is going to get them production, that is going to help them reach heights in their career. And McTelvin Agim going to a place like Denver with Vic Fangio is just hand in glove. It's so good.
You see Niang to the Chiefs?
I haven't seen it yet, but yep.
That's what chat's saying.
Yep. Well,
sneaky.
You know,
if it weren't for injuries, he would have gone way long time ago.
I fully agree, but that's the thing. You gotta,
Sneaky.
Availability is the best ability, right?
But he doesn't have to start. He doesn't have to start. He can be their swing tackle, and I think you're only as good as your worst offensive lineman.
Yeah,
having him as your swing tackle, you could do a lot worse.
Oh no, absolutely. I would have been
as
happy
a talent. He's a first-round talent to me.
Yeah, I would have been absolutely happy to have him on the Bears again if they were comfortable with his medicals, like second round, third round. I don't care. Like that guy's worth it.
Yeah.
So.
And Andy loves taking trench players.
Sure.
Half the time he's taking offensive, defensive line, like statistically half the time.
Yep.
And so getting a swing tackle is huge.
Yeah, we'll have to touch base with Craig again and see what he thinks about the KC draft.
Because keep in mind, like when Fisher went down, they really struggled to protect last year.
Oh, fully. I'm going to go to KC's draft for this year and see what they're cooking in Kansas City. What do we got? Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Willie Gay, and Niang.
Solid. Solid.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad at all. So interesting run here because the last 1, 2, frankly, 3, 4, 5 players, if we're talking about 91 through 95, not Niang, but the 5 before that, right? Asiasi, Duvernay, Evans, DeGuara, and Ajim. If I told you that 5 was in which round and had you pick a round, I think you would have picked 4th or 5th.
Yeah. It's 4th would be the starting point of the discussion.
Right, and it's 3rd. So everybody that's like, he won't be there, or what are you talking about? Like, you just don't know with the draft. You just don't know.
The only pick that really underwhelms me is Asiasi.
Yeah, well, and again, it's just, does he fit their system? And the Patriots are very much like the Hawks in that they just don't care. Yeah. EJ, why did the Bears pass on Mims? I wish they hadn't. If it had been Mims and Jalen Johnson, that's a good second round, right? And instead it's Kmet, which is meh, and Jalen Johnson, which is good. I like the Jalen Johnson pick. I don't know. I don't know. I would love to see it, but
why does Ryan Pace do any of the things that he does? That's the prevailing question.
He is in deep doo-doo if he sticks with Kmet as sort of his top of the round haul. We're gonna.
And that was a scenario that we talked about that scenario months ago.
Yeah,
when we were down here where we're like,
"Yep,
will he really take tight in the second round?"
Nah. And that was before, quite frankly, free agency.
Yeah. I didn't think they had so many guys on the roster. I was like, there's no way. There's no way.
Reports say Jaguars called Tampa about a Fournette trade. Why? You just took Keyshawn Vaughn, man.
Yeah, there's no point. Not to mention, why am I blanking on? Ronald Jones played a lot better last year.
Yeah, no, Ronald Jones and Keyshawn Vaughn is set. You're good. The hell they need Leonard Fournette for?
I mean, you could still get Eno.
Uh-oh, Ben Barch. Is Ben Barch the pick, or is somebody just yelling Ben Barch? No, Phillips to Brown. Jacob Phillips.
Thoughts on Jeremy Chin to Carolina? I'm very curious to see how they deploy him. I'm assuming he'll be a box safety dime linebacker type. I think EJ kind of hit the nail on the head a lot in terms of outrageous athleticism, a tick slow processing. I think he's going to be, if you're playing single high coverages and you're putting him down in the box, I think you might be able to, I think you're going to get RPO'd to death a little bit unless you are literally just telling him, cover the slot, don't worry about your run fit. I don't know if he can handle reading keys in terms of doing run fit and covering the slot at the same time. EJ nailed that his processor's a little bit slow, but he's so athletic and so explosive that he's usually still able to get there on time, even if he reads it a little bit slow, so he's a developmental pick. But if
when
he
you're picking him
hits,
in the back of the first, that's the thing, right?
yeah,
And he didn't get picked there. Somebody asked me how I like the Eagles pick of Jalen Rager. Brett did a great bit on that with, look, they're going to RPO you to death if you try and play cover two. So at some point, you're going to be stuck man on slot, and you got to cover Jalen Rager 101. That is not a friendly setup for opposing defenses. So
I
I
wonder if
like
they're
it.
going to play him on the boundary instead of slot.
They could, because he has that level of skill,
Yeah,
right? And
I think
that's
they
not
will.
a thing I would have said about Hamler, right?
Yeah.
When we did our Hamler versus Rager comparison video. Like Rager, I think you can legitimately flex him out to the outside, to boundary. And I don't think that Hamler, you'd be super successful if you did that. So,
No,
thoughts on-
Rager's got more muscle to him.
yeah, and he's again a better route runner. He's more physical at high pointing the ball, top of the catch point. Yeah. So thoughts on the Ayuk pick? Ooh, that's an interesting one. I'll let you take the Ayuk pick, Brandon.
Before I do that, Jacob Phillips to Cleveland in round 3. That is not something I saw coming.
No, and somebody said you have thoughts on the Phillips pick, and I don't know that I do. Somebody said Joe Schobert replacement.
He's not Joe Schobert.
I don't think he is. I was just going to say I
No.
don't think that's a great match.
I'm trying to think of what other linebackers I might have taken ahead of him because I did not have him as a 3rd-round grade.
No, here's one place that the Seahawks are right. They picked Jordan Brooks before Phillips.
I mean, Joe Bacci.
It's 2 rounds before. Oh, Bacci, yeah.
I would have taken him.
Oh, for sure. No, there's a list of linebackers I would have taken before Phillips.
Would you have taken Evan Weaver before him?
Oh, for sure.
Would you have taken
sure.
Marcus Bailey?
Yeah, well, injuries, right? And injuries are the thing. Marcus Bailey, from a production and processing standpoint, oh, no doubt. Like, Phillips isn't even in the same conversation.
I might have taken Troy Dye.
I might have. You like Dye more than me, but I still might have taken him more. I might have taken Tanner Muse as an inside linebacker before Phillips.
Oh, that's an interesting conversation.
Yep. Shaquille
what about Davion
Quarterman?
Taylor? You taking Davion Taylor?
No. Davion Taylor for me is a special teamer. I really wanted to like him a lot, and then I watched him, and I was like, oh.
Are you taking Akeem?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Like, that's not even really a question for me. I would have taken... Where'd Malik Harrison go? Is he still on the board?
I don't think he went yet.
He's still on the board. What?
I would have taken Malik Harrison, too.
Oh, easily.
I would have thought hard about Michael Walker as well.
Oh, yes. Yes. Yeah. I had him on my last mock.
Michael Walker's really good. He's going to go tomorrow.
Edibles hitting Roger really hard. That's hilarious. Carter Coughlin, I would not take, probably before Phillips. I like Carter Coughlin a lot. I actually got to interview him at the Senior Bowl twice. Really interesting guy. I like him, but I like him in the 6th or 7th. So, Harrison to the Ravens just went. Oh, because of course he did. This is what happens, people. This is how the Ravens pick. They're like, oh, you're going to give us a very hugely talented physical starter in the Big Ten who is a leader on a national championship caliber defense. Yeah, sure, we'll take him. Why not? He's just sitting there. The only thing with Harrison, very good player. Run hit, speed, physicality, really good instincts, understands how to get into the gaps. The one thing where Harrison struggles is change of direction laterally.
Yeah, he's Dante Hightower.
Yeah, pretty much. If you come across his face on a crossing route, he's not keeping up.
No,
any other way. If he's turned and he's running, if he's downhill towards you, he's catching you. And he's a big dude. Yeah. He's like 6'4", 240 or something.
250. Just shy of 250.
Yeah, Harrison.
I think he cut weight for the combine, but he played at damn near 250. He's bigger than Bernardrick McKinney was. And Bernardrick McKinney was huge.
Yeah, Bernardrick McKinney was huge.
That was actually my comp for him was McKinney.
He's faster. So 6'2.5", 247.
Yeah, He's a monster.
Yeah. And he moves and he hits. He brings that. So he's such a Raven.
And you're not playing him in man coverage.
Nope.
Like you're going to be smarter than that.
No,
you're not
he's the
going to play him
heavy.
in man coverage.
He's the heavy.
Everything in between the tackles. You say, Malik, that's your area.
Look. Wait. A version. Yeah, a version of what we were just talking about happened. Right? We were talking about Josh Jones, and it turns into be Matt Peart.
Honestly, I'm okay with that.
I'm totally fine with that. It's a much better value for them.
Dare I say Dave is having a good draft?
It's hard to disagree.
I mean, he's just sticking with the trenches, and it's kind of working for me.
Yeah, the trenches are so good this year that I think the draft lined up with Dave more than Dave lined up with the draft.
Blind squirrel, I'll take it.
Well, they got McKinney. That's the thing. They got Thomas and now Peart, and instead of taking Josh Jones and then having to take, well, who's left at safety? That's what we'd have to say. Is McKinney, is Jones and whatever safety they could get now, or McKinney and Peart better? Which one do you take?
I think they did it the right way.
Let's take a look.
Because I don't know what safeties are left.
I am going to look right now, and we're going to have that conversation because that's one that Bucky and DJ have all the time. Is this or this or this or this, right?
It depends on how you feel about the nickel safeties.
Burgess, Brooks, J.R. Reed's there, but again, J.R. Reed is the first guy I'd put in the conversation in sort of McKinney's class of versatility. And are you talking about Josh Jones and J.R. Reed, which I like as a combo, or McKinney and Peart? Like, I think I take McKinney and Peart. Oh, Tanner Muse to the Raiders.
It's a high two-seam fastball for Mayock. Can't lay off it.
No,
that's
he's going to put him at. He's going to put him at linebacker or heavy, dime backer, whatever you want to call it, and he's going to let that guy just go. And I think he's right.
And dime.
Yeah, no, I think he's right. Like, go get him. Tanner Muse, Jets trade.
Swap out Kukowski and put in Muse and dime.
Yep, Jets trade, pick 101, Pats pick 125, 129, and a 2021 sixth. So who got what? The Jets.
What?
The MLG Pro Swag, your favorite tech, says Jets trade.
101.
Pick 101. Patriots get.
They got from Seattle.
Patriots get 125, 129, and a 2021 sixth.
The Jets traded with the Patriots. Interesting.
They've done it before, actually.
But I think that's the pick that the Jets got from Seattle, so that's just free assets.
Do you think Hall falls in the fourth? I don't know. We'll
if
see
people
if he
are concerned about his ankle, maybe. But
maybe.
I'm honestly, it's house money at this point. I'm surprised he's still on the board, period. To be
honest. I am as well.
Because you got to Hall before I did.
Yep.
And you were sending me text messages of like, bro, watch Bryce Hall.
Yeah.
And I remember sending it back. It was like 10:30 at night one night. I was like, yeah, you're right. Bryce Hall's.
Yeah, I got that. Hey, man.
It's like, yeah, you nailed that one.
I always love it when I get the one from Brett that's like a week later. It's just total non sequitur text.
Just out of the blue of like Bryce Hall.
Says, yeah, so you're right about Bryce Hall. That guy balls. I'm like, winning.
Gotta be Eason.
New England going up for Eason to compete with Stidham? They're the same guy.
I honestly, I would prefer Stidham. I
had him ranked higher.
Yeah.
Not by much.
Like if it's a competition between Eason and Stidham, I'd go Stidham 100% all day. Dalton Keene.
Oh, VT?
Really?
They just took a tight end. They're trying to get back to Gronk.
Are we just going shotgunning it?
No, they're volume? They're trying to go back to the 2TE offense
with Asiasi and Dalton Keene instead of Gronk and Hernandez.
I'm just saying that's what they did before, and they changed the NFL. Let's be completely honest. When Hernandez and Gronk came in and they played the heavy 2TE offense with two guys that could catch, it changed the NFL.
Both of the Bryants are on the board. Hunter Bryant and Harrison Bryant. Troutman's on the board. Hopkins is on the board. I mean, Parkinson's on the board.
I
Alberto, as many problems as Alberto has, Alberto's on the board.
You know what we're talking about here, though, is everybody was like, "Oh, it's tight end class," blah, and I was like, "This tight end class has players, but they're all third round or lower."
Yeah.
Like, and you're seeing it. You're seeing it.
Even Charlie Werner. I thought Charlie Werner was right up their alley as a Y.
Yeah,
I think they love tight ends that can block.
Yeah. 1-2 punch.
The Patriots are going to do what the Patriots are going to do. There's nothing we could do to change that. We can disagree till the cows come home, but the fact of the matter is they have one of if not the best coaching staff, so they're going to get the most out of these guys.
If Hunter's right, that's fun.
Hold on.
Steelers took Alex Highsmith.
Really?
Uh-huh. I actually like where that lines up for team fit, for value. That's a good pick. There's not many guys in this draft that bend like Highsmith.
No.
And if you've got that, you can do a lot. You can go from there.
Because he's not that big. He's only 250.
Doesn't matter.
But I know people look at the explosiveness numbers at the combine and the 40 at the combine. The athlete you see on tape, way different than the athlete that was running in spandex. And you even saw that a little bit in the position drills. He looked more comfortable in the position drills at the combine when it was doing actual football movements.
Yeah.
Very fluid athlete. Mm-hmm. Sneaky pick. I really like that.
You know who they have? They still have who's the edge they took? Rivers?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what year they took him because they still have Dupree, right? They franchise tagged him.
No, I mean the Patriots. Sorry.
Yeah.
Derek Rivers? Was it Derek Rivers?
Yeah, it was like first or second round a couple years back.
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
That guy has gas. I don't know what's up with him if the injury was worse. Yeah, I don't know if that injury's lingering or what, but that guy's a guy that on the edge, like, man, he was fun. That guy had juice.
He was supposed to be like their new Chandler Jones, but I don't know.
Guarantee Belichick is mad at the Bears for taking Kmet. We'll give him up.
Yeah.
If you give me 2/4 right now, I'll give you Cole Kmet.
Honestly, I would trade both of those tight ends to Tampa and get OJ.
Whatever. If you give me 2/4, I'll give a 4th to Tampa. I'll pick up OJ Howard, and I'll have another 4th that I don't currently have. I will give you Cole Kmet for 2/4 right now.
I'll give you him for
make it happen. Get Bill on the phone. Like, let's do it.
Eagles took that guy. Who'd the Eagles take? Hold on. Stand by.
Oh, Jumbles Gaming said hated him when we played him. EWU. Yeah. Rivers. I assume you're talking about Rivers. Yeah.
Or the Charlotte kid. Eastern Washington might have played Charlotte.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, they have a tackle, too. Charlotte has a couple guys in this draft.
Yeah, Cameron. Cameron, I just,
the tackle.
he was on my list. Yep.
God, what's his name? Hold on. I had him graded pretty high. Actually, I had him graded as like a 4th-round pick, so he's probably go off the board early tomorrow.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Kmet and Johnson over Josh Jones. Yeah,
After 200 names, they all kind of blur together. I'm sure you know that better.
Yeah. Gorka, thoughts on Amik Robertson's fit with the Texans? I'll let you handle that on both counts, Brett.
Did we take Amik Robinson?
No, he's just asking about fit.
Love him as a nickel. We have a lot of boundary corners. So let me read you off the depth chart that we have at corner. So we have Bradley Roby, who can play in the slot. He played in the slot in Denver sometimes when they wanted the matchup with Harris outside. He and Harris kind of flip-flop slot and boundary depending on the week. But he can play in the slot, but I think he's more comfortable in the boundary. You have Lonnie Johnson Jr., another junior, who is a boundary corner through and through. You have Gary Conley, boundary corner through and through. You have Vernon, who I think can kind of do either one, but I don't necessarily think he's great, so it's not like he can't be upgraded. I think Amik Robertson is a better nickel, like right now, today, he's a better nickel than Vernon is, which means you could leave Lonnie outside, you could leave Bradley outside, you can leave Gary on outside. You're 4 deep at corner at that point. It's a very solid corner group. Safety is still thin. Justin Reed is the only one that I think is kind of irreplaceable. I can take or leave to Sean Gibson. And then the Michael Thomas, who they just signed, is really more of a special team signing, not really a signing to play safety. So I would love Amik Robinson because he fills a hole, which, despite them being relatively okay at corner, they're pretty much all boundary corners. So Amik Robinson would give us a nickel, like an actual reliable nickel that I would love. Him and the UCLA kid, Darnay Holmes, are the two that I'm looking at mostly for Houston in terms of a corner that can play in the slot from day one and thrive. So, and then was there another question? There might have been for me. Oh, the Ayuk one. I never got to the Ayuk fit in San Francisco. That to me shows that they're really committing to the get the ball out quick, distribute it fast, and win with yards after the catch. Ayuk is special with the ball in his hands. I think he can be a good deep threat, but Jimmy G is not necessarily a great deep ball thrower. So really, I think they're building around Jimmy G's skill set, which is distributing the ball quickly and then winning with yards after the catch. You know, if you get zone, have a receiver that can sit down in the zone, turn upfield, and get extra yards. That's Ayuk. You know, if they're using him on sweeps, getting the ball in space that way. He's got a lot of Deebo Samuel-ish type qualities, but I think he's even more explosive. So, and, you know, they're building a yak team, and I'm okay with it. I like that fit.
Cam Clark is the guy we were talking about, Charlotte tackle. Cam Clark.
Yes, him.
There's a lack of Antonio Gandy-Golden in this draft so far has made me very sad. That's all right. His time's coming. Take heart. He'll be in the day that counts, which is tomorrow.
Gandy Golden's going to be in the 4th round, and he's going to be a really good 4th rounder.
Yeah. Surprised Thad Moss is still available. I'm not surprised.
Not surprised at all.
He also is going to have his day probably tomorrow. Eagles take Davion Taylor, one of the guys we talked about earlier.
Yep.
That actually fits their mold.
Mm-hmm.
I don't love it, but I get it. Thoughts on Juwan Jennings? Big.
Depends.
Physical, yeah.
Are we talking about Juwan Jennings, the receiver, or Juwan Jennings, the tight end? Because if you add a couple donuts to his diet, he can be a pretty good tight end, in my opinion.
Yeah, Juwan Jennings, Tennessee. Yeah, he's a big, solid guy. I think there's a lot of guys I'd take in front of him.
I'd take Andy Golden ahead of him and not
sure.
Twice.
Yeah.
I would take, actually, let me list off all the guys I would take ahead of him.
Well, thoughts on the YGM pick from Carolina? Carolina's just nasty on the defensive line now.
No pun intended. It's gross. Their pass rush on 3rd and 7 is disgusting. And then you throw in Shin, who is, again, we talked about, he's a tick slow.
Oh. Huh. Sorry, I'm watching the Highsmith highlights. They're playing him. It's fun to watch those. He wrecks.
I think if Rule can get the most out of Chin and just kind of quicken his eyes and make him a little bit more decisive.
Yeah, make him play fast.
Make him play fast, and he can murder people.
I would be fine as long as they said make fast mistakes. And if he's okay with that, if he will let him do that, if he will let himself do that, Jeremy Chin will be a beast. If he just cuts it loose, he's going to be a problem.
Here's how I look at it. Their defensive front is so good. The quarterback only has 2.5 seconds at most anyway. I would just tell Jeremy Chin, look, whatever your first read is, take it. Because the quarterback's going to die if he doesn't take that first read.
Yeah.
Just take the first read. They're not going to be able to progress. You can't go 1, 2, 3 against the Panthers. Not against that pass rush. They will die if they do. You can't hang in the pocket against them. So just, if you see a corner route, take the corner route. Because even if he wheels back and he takes a post, quarterback 7 times out of 10 is not going to be on his feet to throw that ball. So just take it. Take risks. And I think you'll be a better player for it.
We're closing out the 3rd. We got the Rams. The pick is in. The Saints are on the clock. And then the last one is the Ravens at 42. Compensatory picks, all these. Yeah. Well, there's only 3 more players going to go. Vikes trade back to the Saints. Okay, cool.
Burgess to the Rams. That's your Joyner replacement. And he plays the same role, and I think he's just as good at it.
Yeah. No, I think that's almost a carbon copy fit.
Perfect fit.
Right?
Perfect.
Both
fit.
the safeties from Utah got drafted. Yes.
In this round too, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
They did.
And Jalen. No, that was last round. Never mind.
Yeah, and I'm not at all really surprised by that. They're both very highly rated. There were a lot of safety pairs in this class. Alabama had a trio, actually. They've got Jared Maiden, McKinney, and if you want to call him a safety, Shaheem Carter, but he played the star for Saban, kind of the same deal. Notre Dame has two, Jalen Elliott and Eloy Gilman.
Gilman's my guy.
Auburn does Auburn have two? California has two, Jalen Hawkins and Ashton Davis. Georgia has two, but we're really only worried about one of those.
Well, one of them is going to go high later, not this class, but later.
Yeah. There was another pair. Clemson. Tanner Muse and Kayvon Wallace.
Oh, yeah. I guess it depends on how you qualify.
Sure, but they did play. He played safety at Clemson. Yeah. That was pretty straightforward. So a bunch of safety tandems and a safety triplicate, if you want to call it that, from Alabama. So pretty interesting draft that way. Occasionally it lines up like that on a couple of positions, but not usually on one position that many times. That's a lot of pairs. So
let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Is this the best defensive line in the league?
Carolina?
Brian Burns, K1 Short, Derek Brown, Stephen Weatherly, Yetur Gross-Matos. Is that the best defensive line rotation in the league?
It's in the conversation.
Are you taking that above?
Got to be top three.
San Francisco and Washington are the only other two that I think could
touch it. What about San Diego Chargers?
With Bosa, Ingram, Tillery.
Yep. I'd take those three right there.
Who else do they have? Hold on. LA Chargers. Oh, I forgot they signed Linval Joseph, too.
Yep. That's got to be up there. He said Broncos is better. Now, Broncos is interesting. You got Chubb, you got Miller. Who you got in the middle? Because they just got rid of their middle guys. They got rid of...
Jarrell Casey. They signed Jarrell Casey. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one.
So basically, what you're saying is the AFC West is a wrecking machine.
It's a
for defensive lines.
It's a slaughterhouse.
49ers can't really argue with who they got.
I still, as good as Nick Bosa, Eric Armstead, Javon Kinlaw.
You're killing me right
Ford,
there. Yeah.
I still might take, as crazy as this sounds, I still might take Burns, Short, Brown, Weatherly, Yetur Gross-Matos. Five deep.
I'd say you'd be in the minority.
I know I would be in the minority for that.
Oh, Troutman to the Saints.
Wow.
Oh, such a good pick.
That's a great pick.
Yeah, I love that. Oh, good for you, Adam. We met you at the Senior Bowl. We got to interview you. You're a really solid dude. I enjoyed watching your tape. Have fun with Sean Payton. That is going to be fun.
That's a great... Also, you're right. Chat was right. Jarrell Casey was a trade. For some reason, I thought it was a signing.
All right, last pick. Let's finish this off. Round 3, Baltimore Ravens. What do we got?
They haven't had a good seam runner since early career Jimmy Graham.
Yeah, he's gonna be great there.
Because he's a better blocker than Jared Cook. In terms of,
oh, for sure.
This might be the first complete tight end they've had in a while, a decade.
What's his name? No. What's his name that Ryan Pace tried to trade for in his first year? He put together the offer, and then the Saints signed him.
Watson?
No.
Who are you thinking of?
The guy that gets completely overrated down there. His production's not great, but he's good. Josh. I want to say it's Josh. Hang on. Brain farting.
I know who you're talking about. Hold on.
Yeah, I was really hoping he was going to end up in Chicago, and
Josh Hill.
Josh Hill, yeah.
Yeah, Troutman's better.
I think he is. I absolutely think he is.
I think Troutman's the most complete tight end they've had
Yeah,
in
but
a
Josh
very
Hill's a
long time.
complete. Yeah, Josh Hill's a complete tight end as well. So I think he's a underrated pass catcher. His production is not great.
Got to get my boy
But
Harris on the board. You talking about Nick Harris, the center from Washington?
oh, I love Nick Harris. We love Nick Harris.
If that's the Harris you're thinking of,
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
a couple Harrises. I mean, I agree, but
yeah, but not in the third
what do you think of
necessarily.
the Wisconsin kid?
Biotish?
Yeah, people are
It's
heavily
well,
split on him.
yeah, it's the injury, but come on, there's 3 schools in the Big Ten. I was thinking about this that always produce linemen, and I think it's Iowa #1, Michigan #2, and Wisconsin #3. And Michigan and Wisconsin folks will argue to the death that they're higher than the other one. I don't think they have any legs to stand on against Iowa. I get that, but listen, all 3 of those schools, you see a lineman coming out from that school, and you go, "Well, I got to watch him because he's probably going to play in the league."
Yeah,
And so I think Biotish is certainly of that mold. He doesn't surprise you in any way, and that's a good thing when you're talking about that standard. Injuries, something that are always a look. Lineman's position is high stress on the body, and I think he's a good player. He's definitely starting to be a good value at this point, but you got to be comfortable with the medicals, and this year that's so hard to do. So,
Ravens took Phillips from Mississippi State.
oh, Tyler Phillips.
Yeah,
Okay.
big behemoth of a human being.
Yeah, it's just more beef for that defensive line. They lost out.
That may be the biggest offensive line in the league. What do they average? Like 6'5", 320?
Well,
That's a massive offensive line.
the Ravens have their type. Like, let's
Yeah.
be honest about that. The Ravens have their type. So,
Huge. Huge.
yeah, and
offensive line.
they do. They love bangers, right? That's their gig.
Because I'm gonna look at so Phillips is 6'5", 330 with like 35-inch arms. So at right tackle, you have Orlando Brown.
Yeah, big dude.
6'8", 345. Okay.
Yeah.
Right guard, Ben Powers, 6'4", 307. He's the light one of the bunch.
Yeah, he's the little guy.
Matt Skura, 6'3", 310. Bozeman,
Which is big for a
6'5",
center.
320.
Yep.
And then Ronnie Stanley, who's positively svelte by comparison, 6'6", 315.
Yeah.
They love beef.
Javon Kinlaw or Buckner coming out? Who you got?
Buckner. Buckner.
Buckner. Yeah, I would say Buckner because he was a more complete player. Best players remaining. I think that's probably how we should spend our next 10 or 15 minutes before we get out of here is what is left for tomorrow as we set this up. But a huge thank you to everybody who hung out through this marathon. We started this thing at what time? 3 o'clock? It's now 9 o'clock.
6
That's
hours.
ridiculous to me, and tomorrow will be worse. Let's see. We haven't talked about what we're doing tomorrow, but I have a feeling I know.
Well, I don't know if we can do a stream for the whole day because that's like
I can't because
like
I actually
11 hours long.
Yeah, I actually have to drop off at the end and do a podcast with my Bears Over Beers podcast. We did it live during the 7th round last year, and I think we'll probably do that again. We might kick off and do, I don't know, what, rounds 4 and 5?
Yeah, that sounds about right. 4 and 5.
Okay,
Sounds
4 and 5. Be about and it should go a little bit quicker than today, although today was great. Today was a ton of fun. You guys are incredibly energetic in the chat. You have great questions. Super thrilled to have you along for the ride. Can't thank you enough. Let's talk about all positions, all colleges, status, undrafted. All right, what do we got?
Khalil Kareem.
Well, oh geez. All right, let's just go offense right through the defense. Quarterback, undrafted, remain. Jacob Eason still on the board. Surprising. Jake Fromm still on the board. Not as surprising. Then we get into James Morgan territory. Anthony Gordon, a lot of people will argue, not surprised he's still on the board.
Hall.
Starting to get some lottery picks there. Running back. Let's go right through the offense. Eno Benjamin.
Love him.
He's sitting there, and he really is the best back on the board, no doubt, at this point. There is nobody that you're going to argue with about that. At least not on this particular live stream. Wide receiver.
DPJ.
We got some good ones. We got Antonio Ganey Goldman. We got DPJ. We got Hodgins from Oregon State.
Edwards.
Some folks.
Oh no, Edwards went to the Raiders. That's right.
No, Edwards went. You're thinking probably Tyler Johnson, Minnesota.
Yeah.
But KJ Hill, guy we saw at the Senior Bowl, as a role player, you could be happy with him. Colin Johnson, DPJ, James Prochet,
Courtney Davis.
Yeah, Joe Reed. There's tons and tons of value there. But we are through, I think, the high end. And
best small school prospect left is Ben Barch, in my opinion. Chat asked who the best small school guy is.
Yeah.
I mean, A, he's from the smallest school left, and B, really good player.
Okay. And tight end, we got a lot of value left. We got Harrison Bryant, Colby Parkinson, Albert O, Hunter Bryant still on the board. Everybody was like, Hunter Bryant's going to go. I was like, I don't know. Have you watched Hunter Bryant? Like, I'm not sure that he's definitely a third round player. In the fourth, like, sure, get yourself a Hunter Bryant.
Chat says not too late to draft Eric King.
Yeah, that's right.
You guys are
Bryson
such dicks,
Hopkins. Bryson Hopkins was considered by many the top tight end in this draft, and here we are going into the fourth. Bryson Hopkins still on the board. Yeah. So just beware of those, month early pre-draft rankings.
Colby Parkinson.
Yep. No, there's a lot of value at that spot. Okay, now tackle. Prince Tega Winogo, Shadik Charles, and Ben Barch are three. I would say that's the tier. That's the bubble.
Yep.
Right?
I thought Barch would have been gone by now.
Right, but that's the bubble. After that, there's a drop-off. You get into Alex Taylor, Charlie Heck, Yashir Durant, Colton McKivitz. Like, there's a shelf there. If you fall off that, you're really not looking at a guy that's probably going to contribute this year.
Who's the South Carolina State kid? Alex Taylor.
Yeah, Alex Taylor is the next one after Barch.
Massive.
Yeah, super wingspan on that guy, but not ready to come into the league and hold down a spot right now. Yeah. Where's my guards? Now, guards is a sweet spot, man.
Lemieux.
John Simpson, Lemieux, Kevin Dotson, Natani Muti, Stenberg, Ben Bridison. Tons of guards left.
I remember when we were having barbecue down in Alabama, we had this discussion about good interior offensive linemen go late every year.
People are like,
every year.
We didn't finish this conversation earlier, but I'll finish it now. The guy that annoys me the most, or the commenter that annoys me the most, is that he won't be there guy or gal, right? He won't be there. Well, we just talked about it. There's a ton of – this year it's been replaced in the Chicago draft Twitter sphere with the what bra, no OL, right? You rip off the best draft in the history of the world, or best mock draft in the history of the world. You don't happen to pick up an offensive lineman. They're like, what, bra, no OL? This sucks. And you're like, look at what's on the board starting the fourth.
Yeah.
Got Nick Harris, Biotish, Keith Ishmael, all the guys we just named, Simpson, Stenberg, Hansen, like tons and tons, and Lemieux, tons of guys that can come in next year and contribute. And you can't say that about tackles. You can't say that about a lot of the tight ends that are going to be there. You're starting to get out of that on wide receiver. You're definitely out of that on defensive tackle, I think, with the exception of hardcore defensive tackle. But, here you go. Fourth and fifth round, you're going to be picking up guards that can play in the league and contribute even on a good offense next year. So defensive tackle, speaking of, Benito Jones and Lecky Fotu are my two. And after that, it's flavor of the week. Raekwon Williams is still there.
That's my guy. That's the one I'm looking at.
I love Raekwon Williams, but I like Benito Jones. If you need a big, heavy guy in the middle, and this is where DJ Reader went, is like Benito Jones is going to be that guy, right? Yeah. He's going to be there, and he's going to plug in, and he's occasionally going to flop through and get a pass rush, and you're going to be like, whoa, because he can do it.
Did you watch Murchison from NC State? I never got to him, but a lot of people love him.
I just highlights. I did not do full game write up on Murchison.
Yeah,
so
I got to do work on him probably tonight. Actually,
the DEs we got Willikis, we got James Lynch from Baylor, Jason Strobridge, who's a 5 tech, Travis Gibson. I know a lot of people like from Tulsa. Nick Coe from Auburn has a lot of supporters. But that's kind of thinned out pretty hard. We get into edge, and we had a little bit of a run on edge, but now it's into Alton Robinson, Bradley Anai, Curtis Weaver, Khalid Kareem. Some folks like
Bradley and I didn't go.
Yeah, some folks like Garvin. Remember all the first round talk about top edge in the draft is an eye after the Senior Bowl, and I was like, I don't know that's true.
I still would have thought he would have gone in the 3rd.
I'm just telling you,
Yeah.
I think so too. Like, I'm not a Bradley and I hater, but all this talk about, oh, he's the best edge in the draft, I was like, I don't think so.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. He certainly rates in among the best remaining players. There's no doubt about that. Linebacker.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have to interrupt. Vikings have 13 picks tomorrow?
Yes.
What?
Yeah, they'll be trading into next year. They can't house 13.
They don't have enough rosters. There's no way.
No, you can't draft them all.
Unless you're just trading like a madman into the 4th round to pick up all these value players.
Yeah. Linebacker is not bad, but it's top heavy. Akeem Davis Gaither and Troy Dye, and then you're really gonna slide down a little bit. You're looking at Marcus Bailey, Cam Brown, Evan Weaver's there, Joe Bacci's there, Shaquille Quarterman if you're a fan of his. We talked about Michael Walker. I like him a lot. Some people are big on David Woodward from Utah State. I think he's okay. There's this guy from Texas Tech. Oh, no, he got picked. No, I like Michael Walker a lot. All right, heading to corner. Now we're going to start to see some real value. And just to be frank, tomorrow is for the hardcores, right? If you don't really love the draft, don't bother showing up. 4th, 5th, 6th is where people make their money in terms of, being real savvy evaluators of talent and being able to fill out the bottom of a roster. I see you, Christian. You say Derek Tuzka. Yes, Derek Tuzka is my secret hope for the Bears. Corner, Bryce Hall. Come on. That's got to be one of the best remaining players on the board, period.
Oh, yeah, easily.
Any position.
He could have gone in the 2nd, and I would have been okay with it.
Yep. So we got Bryce Hall, Amik Robertson, Javaris Davis, Dane Jackson, Troy Pride is there. So top 2 outside, I would say, is Bryce Hall and Troy Pride. Amik leads the nickels or the slots. Javaris Davis is very good, and so is Dane. So you have 2 outsides and 3 slots who are still there. Corner looking really solid. Whoever gets Hall is a steal. Now, I will say out loud for the whole world to hear, if here we go. If Ryan Pace reaches in to 2021 draft capital, I hope it's for Bryce Hall. Right? If Bryce Hall keeps sliding and you get Bryce Hall in the 4th, sure.
Does that forgive all sins for you?
No. But that would be probably the one player that's left on the board right now that I'm like, okay, sure, go get him. Because it's a good player.
There's still Motley. There's still Scott from Michigan State, who has a lot of supporters.
Yeah, Motley especially. We've talked about Motley, and that's a great value. And then safety, you're looking at Kevon Wallace, J.R. Reed, Brooks if you want a banger at the line. Loie Gilman is the guy you were talking about.
I love Gilman.
I think he's a very good player. I like L'Jarius Sneed, but lower on down. But J.R. Reed is right up there. Like, again, if Ryan Pace just can't ignore his Georgia connection and says J.R. Reed's got to be a Bear, and he trades a bunch of picks and gets J.R. Reed, I wouldn't hate it because I love the player. So Hall and Reed, 2 of my favorites. Wide receiver still looking really good. Tight end looking great. Guard looking excellent. Still a couple of good centers. Lots and lots of value going to go off the board tomorrow. We're going to have a fun time talking through it. We're going to let you go here pretty quickly because we've been at this a long time. What do you got for closing thoughts, Brett?
This was a lot more surprising of a day than round 1. A lot more surprises, both in terms of players that went earlier than we thought and players that still haven't gone. I think there are some just surface level reactions. There are some franchise changing draft classes taking place here. If we're including players that are included in trades, Arizona's franchise changed today. The Jets franchise changed today. Carolina changed today. Like, these are impactful drafts that will be felt for years to come. And I think there are some teams that are really taking advantage of the depth of this class. This is one of the better classes we've seen in recent years, and that's saying something because we've had some really good classes. There are some teams that I think are really capitalizing on that and building, honestly, the foundations of some very strong teams. So I'm excited to see if they can wrap it up and finish strong, especially the Jets, Cardinals, and Panthers. See if they can finish strong on day 3. Because this is really where we bring it home. If you get good values in the early rounds and then you get some contributors to fill holes on day 3, I mean, you can turn your franchise around in one weekend. And I'm curious to see if they do that.
Yeah, I fully agree. We're going to see some great depth here. We're going to see some players. And the great thing is day 3 provides a lot of players that come in. Running back, we talked about, I didn't mention it in my little recap, but there's a ton of really cool role players at running back that I can't wait to see where they go because I've watched most of them, and just some fantastic talent. And then the whole UDFA scramble starts, which is the undrafted free agent scramble. That is going to be an absolute mess and nightmare this year. It's going to be a
disaster.
It's always a complete haystack, and with everybody being distanced and doing this in a disconnected way or a more disconnected way, it is going to be absolutely complete chaos. So anyways, we're going to have a ton of fun tomorrow. Somebody asked me what my thoughts are on Marcus Bailey. Love Marcus Bailey. It's just the injury. He's one of my top-rated linebackers without it. So we will talk about all those guys tomorrow that are still on the board. It sounds like we will probably start it up. What do you want to do, half hour before the round starts?
Yeah, because it starts kind of early tomorrow.
Yeah, let's do a half hour before the draft starts tomorrow. We will go through the first 2 rounds with you live. That'll be round 4, round 5. We will probably cut off after that. Just keep it up on Twitter. I've got to drop off and do a podcast later, so that'll fit in pretty nicely. Haven't been shirking my writing duties a little bit here, so I'll probably get some writing done. But so much fun to have all of you folks along. Tremendous support today. Thanks for hanging in. Thanks for being hardcore. Sorry we didn't have as much food talk today. Sorry Brett didn't dress up in a costume for you today. But overall, great fun. We love it. We hope you love it. And enjoy. We will see you tomorrow about 30 minutes before the draft kicks off. And for now, go get some rest, rehydrate. For all you Europeans, go to bed. And if you're here tomorrow, you get extra brownie points. So, all right.
Back in chat.
Oh, Koa wants a quick shout out. He's still tuned in.
Hi, Koa.
Koa's my boy. He has been so good at not coming and interrupting Dad on the live stream. So maybe if he holds it together, he can have an on-camera appearance tomorrow at the end of the round, end of round 5. We'll see.
It's a steep promise. Steep promise.
I know. We'll see. So
see you guys tomorrow.
All right. Thanks so much, guys. Have a great night.
Have a good one.